Good morning, everyone. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes, so I encourage you to take your seats, please. Okay, well, good morning and welcome to Washington. One great thing that's happened since you've been here is that we are now the proud recipients of Lord Stanley's Cup, so go Caps. So good morning and welcome to the Spring 2018 meeting of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. We're really delighted that you've made the trip from near or far to join us over the next 2 days. We have a very ambitious agenda, as you can see, and we look forward to productive discussion over the next 2 days. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nancy Bates. I'm the designated federal official for the National Advisory Committee. And in this role, I preside over the committee meeting according to FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Before we begin, Rose Cooper, Chief of Health and Safety, will provide a quick review of safety procedures and emergency exits.
Good morning. Just to ensure that your visit here at the Census Bureau is a safe one, I just want to review some quick safety procedures for you. If we have an alarm, and we're not planning on an alarm, the strobe lights and the alarm will sound so that we ask that folks evacuate the building through those doors on to my left, or to my right. You will follow the evacuation path out towards the cafeteria and over towards the exit. You can follow everybody. There will be security folks in blue vests and then safety folks in red vests to help direct you. The public address system. If there are any other sorts of emergencies, such as a shelter in place, that would cause you to shelter or take another action, you will hear our announcement over the public address system. And we just ask that you follow those instructions. The smoking policy, this is a smoke-free building, and we ask that you use the smoking booths outside the building. That right outside, if you go outside the cafeteria exit, there's a smoking booth right out there, and then also smoke 50 feet away from the building. For special needs, if there's anyone with special needs, we ask that someone partner with them to help them in the event of an evacuation or in the event of an emergency. And please be safety conscious while on the Suitland Federal Center. The speed limit on the Suitland Federal Center is 15 miles per hour, and the speed limit in our garages is 5 miles per hour. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy your visit.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Reminding that the proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on the Census YouTube channel, and all the meeting materials are on the Census Advisory Committee website, and you can find those links at the census.gov homepage. If you do a search for National Advisory Committee, you'll find that materials. Like now do an introduction at the folks we've got today before we get into the agenda. To my right is Enrique Lamas, the Associate Director for Demographic Programs, but also performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the Deputy Director. My understanding that Ron is going to be here tomorrow, is that right, for a little bit? Okay, great. To my left is our committee chair, Ditas Katagi, and to the left of Ditas is our vice chair, Carol Gore. Next to Carol is Al Fontenot, the Associate Director for 2020 Census. And we don't have, oh yes, Tim is here, great. Next to, he snuck in when I wasn't watching. Next to Al is Tim Olson, the Associate Director for Field Operations. And next to Tim is David Zaya, the Chief Administrative Officer. And then next to David is Joanna Crane, the Chief Financial Officer. Let's see. And then at the end, rounding out the end, is Kevin Smith, Associate Director for Information Technology and the Chief Information Officer. On the other side of Enrique, we have John Aboud, who is the Associate Director for Research and Methodology and also the Chief Scientist here at the Census Bureau. And next to John, we have Stephen Buckner, who is the Acting Associate Director for Communications. And then next to Stephen, we have Karen Battle, who is the Chief of Population Division. Okay, a couple of acknowledgements. We would like to welcome all the members of the public who have joined us today, as well as the staff who are participating in person and via webcast. We also want to recognize anyone from the Department of Commerce, congressional staff, and the regional staff that may be attending. I think we also have some members participating by phone, and we'll introduce them when we go around later. We ask that members of the media that might be here, please be sure and sign in at the registration desk. We also have a media table set up in the back of the room for your convenience. At this time, we are now going to have Kyle Wilcoxon from the Telecommunications Office, who's going to provide you an overview of the members' iPads and how to navigate it, and also how to send emails to the NAC Chair account.
Hi, sorry about that. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle. I'll be giving you a brief demonstration on how to use your iPads for today and tomorrow. Your iPads should currently be at the home screen. If they're not at the home screen, if you can just press the home button, which is on the right side of the iPad in the middle. Right, when you're at the home screen, you'll see 3 applications on the bottom. The first application is Moz 360. All right, this application is used to view all of your presentations and documents for the conference. The presentations will be on the left side of the screen. So if you select the presentation, it will then appear on the right side. All right, if you want to expand your view, there's an X on the top middle of the screen. So if you select that, you'll have a wider view of the presentations. When you want to go back, you'll select Docs in the top left of the screen. All right, if we go back to the home screen, the next application is Notes. All right, and this application will be used to create and email your recommendations. So to start a recommendation, you'll select the icon in the top right corner that resembles a square and a pencil. All right. And after completing your recommendations, you can email them directly to the chairperson. All right, to do this, you'll select another icon in the top right corner that resembles a square with an arrow pointing up. You will then see an option that says Mail. So when you select that, it brings you the option to send the email. So in the to line, you're going to send the email to the chairperson. The Gmail address is chairnac@gmail.com. And then if you can please put your name in the subject line so the chairperson knows who is sending the recommendation. All right. If we go back to the home screen, the last application is Safari. And this will allow you to surf the web for anything you may need to look up. There are 2 handouts in front of you. The first is the tablet overview. That shows you the applications and their functions, as well as the guest wireless credentials. And you also have instructions on emailing from the Notes application. All right, if you have questions throughout the conference, myself and other colleagues will be here to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay, I'd like to run down our agenda for today. If you've taken a look at it, you see that it reflects a very broad range of topics, and it was developed in our response to our need to share and introduce critical research and program developments that are requiring your attention and input. Sessions allot time for presentations and committee member discussion, and all the presentations are loaded onto your iPad. Throughout the day, we encourage you to send recommendations, as Kyle just demonstrated how, to the NAC Chair Gmail, and the address is in your information packet. Please be sure to indicate the topic that you're recommending and also to include your name in those recommendations. So we'll start off today. Our committee chair, Ditas Katagi, will bring some opening remarks, and that will be followed by Enrique Lamas, who will provide executive remarks with updates on the latest Census Bureau programs, activities, as well as a budget outlook. After that, Al will present an update on the 2020 census, and Arturo will provide discussant remarks on that topic, again followed by committee discussion. We'll have a break at 10:30, and then we will reconvene, and Jennifer Kim will share an update on language services operation with John Yang, sharing discussant remarks followed by committee discussion. At 11:30, we will have a photographer who will take a group photo of the NAC. That will take place in the atrium in the main entrance where you came in today. From there, we'll all go get lunch, and then we'll come back here at 12 p.m. for a working lunch. Viola Williams will provide a demonstration on recruiting and assessment, and Thomas Sainz will offer discussant remarks. After that, Kevin Smith will give a discussion on cybersecurity in the 2020 census, and we'll have a break at 1:45. After the break, Maria Olmedo Malagan and Kendall Johnson will share an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program with member Mary Maury offering discussant remarks. And then lastly, Ditas and Carol will moderate the NAC committee discussion and formulation of recommendations, and we will adjourn at 5 o'clock. We are having a group dinner at 7 p.m. We'll give some more details on that in a moment. In terms of just procedures, I'd like to remind you that if you want to make a comment, to please state your name, so we can accurately capture your comments and who's making the comments for the benefit of attendees watching via the webcast. I also remind you to be sure and turn off your mics when you're finished. These mics are hot. We don't want any hot mic incidents. As a reminder to the audience, during the committee discussion throughout the day, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or make comments of the Census Bureau panelists. The public will have an opportunity to make public comment tomorrow, Friday, at exactly 11 o'clock a.m. That is the time that's set aside for public comment. If you do intend to give a public comment, we ask you that you register your name at the registration desk. And if you have any comments that will exceed 2 minutes, then we ask you to please submit your comments in writing at the registration desk so we can submit them for the record. Just a few housekeeping rules. Due to federal guidelines governing FACA meetings and conferences, the refreshments are for the committee members only. For those committee members needing to ride the bus shuttle to the hotel, the bus will leave the Census Bureau 15 minutes after the meeting is adjourned today. So at 5:15 at the front of the building near the metro entrance is where that bus will be. If you're not taking the shuttle, please inform the registration desk. And if you need a taxi, again, the registration desk can arrange that for you. Finally, the restrooms are located behind the back wall and near the elevators. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ditas Katagi, who's going to share some chair remarks. I'm really sad to announce that this is actually Ditas' last meeting as chair of the NAC. It has been an incredible pleasure and privilege to be the DFO with Ditas. She's really made this working group tick, if you will. Thank you, Ditas. Turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Nancy, and good morning. I'm pleased to be here, and I'm pleased to serve. I will have some closing comments tomorrow because we've got to get through this today. We have a packed agenda, and as I expect, a very lively discussion shall ensue. I wanted to just go around and do self-introductions, and then I can do some little remarks about what I'm up to. So just introduce yourself. I want to do something different. Take top 2 issues in a little word, make them little, like 2 sentences, about what's on your mind about the upcoming decennial census. So, short.
You notice she looked at me when she said that. Good morning, everyone. I too want to say it's been a pleasure to work with Ditas. I'm going to miss her leadership. I think we all feel that she cares deeply about this topic. She's experienced. It's been nice to have a subject matter expert lead as a chair of the NAC. So I just want to start with that. I'll have more comments tomorrow about Ditas, but I'm emotionally sad today that this is her last time. Just maybe one short comment. She's also been providing support to Alaska's Complete Count Committee as we are trying to engage in a statewide conversation, and it's her guidance that's really helped us to jumpstart our committee, and I want to thank her for that publicly. My name is Carol Gore, and I'm from Alaska. So our 2 top issues are with 232 tribes in our state. Counting the Alaska Native American population is deep in my mind. Secondly, Anchorage is the second most culturally diverse city in the country with over 100 languages spoken in our schools. We have a high refugee population, and I am very concerned about making sure that we get a complete count of both of those populations along with everyone else. Thank you.
Kathleen?
Hi, hello, I'm Kathleen Mullen-Harris in the Sociology Department at the University of North Carolina and fellow at the Carolina Population Center. And two issues. And short, I'm race and ethnicity, question the census, and focused on the census in North Carolina, especially with the citizenship question. That's probably two issues on everybody's mind, so I went first, so I got to say them.
Pevawana, good morning, everyone. My name is Desi Rodriguez-Lombear. I'm a citizen of the Northern Cheyenne Nation. I'm based at the University of Arizona. Two of the issues that are of concern to me is full funding for the census 2020, and secondly, a complete and accurate count of indigenous peoples in the United States.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Luke Sevier from New York City, New York. Two concerns are the complete count of our underserved population as well as the complete count of our children.
Hi, I'm Julie Dowling. I am a sociologist at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign Latino Studies Department. Issues that I am very concerned about here are the counts of our Latino populations and particularly our immigrant communities.
Talofa, Jake Fitzsimano from Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Network. And big concern is definitely community outreach and engagement ahead of the census, especially in hard to reach and small populations like our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders.
Hi, my name is Stuart Michaels. I'm a sociologist at NORC at the University of Chicago. And I work on sexuality and gender. I would guess my two issues are measurement, which I think that tremendous progress has been made, but there's more to be made to count all, to respect people's identities and to allow that to be counted, as well as to avoid anything that would not count everybody and all groups.
Good morning. My name is Indradeep. I'm from Duke University, and two issues for me are communications and trust, because I believe those two issues will tremendously impact the outcome of the census.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Yang. I'm the Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. Top issue would be to ensure a complete and accurate count for all immigrants. And one data point for us within the Asian community is 1 in 4 Asians has never participated in a decennial census, and how to outreach to ensure that they participate.
Good morning, Alisu Shua-Glusberg from Research Support Services. My two top issues are the effects of the citizenship question on data quality and a complete count. And the second one is the budgetary effects of the citizenship question and what's going to have to be done to try to increase response rate after its effects.
Aloha mai kako, Maile Tawali'i, representative of the Native Hawaiian and Indigenous community of Hawaii, Pacific Islanders. Just repeating what Jake and Desi both stated, communication and outreach to hard to reach populations, and accurate and inclusive inclusion of all our people.
Good morning, I'm Cassandra Caldwell, and I'm with the University of Maryland. And my two topics, one focuses on the fact that I recently relocated to the Miami metro area, so I'm very concerned about the immigration and how immigrants will be counted with the census. And I'm originally from North Carolina, so I'm also very interested in how rural populations will be counted as well.
Hi, I'm Barry Steinhardt from Dunedin, Florida. I am chair of Friends of Privacy USA, and I just retired, not just retired, I'm retired, the Associate Director of the American Civil Liberties Union. My two top topics are, one, whether the Census Bureau is in fact ready to conduct a proper census in 2020, whether it has sufficient funding, it's sufficiently prepared for a census. Secondly, I'm very concerned about the citizenship question for two reasons. One, I'm concerned that the Bureau will be under increasing pressure to conduct a politicized census. Secondly, I'm very concerned about how the data collected with regard to citizenship will be used. I think that is related to my concern that this census, unlike censuses in my lifetime, in our lifetime, most people here will be under increasing pressure to bend to the political will of the administration. I think the citizenship question, which was imposed upon the Census Bureau over census projections, is a good example of that.
Good morning. My name is Gilberto Amaya. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Didas, for your great tenure here at the NAC. And we hope to continue having you for some time, I hope. So, at least as a member of the committee. My two areas of concern, and that brought me to the NAC, is the lack of visibility of the Afro-Latino population within the larger Hispanic category. I'm a Garifuna from Honduras, a small community here in the U.S. We come from the Caribbean coast of Central America. But the larger issue that I see is the inaccurate counting of the black people in the United States, because we are in different boxes, and apparently the only people that really count as black are African Americans. And even though I'm the darkest person here in this room, when it comes to the census, I'm not black. So that's a very important area of concern for me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Bruner, and I'm a senior fellow at the Center for the Study of Social Policy and the RISE Institute. Both organizations have at their forefront commitment to health equity. My two issues are really similar, but one is doing everything we can to avoid an undercount of young children, and the second is doing everything we can to avoid an undercount in high and persistent poverty in mobile neighborhoods.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Martin. I'm a business ethicist at George Washington University in the School of Business. And my concerns are around the use of the questioning of race and ethnicity question, the use of the immigration question to make certain populations feel overly surveilled with the possible secondary use of that information. And these are populations that already are disparately surveilled commercially anyway. So, and then secondarily, possibly if there's a miscount, or not a miscount, but underrepresentation, the temptation to use commercial data sets then to enumerate these already overly surveilled groups by bad data that was surveilled on them in the first place. So you can almost see a doubling down effect of being surveilled. So that would be more of the secondary effects of those types of questions being included on the census.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Sines from Los Angeles, California. I'm President and General Counsel of MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, and I represent MALDEF, which is an organizational member of the NAC. And my two main concerns relate to the late addition of a citizenship question. In full disclosure, MALDEF recently filed litigation to challenge that decision. And second, how to build trust in challenging times around the confidentiality of census data.
Good morning. Hassan Jaber. I'm from Detroit. And in addition to major disappointment regarding not including MENA in the 2020 census, an effort of 20 years and unanimous recommendations failing to see what was the logic beside politics for not including the MENA. In addition to that, and frankly related, is the citizenship question and the privacy. And all of that is really how we preserve the integrity of the census. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ann Morning. I'm a sociologist at New York University and also an affiliate faculty member with NYU Abu Dhabi. I'm first of all quite concerned, like many of my colleagues, with the impact of this untested citizenship question, particularly its impact on the quality of the data that we're going to collect, both in terms of the counts that we're going to come up with and with the portrait of the nation's racial composition that we're going to come up with as a result of this, this count. That worries me. The second thing that I'm quite worried about are the legal structures that are in place to protect the privacy of the data that are going to be collected on the census.
James Tucker of the Native American Voting Rights Coalition. The two issues that I'm particularly concerned with are integrating and providing the census with information on the findings that we have from the field hearings that we did on Indian country and what the past barriers have been to outreach and enumeration within Indian country, as well as what the potential impact is going to be of the citizenship question on Indian country. The second issue is going to be really getting some feedback in terms of how the census intends to fully utilize the funding that it received in the fiscal year 2018 appropriations, given the fact that the civil rights community was very successful in getting full and complete funding, particularly targeting hard-to-count populations.
Geraldine Daniel from Maryland. My first issue is that our work, we are generally charged with helping census reach hard-to-reach populations. The rock bed of reaching those populations is trust, and I am extremely worried that trust is being eroded, as is the integrity of the 2020 census. My second issue is I am concerned that with all the effort that has been put in so far and the trust issue, that we are going to end up with a worse undercount of young children.
Good morning. I'm Arturo Vargas. I'm the Executive Director of the NALEO Educational Fund. NALEO is the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. We, too, are an organizational member of the Advisory Committee. My two primary concerns today are disregard for research and scientific principles in the final design and implementation of the census, and interventions by the Department of Commerce and the administration with a politically motivated agenda that is undermining the mission of the Census Bureau.
Thank you, Arturo. Jerry Green, Senior Advisor for the National Urban League. Two concerns, priority concerns for the National Urban League are: one, ensuring a fair and accurate count of the Black population, including Black immigrants and the African diaspora. The second concern I think we all share here is communications and outreach messaging for all of our populations, and for the National Urban League, of course, those messaging strategies for the Black population. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Megan Morey from the National LGBTQ Task Force, and I share the concerns of everyone on the NAC. I'm particularly concerned about how the citizenship question is politicizing the census. And over the next couple of days, I'm going to get a chance to talk more about my other major concern, which is around the partnerships and communications activities to historically undercounted folks, including communities of color, immigrants, LGBTQ folks, and people experiencing homelessness and housing instability.
So I know there are two people on the line. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Is anyone else on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Morad Gorban with the Public Affairs Alliance of Iranian Americans. My top issues are similar to Hassan, the logic in not including the MENA category, and the combined question on race and ethnicity, as well as why the MENA category was not tested as a origin question. And then my other issue is similar to other NAC members, the communication messaging to try to regain the trust of immigrant communities in participating in the 2020 census.
Great, thank you. Is there one other person on the line? No, okay. Well, I should introduce myself more formally. I'm Dita Skatagi, and the other hat I wear, other than being chair of the NAC, is I am the director of the Governor of California's Complete Count Census 2020 effort. This will be my third time leading this decennial effort for the Governor of California. So I've served under 3 different governors. And currently, we've been undergoing quite a bit of activity out in California. And I think the reason why I went around and had all of the members tell us what our key issues are is that we're currently undergoing what I call a readiness assessment for the state. So we're doing 24 different regional convenings, which is a big state, so we're 13 in. We're doing them in a short span of just 14 weeks. We've adding 3 or 4 tribal consultations just for California, and we're going around to kind of activate our local areas to understand what their concerns are. Are they ready? Are they aware? And can they start organizing that ground game that is going to be so critically important to do this outreach? And also, we're bringing back to them, of course, the work that we're doing here, the concerns that we have about the operations of the decennial census, and setting forth an infrastructure on the ground to be mobile, flexible, and able to jump in where we need them to activate and get people to respond. So that's what I've been working on. And also in the last couple weeks, which has contributed to my lack of sleep, if I see a little bit, I'm a little tired, I assisted the governor in January to put in a proposed $40 million into California's budget. It has been going through the budget process, and this is specifically for outreach and partnership activities in the state of California. Just this Tuesday, it's Thursday today, the legislature, because it goes through their process, passed a budget bill, which will go to the governor before June 30, giving this California Complete Count effort $90.3 million to do on-the-ground outreach and organizing and advertising that's specific to California, multilingual, and activating networks across the state. I'm very proud of that, and we just have one more step in terms of getting the budget signed, along with the rest of the budget, which is pretty huge in California. It's a small piece of it. I'm also proud to say that I've been working with LA City and LA County, and they're one of the first very large sort of local jurisdictions that has set up a complete count committee structure and has been meeting actively. So those are just a few of the many things we're doing. I want to preface that although California is making a huge investment, we want to make sure that we're not shortchanged by what we believe the Census Bureau should be investing in California. But I think that investment of $90 million, almost $100 million, it's actually $100 million because they invested $10 million this year. So a total investment of over $100 million. $7 million was for LUCA, another $3 million to start setting up the operations, of which I oversee. I just think that it shows how important this is. And we will be creating pilot projects and demonstration projects that we hope to be able to share. I'm sad I won't be able to come back to the NAC and share that, but I'm sure we'll be in our other lives will be in contact and be sharing those. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ditas and Carol. At this time, I'd like to welcome Enrique Lamas, the Associate Director for Demographic Programs, and also performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the Deputy Director.
Well, good morning. I also want to welcome you to the spring meetings of the NAC. As you went around and introduced yourself, the thought that came to my mind was that this is exactly why we have the National Advisory Committee that is put together with representatives of stakeholder groups that are very different. But the thing that struck me in all of your comments is the commitment that you have to the importance and to the completion of getting a good census done. So I really do appreciate that, and I know the Census Bureau appreciates that. And I think you guys do an excellent job of that. Ron Jarman couldn't be here today. He is actually in Arkansas today. He's attending several meetings with Walmart at a multicultural roundtable. And I mention this because I think it's part of what we do in this committee and as part of the Census Bureau is to reach out to other groups to talk about the importance of the 2020 census and the need for partners to really urge communities to participate. So he will be on a plane tonight, arriving after midnight, and he will be here bright and early tomorrow morning to join us for tomorrow's meetings. I also want to extend my gratitude to Ditas and to the other members of this committee who's are reaching the end of their terms. So Ditas has been a wonderful chair. I was the designated federal official of the precursor to the NAC, which was the REACT, the Race and Ethnic Advisory Committee. And I had the responsibility of being both the DFO and the chair, and I couldn't hold the light to Ditas in doing the chair duties. She has done a tremendous job, and her commitment to the work of this committee and the work of the census shines through. And I'm sure she will continue beyond today in doing her work. The other members that are also going to be reaching the end of their terms are Jarlene Daniels. I want to thank you for your work. Kathleen Mullen-Harris, thank you. Hassan Jabber, thank you very much. Kirsten Martin and Barry Steinhardt, who are both in the kind of the privacy work, and you will be missed on this committee. I think at your seats you have a small plaque as a very small token of our appreciation. But you know, what's clear to me is the contribution that you have made, the passion that you have shown, the insights that you brought to this committee, and I want to thank you for the Census Bureau. With sadness, I also want to note the passing of Angelo Falcone. There's his picture. Angelo was a longtime member of the Race and Advisory Committee, which was the precursor to the NAC. He was also a founding member of the NAC. He was the president of the National Institute for Latino Policy and was a great and committed stakeholder of Latino issues. He had a long relationship with the Census Bureau. He was a very colorful commentator on what we did, and but his commitment to the work of the Census Bureau was always there. He was also on the Census Information Center. He was a member of that, and he will be greatly missed. So, okay, so let me turn to 2020 census. I think the day one of this committee is gonna offer several presentations on where we are with the 2020 census, but I wanna take a few moments to address the Secretary Ross's decision to include citizenship on the 2020 census. So last month, you as NAC members got a briefing on the submission of the 2020 Census and American Community Survey questions to Congress. The citizenship question that you all mentioned in your opening remarks is one that's been asked on the American Community Survey since 2005, and it's that question that is planned to be moved to the 2020 Census. The first thing that I want to do is assure you that the Census Bureau was consulted as part of the Secretary's deliberations. We provided the Secretary with an extensive set of technical informations throughout his deliberation, and that information with information from many other stakeholders. He reached out to former census directors, to deputy directors, to stakeholders on either side of this issue, to members of this committee. Ditas and Arturo, I think, were consulted. He reached out to a wide set of stakeholders in an effort to listen to the issues that they had. And the way he decided the question is, I think, very well summarized in his March 26th memorandum. That decision memo states that the Census Bureau provided technical information and actually summarized the information that we provided to the Secretary. But with the Secretary's decision, we are prepared to move forward. I'm not prepared to discuss any of the pending litigation. There are several directly related to the citizenship question, and I cannot weigh in on that before that litigation gets done. And there are other aspects that are under litigation in terms of the apportionment count that I also cannot get into. But we are moving forward with the process of conducting the census. We are confident that we can do the successful implementation of that decision. But part of that successful implementation is reaching out to the stakeholder groups that you represent, and you reaching out to your stakeholder groups to really talk about two key issues. One is the importance to the local communities of having a full count, and that's both in terms of political representation as well as financial resources that get provided to the communities. And the second is the issue that was brought up, I think, earlier in some of your comments, which is the confidentiality and the protection of the data. We, by law, cannot share that data with any other federal agency. And we can go out and say that by Title 13, 5 years in jail, $250,000 that each occurrence would take. The stakeholder groups will listen to that more from their trusted voices, and you represent their trusted voices. So while we can go out and have a full communications program and extend out a lot of that work through our partnership program, the work that you will do within your communities is going to be critical to ensuring that we get a full count. So let me turn a little bit to census operations. Al Fontenot later today will go through a lot of that, but I want to touch on the 2018 census test, and I'll probably steal a couple of the headlines from what Al was going to talk about. That's okay. We are conducting the end-to-end test in Providence County, Rhode Island. It's an area that really provides a good test of the major components of our operations. This end-to-end test is our dress rehearsal about how the systems work with each other, how we can hand off from an operational control system to the data collection effort back to the central operation control systems, how all of those systems work together. Providence County is a very good community, an ideal community in some sense, because it has a fairly large population of 600,000 or more persons in it. It includes historically hard to count population, It has a large, in particular, Hispanic community at 22% of the population. And it's got a wide array of group quarters that we need to enumerate. So for us, it's been a very good experience to go into Providence. As of yesterday, I got the report this morning, the self-response rate for households was at just over 50%. We had projected 47% by the time we cut our non-response follow-up workload. As of last night, it was at 50.7%. Census takers started going out with an iPhone 7 to non-responding households on May 9th. And the non-response follow-up response rate, if you can say that fast, is 57.6% as of last night. So we got about 50% of the population through self-response, and then of the remaining 50%, we've gotten to over 50% of that. So there is some overlap because we would have gone to some of those households that self-responded because once we come to the door and knock, they get an incentive to not have us come back, and they tend to respond through the internet or through paper. But essentially, if you can think of it as being over 75% done. The non-response follow-up will continue. It goes through, Al will tell you when it goes through. I think it's through July into August. So the 2018 test is an important milestone for us. It's making sure our systems work well together, and it's working well. We have been very pleased. I was out there for the first day of operations. I was very impressed with the enumerator's knowledge, the optimizer, the way people got routed, the fact that the cell phone worked well. I saw some proxy attempts where a household wasn't there and you could go next door to see if somebody could tell you something about the household. So things were working well in the test, and I'm sure that Al will go into it in a lot more detail. Let me touch on the integrated partnership and communications work that we're doing. The integrated partnership and communications operation will essentially bring together an integrated communications campaign to increase awareness, to promote the self-response, to reduce the non-response follow-up, and to improve the response rates. We are conducting research right now on how to identify how audiences, how should we segment the audiences, how do we understand what they're concerned about. We have something called the CBAMS, Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators Study. That's underway. We have conducted a survey that was designed to understand the attitudes and barriers as they relate to the census participation across the various demographic groups. The survey was a self-administered mail and internet data collection. It ranged in a series of topics related to the respondents' knowledge and attitudes, and towards the Census Bureau and towards the 2020 census. Results from that survey are expected in the latter half of 2018. Actually, Nancy is very involved in that work. And the results of the quantitative survey are going to serve as input into our media planning to ensure the communications and partnership program reaches all audiences. We also had a qualitative, so that's kind of the quantitative survey. We also had a qualitative research that we did to better reach the very small and hard to count communities. CBAMS did 42 focus groups in both English and non-English languages. I observed focus groups in Chicago for the young and mobile. I observed focus groups in Detroit for the Middle Eastern North African population, and I saw 2 Spanish-speaking focus groups in Puerto Rico. And I think you will hear a lot more on the integrated partnership and communications work from Maria Malagon later on today. So please stay tuned to that, for that. Now, Ron is not here today. He is the Associate Director for Economic Programs. And I would be remiss if I didn't spend a few minutes talking about some of the work that his area is currently involved in. And that is the 2017 Economic Census. So in the years ending in 2 and 7, the Census Bureau conducts an economic a census of businesses. And that is what's underway now. We're in 2018, but we collect about calendar year 2017. And that work really is important for the gross domestic product work that gets done out of the Department of Commerce and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and for leading economic indicators that they produce. So on May 1st of this year, the 2017 Econ Census launched by sending mail to 3.7 million businesses nationwide. Mail came out of our National Processing Center in Jeffersonville, Indiana, and my talking points say that there were 6 tractor trailers and 260 skids. I didn't see them personally, but it sounds like a lot of paper went out the door. There is an awareness campaign that's been developed for the economic census. It really reaches out to the business community. And the work that they're doing is all going to be on electronic basis. So this is the first year that all of the economic census work is conducted electronically. There's a small group of small businesses in the island areas that receive paper. But other than that, all of the U.S. businesses and the larger businesses in the island areas will be collected electronically. The data will start getting released in September of 2019, and all of it will be done by 2021. Budget. Let me talk briefly about our budget. So I'm going to really focus on 18. The 19 presidential budget did go to Congress. It's in deliberations both within the House and the Senate, so I won't talk about that per se, but other than the FY19 that was asked in the President's budget fully funds all of the decennial activities in 2019. For 2018, the omnibus bill provided the Census Bureau a total of $2.8 billion. Within that, $987 million was for the 2020 census activities in fiscal 18, and they also gave us a $50 million contingency fund essentially for unknown unknowns. Anything that happens that wasn't planned for in the 987, they actually gave us additional funding ahead of that. They also provided, in order to make it easy on themselves in the sense of trying to even out the levels of the census rather than a peak in 1 or 2 years, they essentially forward funded the 19 and 20 as budgets. They gave us $1,056,000,000 intended for activities that would take place in 2019. And when they gave us that money, the budget is a 2-year budget. They extended it to a 3-year budget for us. What that does is gives us a great deal of ability to not worry about a continuing resolution at the beginning of fiscal 19. So typically, if there was a continuing resolution, we'd be held at last year's number, and as budgets increase, then we would either have to get an anomaly or worry about where we would be at the end of that fiscal year. What they did was really very beneficial to the Census Bureau and the 2020 program as we go forward. The projected life cycle cost of the 2020 census is $15.6 billion, which was $3.1 billion more than what was originally forecast at $12.5 billion. And that was based on Secretary Ross's deep dive into the life cycle cost of the census, and he went in front of the House Appropriations Committee last year and the Senate Appropriations Committee and fought for the full funding of the decennial, and I thank him greatly for that. In interest of time, I'm going to just thank you for your recommendations that you have made. You made 75 recommendations as of the last meeting, and I hope, have given you back a lot of the responses to the recommendations of what we could do, what we couldn't do, and what we could do partially. So I hope that that word gets back to you. We do appreciate all the work that you do on the recommendations. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I hope that we have a very good day with open, robust discussion. I know a lot of the anxiety around the topics of the census are in the public. And all I can tell you is that we're facing it with a very professional and data-driven approach, and we are fully committed to having a successful census that counts everybody as part of the resident population of the United States.
We're right on time. I think we might have time for one or two questions, but I know with Al's presentation and Arturo's, we're going to have a really robust discussion. Does anybody have any quick questions for Enrique? John?
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's very helpful. And you're right. I think we hear what you're saying in terms of needing our community to help get the message across with respect to confidentiality in particular around the citizenship question and given the anti-immigrant sentiment right now. Along those lines, with respect to Title 13, would that cover the administrative records that the Bureau is intending to gather under, because Secretary Ross had mentioned the option D, right, of getting administrative records. Would Title 13 capture or protect that data that is being gathered?
Absolutely. And actually, there's also Title 26, which is if we get information from the Internal Revenue Service, that also gets done. So the reason it's absolutely true is that once we take any data, whether it's from another federal agency or from a third party that Kirsten mentioned before, or any data that we get, and we commingle it with a decennial census, then by law, that information also gets the protection of the Title 13. And it is very much protected within the Census Bureau culture. I mean, it's really ingrained in our culture and in our focus.
Great. I saw Barry and then Hassan and then Julie.
I have two questions. A quick one is, test you're doing in Providence, can you break down the self-response and the non-response follow-up numbers by ethnicity specifically? I'd be interested in knowing what the Latino response rate was.
So we do collect that information. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if Al has it in his presentation, but we do collect the race and Hispanic origin of the persons within that household. Yeah. And then we would be able to tabulate response rates for those groups.
Okay. And the second question is, if you were to receive a request from the Attorney General of the United States for the information you're collecting about citizenship, the Attorney General who would have to enforce Title 13 against the Census Bureau, if the Attorney General himself were to I don't think he necessarily subpoena it, given that you're a federal agency. But if the Attorney General were to say, I need this information, we are facing a grave threat to our national security, what would the Census Bureau do?
By law, we cannot give it to any other federal agency, including the Department of Justice.
And who would enforce that if the request comes from the Attorney General? Who would enforce Title 13?
The Secretary Ross would enforce it, but we, the Director of the Census Bureau, would enforce it within the Census Bureau.
Well,
we would not give it to the Department of Justice.
Okay.
And what you're talking about, let me be clear, is specific names, specific addresses. The request from the Department of Justice for the citizenship data was at the block level to get information about the percent citizen, percent non-citizen for Voting Rights Act. But what I think you're asking about is immigration enforcement or something else. I don't know what you're asking about, but...
Well no, let's posit the possibility of another, not 9/11, but another attack on the United States where the Department of Justice joined in by perhaps joined in by the Secretary of Commerce would say, we need this data in order to protect the homeland. This is not a totally wild idea. So you have the Commerce Secretary to whom you report, joined in by the Department of Justice, who would have to enforce Title 13, asking for the data. I mean, how does the Census Bureau at that point resist?
I am not going to get into hypotheticals. I will tell you what happened in 9/11, which was we did not give any data to any other federal agency, period.
Well, but there was a request for data.
Excuse me?
There was a request for data from the Department of Homeland Security.
No. There wasn't. There was a request for a tabulation. I think you're talking about in 9/11?
Post 9/11, yeah.
Post 9/11.
In the Detroit area.
It was at the zip code level of data that were publicly available already, and it was just another display of publicly available disclosure-proof data. So it was not what you're implying.
Well,
okay.
It's time we read it differently.
So just Hassan and Julie, and then we'll have to move on to Al. Hassan?
Thank you. Enrique, first let me thank you and your team on the work that you've been doing, including the MENA. It's been a many years effort now. Let me ask you, the Census Bureau still stands by its recommendation of including a MENA separate on the 2020 census?
I'm sorry, does the Census Bureau stand by?
Continues to stand by its recommendation to include separate MENA question.
So that's a complicated discussion. The 1997 OMB standards, which we have to meet, put the Middle Eastern North African population as part of the white category. In our proposed race question, the MENA group has examples and has a write-in area under the white category, or even if they wrote it in under some other race. The Middle Eastern North African stakeholders that we have discussed this issue with, and it's been a broad group that we've held stakeholder groups with and done many discussions with Nicholas Jones and Karen Battle and others at the Census Bureau. There has not been a clear agreement or consensus that where it would lie in a two-part question of a ethnicity versus the race. And therefore, the the way we have proposed the race question is to have a white category where you can write it in, or you could tabulate, or you could put it in some other race. It would be tabulated in detail, so we would get detailed MENA from the race category. But I think, as Morad mentioned earlier in his opening remarks, there's a feeling that it should be an ethnicity per se, and that's not necessarily a part of the 1997 standards at OMB that we must follow as a federal agency. So it's a complicated discussion, and it deals with a two-part question versus a combined question.
But you do stand by the recommendation that a separate MENA is more of accurate representation of that population.
We stand by that. We can collect detailed categories, including the MENA North population.
Thank you.
And then Julie, and then we'll move on.
So first, I just want to acknowledge, I know this is a challenging position that you all are in. You know, the recommendation for the change in the race question, all of this was, you know, that was something that the Bureau here obviously had really wanted and recommended, and is not able to happen. And the citizenship question is not something that came from, you know, the Bureau, that the Bureau wishes, you know, to do. That being said, my thoughts were more piggybacking on what Barry was saying. Title 13 covers the release of individual data, but to what degree should this citizenship question be there? To what degree can aggregate data be limited on some of this, like say at the block level? So if we have data, normally we release the basic on the public micro-use data. What gets released is all of the data that we've collected on the, you know, on the census form, because it's so limited, right? You know, but to what degree, you know, can aggregate data on citizenship be limited in terms of how far down that will go, basically, to block, zip code, these kinds of things, so that we can assure people of confidentiality, not only of their individual data, but basically that people can't single out specific neighborhoods in this way.
So the American Community Survey right now provides a citizen voting age population, or CVAP is what we call it. We love acronyms. The CVAP data down to the block group level, which is a group of blocks, approximately 30 blocks.
Just to follow up on that, from a conversation I had with someone at PA recently, I understood that that was only available for, I guess, sworn individuals, right, to work with that data. It's not, is it publicly available?
It's publicly available.
Completely publicly available at the block level?
No.
That's
block
group. So I was
level.
thinking block, I'm sorry, I was going to say block level. So at block level, it's, what will be the availability if it's on the census?
Let me finish. Let me see if I can make this argument. The ACS provides data at the block group level. So that is an aggregation of blocks, approximately 30 blocks. What the Department of Justice has said is that they require greater, and the ACS has a measure of error around it. So it's got some sampling error around it. What the Department of Justice has said is that to enforce the Voting Rights Act, which is in redistricting, I'm not an expert, it's a state function. The Voting Rights Act is a federal function looking over the state delineation of congressional districts, is that they have to model it down to the block level. So that's how the ACS data gets used by both states and the Department of Justice. So what they requested was at the block level. If you read the Secretary's decision memo, he has instructed the Census Bureau on looking into the best ways to get reported data from the household and administrative records data and come up with estimates at the block level of the citizen voting age population that protects confidentiality. So to my right is John Abau, the Chief Scientist of the Census Bureau and the Associate Director of the Research and Methodology, and he is putting together a group within the Census Bureau to look at how we would come up with those estimates that protects confidentiality by law and provides estimate at the block level. That work is not done. That's ongoing right now, and we will, once that work gets done, we will come back and share it publicly with users both within this group and outside the Census Bureau.
I think the concern has been about, block level data in a larger city with higher populations would be different, right, than in smaller communities, and how that would sort of play out. So I know I understand you're working on that. Was the concern.
Yep. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Enrique. So next we'll hear from Al Fontenot, who's going to update us on the 2020 census and end-to-end test.
Good morning. I'd like to join Enrique in welcoming the members of the National Advisory Committee here to the Census Bureau this morning. And I appreciate this opportunity to meet with you, to listen to you, to understand your concerns, and to provide you with an update on the 2020 census plans and program. I'm going to start by reminding you of our approach to the census this decade, and then tie in a discussion on progress and readiness of our systems. I'm going to do this by walking through the implementation of our systems in our 2018 end-to-end test and its application and then use of these systems in the actual census for 2020. As a reminder, the primary objective of the 2018 end-to-end test is to engage our systems and evaluate the effectiveness of how these systems integrate with one another, how they work together. Enrique briefly mentioned that before. How do they actually perform in field conditions in the hands of real field staff interfacing with real actual residents, taking it out of the laboratory and putting it in the real world? That's one of the core objectives of the 2018 test. Do the systems work with each other? Do they talk to each other? And can people use these systems effectively? My next slide talked about the budget, and I think it graphically illustrates the points that Enrique made. He went into detail on how the budget is laid out, and I want to say we are very thankful for the financial resources, but also the flexibility that the way Congress wrote the appropriation allows us to commit the resources required for the census when they are needed. This appropriation and the way it's structured underscores the commitment of the Congress to a successful 2020 census. It enables us to bridge 18-19 and pull forward where we need to pull forward funding to ensure our systems are all up and ready for the 2020 census. And so I'd like to also thank the Secretary and the Congress for the way they have positioned the financial appropriations package. I'm putting this slide up to remind us of the key phases of the census. As I walk the experience we're having in the test, I will do so by looking at the systems and operations that support establishing where to count, self-response, and then non-response follow-up, our three core operational data collection activities. Let's turn to the 2018 end-to-end census test, which we're currently conducting, and discuss what we've learned and are learning. As you are aware, and as Enrique mentioned, we're currently in the peak of our test in Providence County, Rhode Island. We've previously conducted address canvassing operations in 2 additional locations, Pierce County, Washington, and Bluefield-Beckley, Oak Hill areas of West Virginia. Let me start by addressing the address canvassing portion of the test. In 2010, during the operations which we call address canvassing, we sent out over 160,000 address listers to walk every street in America and check the accuracy of the address list, and to add or delete addresses based on what they were actually seeing on the ground. For this census, we began by leveraging technology in an ongoing operation which we call in-office address canvassing, where we've been using aerial imagery and other data, including data we received from state, local, and tribal governments, to update the address lists throughout the decade. Because of this, we now only have to send address listers to approximately 30% of the country. But what that means is we're still checking and updating 100% of the addresses in the country, but now we use technology to do a large part of that job. Now let us look at how things went in the test operation. We had important successes in the address canvassing operation of the test, including deployment of the automated case management system, which allowed us to manage the work of our listers through their devices and the ability of our listers to conduct their work in areas where they could not connect to the internet. We did learn important lessons. We still have work to do in addressing connectivity issues, particularly with respect to the business rules that define the work our field staff are doing when they're not connected to the internet. And we're doing operational adjustments to address those as we speak. Let me give you some specific examples. There were instances where listers in the West Virginia site encountered problems accessing cellular connectivity. This was expected, and that was one of the reasons we selected that West Virginia test site. We wanted to see how our systems could operate, how our people could operate in areas with low connectivity to no connectivity. I spent the first 3 days of address canvassing on the ground in West Virginia with 3 different listers, so I got a good feel for exactly what was going on. During the test, we used one national carrier to provide cellular connectivity. That was a mistake. We learned that because they did not have strong coverage. I had 2 phones that each had a different carrier than the carrier that my lister had. I could have connectivity on one phone, and he had no connectivity on his phone. So what we're going to be doing during 2020 is we've worked with our Devices as a Service contractor to ensure that we will have access to multiple national carriers plus regional carriers, as well as some roaming arrangements to ensure that we have strong cellular connectivity throughout our operations. It's important to note, though, that it's not really a requirement for the lister to have connectivity to conduct the listing. By this I mean the lister can work seamlessly in a disconnected state. They can collect the data. They only need connectivity to receive their work assignments, transmit their completed listing, transmit their payroll data, and find where they are, because our where you are works off cellular connectivity. It triangulates to their location, so they can help them find another location. We're in the process of really working to refine that with the multiple carrier solution. We're also refining our optimizer to ensure assignments are clustered as close as possible, relatively contiguous assignments, to ensure that where feasible, we get the lister having a more efficient routing to the blocks that they're working and to blocks they have be assigned as the next assignment, but they have not yet completed that. We've incorporated both these lessons, and we've tested them successfully during the update leave portion of the test, which we've conducted in April. So we've looked at how that works. We're still working on refining those business rules to ensure that we get better proximity with our optimizer. What we are seeing are results that are substantially more efficient than we had in 2010, but not optimized, and our goal is to get even better on that. One of the critical requirements of our technology solution, as I mentioned before, is the ability to operate in the disconnected state. We recognized that our enumerators needed to complete work when not directly connected to the system, so that was built in. But we observed that while working in disconnected state as it was designed, we encountered an unintended problem. In some instances, supervisors reassigned blocks to a different lister. They were unaware, the worker who was the original lister was unaware that the block had been removed because he was in a disconnected state and was not connected to the fact that I no longer have to work that, so we'd end up with 2 listers working the same block. This did not harm our data quality because our supporting systems were able to unduplicate the work, but it resulted in inefficient use of resources. People went out and they both canvassed the same block. We're working with our field division to improve guidance on how to communicate the reassignment of blocks to listers while they're working in the disconnected state. So that was a learning that we did not expect to run into, but we did. And that's one of the challenges in all of these tests and one of the reasons we do the test. What could come up that you get out in the field in the real world and encounter that you did not plan, did not understand when you tested it in the lab, when you tested it in the test environment? We had a really big success for the early operations by effectively deploying all the key systems that support the address canvassing operations. These systems enable the identification and classification of blocks that could not be resolved in the in-office address canvassing because of locations of housing units, hidden housing units, inside of multi-unit buildings, air coverage, when aerial photography was taken, we have a category in in-office address canvassing that are not resolved there, but are needed to be covered and resolved by field staff. We were able to effectively do that and test that. It allowed for the application of additional geographic information that we need to work blocks in the field. It assigned cases effectively to our address listers, and it distributed the cases primarily based on the locations of the listers to increase our efficiency. And it allowed the listers to collect, modify, transmit housing unit data, geographic information, and it identified cases that would be added to the quality control operation so we could check the quality and ensure the quality of our operation. In March 2018, we moved to peak operations and the largest data collection operation of the census, self-response. We're making it easier than ever before for people to respond to the census. In 2020, we will encourage people to use the internet, but they can respond over the telephone or they can respond by returning a paper questionnaire. We're sending a series of mailings out to remind people to respond to the census and invite them to participate from the comfort of their homes, using their home computer, from a library, from wherever they may be, using a mobile device with or without their census ID. At any time, people can call our Census Questionnaire Assistance Center and get help doing their census on the internet, doing it on paper, or they can complete their census with one of our staff right over the telephone. To account for areas where there's low internet connectivity, we will mail a paper questionnaire on our first mailing. And I'll talk about the mailings in a second. All non-responding addresses will receive a paper questionnaire on the fourth mailing, so everyone will have an opportunity to respond on paper in addition to their ability to respond on the internet or telephone. We're also making it possible for people to respond in 12 languages other than English over the internet and on the telephone. Jennifer Kim will be going into more detail on the language program later today. Just for a moment, I want to spend a second or two on the self-mailing response strategy. We talked about they will receive notifications in the mail. There were two panels, an Internet First panel and an Internet Choice panel. The Internet First panel receives a letter encouraging respondents to go online and fill out their questionnaire as their first contact. The Internet First panel features a staggered mailing across 3 cohorts, as you see from the slide. This is done to help minimize spikes of call volume in our Census Questionnaire Assistance Center to ensure that people get responded to in a timely manner. It also helps our printer accomplish the challenging work of coordinating the conditional mailings, which are mailings 3 through 5, and making sure that we get things to people on an in-house delivery date that we have planned and understand when that delivery date will occur. After the first 2 contacts, which are delivered to the entire panel, households that have not yet responded will receive up to 3 more reminders, with the 4th containing a paper questionnaire. The Internet Choice panel features the first contact with a paper questionnaire in that first contact. A reminder letter is sent to that entire panel a few days later and followed up again by 3 more reminders. The 4th contact will include another paper questionnaire. About 20% of the population will be in this panel, and they are people that are in areas of low connectivity. There are people that we've identified that would have an aversion to using the internet, elderly populations, poor populations that are not able to afford connectivity or computers or handheld mobile devices will all be included in the Internet Choice panel that will have the opportunity to use the internet, but they will receive questionnaires to make it easy for them to respond quickly. Okay, this slide provides some data from the self-response phase of the test, which was also conducted very successfully. I'm not going to walk through this in detail, but I think it's worth noting a couple things. As Enrique mentioned, we've hit the halfway mark with the current response rate of 50.5, which has exceeded our projections. And the breakdown across the 3 modes is consistent with our estimates. The internet response of 61.2% suggests we will get a substantial response in the census via the internet mode. We're only just beginning to examine the data to identify key lessons learned and to break down and dissect who's responding to what part of the census. So the question that was asked earlier, could we break it down? We're in the process of developing that. We do not have that information today. One of the things that we did notice was we saw a bump in response after our first visit with enumerators for homes where people were not home and received a notice of visit left at their house. People went and got online or got on the telephone and responded because they really didn't want to deal with somebody coming back, standing at the door answering questions, which is a natural reaction. And it's something that we're going to focus on taking advantage of and leveraging during the communications campaign. Because what we didn't have in 2010 was an opportunity to comfortably find a way to respond once we started knocking on your door if you lost your questionnaire. It was harder. You could try to get another questionnaire, but you could pick up your telephone right now, dial the number, and give your census response right over the telephone. You can walk over to your computer if you're someone who wants to use a computer, get online. If you lost your census ID, we still can connect you with your address and make sure you're right in our back-end operations so you can go in and respond to the census. We're trying to remove any reason technically that people don't respond to the census and make it easy for them. I'd also want to draw your attention on this slide to the Update Leave operation. It's a small sample, but we use Update Leave in predominantly rural areas where there's not a direct connection between the address and geographic map spot of the housing unit. What happens in Update Leave is we send staff out to walk the area. They update the address list on a computer. They leave a census package as they go. The census package consists of a paper questionnaire, an invitation to participate in the census online, and information on our CQA. So people in Update Leave have the exact same people in the type of enumeration area that we used to call mail out, mail back. So they still have that opportunity immediately. They can go online, they can get on the telephone, or they can do a paper questionnaire. Now, if they don't respond, we're still going to send someone to come back and knock on the door, and they're included in our non-response follow-up population. That's a little different than our Update Enumerate operation, where they kind of had one chance to respond without all the options that we're affording somebody in Update Leave. So we are really excited that that will help in some areas, even though it's a very small part of our population that falls in that category. We also use this operation in areas that have been hit by natural disasters, those areas that create geographic dislocations. We used it in 2010 after Katrina for people who had moved out of their base cities. We have made the decision to use it across the entire Commonwealth of Puerto Rico in the 2020 census because of the address situations in Puerto Rico. And while it's a small part of the Providence site, as I said before, it afforded us an opportunity to see that the system effectively integrated with our other operations. Because we've done Update Leave before, we understand how to send people out to get an address spot, map spot, and to leave a package. So we're not necessarily worried about testing that with vast numbers of people because this is an operation we know how to do. We just wanted to make sure its systems function effectively with our other systems. Okay, here again, we come to our placemat, and our systems are functioning effectively as they did in the 2017 test. The difference, and this is important, is our major systems are now in the cloud. And similar systems are based in our Data Bowie Center on the ground, on-prem, in Maryland. And we're effectively integrating with both the cloud systems and the ground systems at this point in time. And this directly mirrors the pattern of what we will be doing in 2020 for the census. We'll be utilizing both cloud and on-prem servers for that. We deployed a total of 23 systems for the 3 modes of response. They include the self-response system, the real-time non-ID processing system, and that's for people who don't send in their ID. It makes it easy for them. If they can't find it, we can still process your census response. And the questionnaire assistance system, where the agents use those 2 systems to accept responses over the phone. The primary purpose, as it was designed, is to assist people who have challenges filling out their form, either online or on paper. But we are also emphasizing, if you get someone on the line, do not lose the opportunity to offer them a chance to just do their census with you right over the telephone and get it done. So our staff will be focused on letting that be a good opportunity for respondents to complete their census. The data collected through all three of these systems are flowing into what we call a census data lake, which interfaces with our cloud and with the National Processing Center. We talked about reengineering field operations previously when we talked about the 4 innovation areas, but we've automated the way we're conducting field operations, and this was the first opportunity to test it on a large scale. Our field workers using their smartphones to receive their assignments, to conduct their interviews, and submit their payroll. In 2010, this was all done in paper. And just to kind of refresh your memory, if you don't know what happened, on the ground, a 2010 enumerator would fill out their payroll on a daily basis. They would meet with their crew leader on a daily basis to turn in their payroll and get their assignments. The crew leader would then take that into the local census office so it could be hand-keyed in by our resources of clerks in the office. Today, we can refresh their assignments automatically every night to their handheld. It takes out the late responses are taken out automatically so we don't go back and call on people that have already responded to the census. The field supervisors don't have to meet with them every day to pass assignments. Their payroll is done right in their handheld device, and then it's transmitted electronically and processed electronically. The results is that we need far fewer offices, and so people mistakenly relate the office to effective census coverages. We had 494 local offices in 2010. We'll have 248 in 2020. But the difference is about the need for supervisors to be able to transport paper in and out of a central location back and forth to the field. We will still have field supervisors supervising field workers who've always worked from home, and the supervisors always work from home in an active fashion throughout this entire network. But not having to submit daily paper payrolls and getting daily paper assignments have really enabled us to be much more efficient in the placement and use of our area offices. One other change in the non-response follow-up operations is the use of administrative records to remove some vacant and non-existent households from the Norfolk workload. In 2010, there were 14 million vacant households and an additional 4 million addresses that were determined not to exist. We sent people out to find each one of those, sometimes more than one time, to look for those in 2010. We get very good information on UAA files from the post office and from other governments that help us confirm vacant households. We plan to remove approximately 4.7 million vacant households from the Norfolk workload in 2020 through the use of information that we already have and the government already has. We do plan to use administrative records to enumerate some households. I want to assure that those households will only be enumerated after they have had a knock on the door attempt where an enumerator will come to that house in a non-response follow-up operation, and we'll only use it where we can collaborate the data in multiple sources and be assured they're of high quality. Additionally, we do not plan to use any administrative records for traditionally hard-to-count populations in areas where we see significant undercount in children, in areas where the data is suspect. Okay, our experience to date in the non-response follow-up operation underscores the point that this integration test is giving us what we need. This slide provides the key status update. We know that we face challenges in hiring, given the strong economy. With approximately a 4% unemployment level, hiring for a temporary job that lasts anywhere from 30 days to 60 days is very difficult. We have currently deployed just over 700 enumerators in the Providence area, and while we are meeting our production requirements, we remain staffed below our planned staffing levels. We had planned to be staffed significantly higher than that. We will need to analyze our experience in this test and continue to refine our recruiting strategies, our onboarding processes, and our staffing models as we move into 2020. The Secretary asked me last month at our monthly meeting with him, what keeps me up at night? The one thing that keeps me up at night is the one thing I have less control over, and that's our ability to recruit and hire. where we have systems things, we know how we can fix those systems. We know the things we can do to make sure our systems work. What we don't have control over is people's desire to come to the job. There's some inelasticity in terms of wage rates in a job that's only going to last you for 60 days. When you can sit down at McDonald's, fill out the application, be working that afternoon on a job that you may keep for a year or two, we're putting you through security clearance, forms, processes, a waiting period, and we're hiring for a job that may start in 60 days and may last 60 days. So there are challenges there. So we are soliciting help from all of our partners in terms of how we can show value in this brief period of time that people can work for the government and employ themselves in the census, not just as a part-time job, but as something that contributes to democracy and the process in America that improves their community. How can they make their community assure that they're getting the best and accurate count and that the funds and the political power flows to that community? And we're reaching out to try to motivate people with all those triggers. The unemployed are not the only audience for our candidates for enumerators. We have students, we have people looking for second part-time jobs, we have people that have been out of the job market and have no desire to be in the job market, that just go out and do it. We have people that are in their third, fourth censuses where they're gone out to be an enumerator each census, and they're excited about it. We're getting them to be involved in helping us recruit, helping us draw in. There are a number of things we're doing, but I will just say that's a work in process. We know it's a challenge. As indicated on the slide, we've closed over 83,000 cases, 82,600 cases of the 141,900 cases in the non-response workload. This operation will continue through July 24th, and our progress in the field is exactly where we'd like it to be at this point in time. So even though we're short-staffed, we are getting better productivity with the use of the device and the equipment and the processes that we're using, and that productivity is helping us look at our model for how many hiring people we need. We may be reducing the model in terms of the numbers we need, but on the other hand, I would rather have that margin of comfort built in than get there and suddenly not have enough people to get the job done. The important success to date in the major field operations is the success of the systems that we've been able to deploy. The systems have never before been used outside of a test environment in the field. And while we have had some minor glitches, which is to be expected, the fact that they are functioning effectively is critical. We've also had active teams that got on those glitches each day and got them fixed very quickly and diagnosed very quickly, which to me was more important than fixing them, understanding why the glitches happen so we can be sure that they won't happen in 2020. Every day, my executive team and the field team have an 8 a.m. call to discuss exactly what's happening on the ground in Providence, any issues, any things, and those calls have gotten to be very interesting. Instead of focusing on issues on the ground, we're focusing on ways to improve the whole process of managing the workforce, managing the census, and when the calls transform into that, that's a good sign for systems integration. But it helps us plan to do a better job of how do we enforce management rules with the sales force? How do we help them do better, do a good job, be more productive? We recruited the temporary workforce using a recruitment assessment system that you're going to see demonstrated at lunchtime. It'll be a very interesting demonstration. It provides a learning management system, which also provides much of their training. They're submitting their payroll administrative data into our DAP system, the Decennial Applicant Personnel and Payroll System, which they access electronically, and all of our field staff, including the managers and enumerators, are using the Digital Operations Control System to receive and manage their assignments and collect and transmit their data. Enumerators conducting NORFU are using their iPhones, as Enrique mentioned, and those conducting update leave are using laptops similar to our address canvassing operation. In addition, we're testing the application of administrative records actively in Providence, so we are sure that we're doing the right thing when we eliminate an address for vacant or delete. In all, 31 of our systems are functioning effectively today to support the re-engineered field operations, and this is a huge accomplishment. I think our technical teams should be applauded for the work that they've done to get us to this point, because this is a key point that folks have questioned. Will we be ready technically? Will the change from paper to all this automation effectively work? And we're seeing it work on the ground today in Providence. We still have work to do, and that includes deploying the systems to complete the remaining operations in the test. That includes group quarters operations, post-data collection processing, including the tabulation, fraud detection, and dissemination. These projects are currently on schedule. We also have to analyze the data from all of the systems and operations to make adjustments, tweaks, and improvements to address what issues have come up and things that we have learned. Throughout fiscal 19, we plan to test the 8 systems that have been out of scope for this test and add functionality in areas including the addition of the remaining languages. This test was conducted electronically in Spanish and English. We also need to scale the systems for 2020 census workload, and our cybersecurity testing is ongoing. But my overarching message for you is we have successfully deployed most of the systems and the operations that we need that are supported by those systems in our test. And so the test is proving to be of value. This slide, which we all think of as our favorite slide, shows us how close to Census Day we actually are. In addition to the work I've been talking about, I can also report some additional key developments. The local update of Census Addresses program, which is our first major operation for the 2020 census, has been moving along extremely well. Governments covering 98% of the population and the housing units are participating in our LUCA program, and as of this week, 1 in 6 submissions required no change. This is a testament to the strength of the address list and the solid work our geography staff has been doing with our partners throughout the decade. To manage our 2020 census field infrastructure of between 300,000 and 400,000 field workers, we will have 6 regional census centers and 248 census offices. The 2020 census has regional census centers in Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, Los Angeles, New York, and Philadelphia, which are all now operational. The field division will likely conduct grand opening ceremonies sometime this summer, and we'll keep you posted. We're currently in the process of obtaining leases for our area census offices. We have 40 Wave 1 offices that need to be open by early 2019 to begin preparation to support the address canvassing operation next summer. Of those 40, 38 are currently under lease, and 2 were scheduled to be under lease by the 15th of June, which is tomorrow, so I'll find out how that progresses. We're also actively recruiting partnership specialists now so we can increase our level to over 100 specialists by the end of fiscal 2018. We have had 43 partnership specialists that have been on board since 2017, and they have been building the base of the partnership programs in various states. They've been developing complete count committees in various states, and they will be there to supplement the new partnership specialists that will be coming on in fiscal 2018. We also have plans to ramp up to over 1,000 partnership specialists, significantly more than we had last decade, and will take steps to further improve their work by ensuring that we have the skill sets we need across the country. We're building in our plans to hire media specialists, language specialists, congressional liaison, and people with specific skills in digital media and the web. As I mentioned at the beginning, thanks to the appropriation from Congress, we're also able to get planning for the communication program underway earlier than expected. As we move into summer, we'll be leveraging what we've learned in this year's research program to begin working on media plans, messaging, creative treatments, and all those things that lie at the heart of our advertising and promotional program. This means that we can hit the ground running in October. Maria Malagon and Kendall Johnson will have a lot more to say about this later on today. Finally, our key milestones chart shows us the road ahead. We're excited to be at this point, but obviously there's a lot of work ahead for us, and I look forward to our discussion. My team is totally dedicated to what we can do to ensure that we get a complete and accurate count of everyone who lives in the United States in 2020. Our focus is on all the operational activities and things that we drive to drive a successful census. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. I think at this time Arturo is going to bring comments, and then we'll have committee discussion.
Thank you. Let me begin first by expressing my respect for the professionals at the Census Bureau. This is the 4th census that I've had the opportunity to participate in as an advocate, trying to secure a full and fair and accurate account of all Americans, and in particular the Latino community. And throughout that time, I really have been impressed by the professionalism of those who choose to work at the Census Bureau to make their careers here. So my remarks are really in that spirit of making sure that you are able to continue to do your work as intended. And in that regard, here we go. We need to be clear that the operation now that is proceeding to be implemented by the Census Bureau is not the operation that you all have been planning for the past 10 years. The fact is that there have been significant fundamental changes to the 2020 census process that you are now required to implement that is really resulting in a census that is not what you have been planning for. Part of this is because of years of underfunding by Congress, which altered your preparations. We know, sitting around this table over the years, I've been told about elements having been paused, scaled back, or eliminated. We know that rural communities have been particularly hard hit by these changes. There have been many citations already to update leave, but we know that in fact the Census Bureau had intended to conduct update enumerate in rural communities, and that has been changed. No matter how much we rebrand what's happening in Providence County as an end-to-end test, we know that the intention was to hold an actual dress rehearsal, and in fact a full dress rehearsal in 3 sites. And as Al has stated, you're learning a great deal about how your systems are working, and that's terrific. But you're also not learning about everything else that will happen in a real census environment in 2020 in Providence, nor in any rural community. We know that there are changes to who you can hire, and I know, Al, I take to heart you saying that that keeps you up at night, but the fact that you now have been told that you will not be able to hire work-eligible, work-authorized non-citizens to ensure you have the cultural competent workforce needed is going to make it even more difficult for the Bureau to carry out its job. And of course, the census questionnaire itself has been radically changed in the final months prior to the 2020 census, not only with the addition of the citizenship question, which everybody here has virtually alluded to, but also the fact that the race and ethnicity question that you will be using in 2020 is not the one that the Census Bureau itself had planned to use in this next enumeration. With regard to your financial situation, we cheer on the Census Bureau's ability to be better funded today than it has been in the past. And while I appreciate that you're extending your thanks to the Secretary and to Congress, I also believe that you need to express your appreciation to external stakeholders that walked the halls of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, that sent in pleas to the Congress to actually stop being asleep at the wheel and to pay attention to the work that you all are doing and to the resources you need to carry out your job. And that was done by individuals around this table, in this room, and throughout the country to support your work, because we believe in the mission of this organization. However, we know that while you say that the Census Bureau will be fully funded in 2019, we also know that there are challenges that are unanticipated that you're having to deal with that will require more resources. And so the questions that we have is, how are you going to carry out those additional challenges that will require more money than what Congress is appropriating? And also you need to deal with the idiosyncrasies of Congress. On the one hand, Congress continues to tell you, do not spend more in 2020 than in 2010, even though they're appropriating you more money than originally estimated. They're asking you to hire as many partnership specialists, for example, as you hired in the last census, yet they're not giving you the resources to do that. We understand that Congress itself is not really fully paying attention to what it needs to be doing. Now, with regard to the end-to-end test, we've been observing this as well. And we know that the end-to-end test has been affected by many of the changes that are being undertaken here at the Census Bureau. We know that local elected officials and community leaders are particularly upset with the lack of consultation, and that goes to the fact that you weren't able to hire all the partnership specialists you intended to under a dress rehearsal. There are various reports that the community is not understanding the purpose of the test, and there is fear and reluctance of participation because some perceive that this questionnaire may have a citizenship question. Most concerning to those of us who care about data accuracy is that the end-to-end test does not include a coverage measurement operation to be able to evaluate the accuracy of the data that you're collecting in the end-to-end. Fundamental, though, in the end-to-end test is the Census Bureau is not even employing the questionnaire as it will be used in the 2020 census. And this goes to the functions of you being required to change your plans at the last minute in an untimely fashion. Even the Hispanic origin question, that not only are you not using the combined question on race and ethnicity as you had intended to do, and as you early this year had to pivot from a combined question to a two-part Hispanic origin and race question, even the Hispanic origin question on the end-to-end test questionnaire is not what was submitted by the Census Bureau for use in the 2020 census. So you're not even experiencing exactly how the public in Providence is responding to these different questions. And no matter how much the Census Bureau invokes the 1997 OMB standards, no matter how much it invokes the Secretary Ross's memorandum, we know that we cannot dismiss the work that this organization has done to prepare for 2020. And we will not dismiss the research that was conducted to determine how to better collect data from the American public on Hispanic origin and race. And we will not dismiss this research, and we hope that in future censuses, we will be able to see the Census Bureau actually employ science and research in ways that will actually improve data accuracy and collection, particularly on race and ethnicity. Unfortunately, that will not be the case for 2020. With regard to the end-to-end test, the NALEO Educational Fund, my organization, is going to employ a version of confirm and verify. We understand your reports about what's happening in Providence, but we also know that we need to see it for ourselves, how this operation is being carried out. So my organization will be conducting our own assessment of how well the end-to-end test performed in Providence County. We're going to conduct a survey, a representative sample survey of Providence County residents of all races and ethnicities to determine if they knew that there was an end-to-end test happening, to see if they participated, and if they participated, the mode that they used for that participation. Did they go online? Did they respond by phone, by paper, by a numerator, or did they respond once they were prompted by a numerator's visit? Or if they did not respond, why not? And we want to use this information to inform the Get Out the Count efforts that organizations are going to be implementing throughout the country to augment the work of the Census Bureau, but also to understand for ourselves what is happening in Providence, Rhode Island, and the gaps that need to be filled. We're going to be conducting interviews with elected officials and community leaders in order to understand how stakeholders on the ground experience the end-to-end test, and we hope to have a report concluded by October 1. to share with stakeholders throughout the country. This work will be done by Dr. Kevin Escudero, an assistant professor of American Studies at Brown University, and Gabriela Domancin, who's the executive director of the Latino Policy Institute at Roger Williams University. We also are partnering with the Center for Poverty and Inequality at Georgetown that is doing their own fact sheets and analysis of the end-to-end tests that will contribute to this work. Much has been alluded already to the citizenship question, but as I began my remarks, you are not implementing a census that you have been planning to do. And in fact, the administration's last-minute addition of a citizenship question put Census 2020 at grave risk. We understand, and you has already been stated here by the acting deputy director, that the question that will be asked in 2020 is on the ACS and has been asked on the ACS since 2005. But the fact is that this citizenship question has never been asked in a decennial environment and has never been asked of 100% of the households. And has been alluded already that the chief scientist is assembling a team to determine how the data will be collected and reported is evidence that you are building a plane in flight when it comes to the 2020 census of many fundamental aspects of it. The reasons that have been cited by the administration to add the citizenship question to enforce the Voting Rights Act, I know of not a single voting rights litigator, civil rights litigator, that has ever expressed regrets about not having citizenship data at the block level in order to enforce the Voting Rights Act. In fact, the Census Bureau ceased to have a citizenship question on the 100% questionnaire before the Voting Rights Act was even implemented. And it has been enforced and invoked in federal courts since its enactment in 1965 with the use of survey data collected from the long form and the American Community Survey. And there have been many references here to Secretary of Commerce Ross's decision memorandum. In reading his memorandum and understanding his research, I think it is important for this committee to acknowledge that some of the research that was cited in that memorandum is misrepresented, such as the recent research by the Nielsen Company. The Secretary himself is directing that this question be asked last on the questionnaire, yet he invokes no evidence, no empirical data that asking the question last makes any difference in response rates. And we know already that the Census Bureau has been reporting widespread and unprecedented fear among respondents to other surveys. How this is going to affect the census is something that the Census Bureau needs to take head on. We know that these actions are untimely and costly. They're going to cost you more resources as well. But we know that it's going to affect participation. I think we all know that. There's widespread bipartisan opposition to the addition of the citizenship question, not just members of Congress and Democratic and Republican mayors and state attorneys general and elected and appointed officials at all levels of government, but 2 former Commerce secretaries appointed by both Republican and Democratic administrations, and 6 former directors of this Census Bureau all have expressed their opposition to the addition of this question, as well as the scientific community and the business community. All to say that the Census Bureau cannot proceed as if this is just business as usual. The 2020 census is at stake, as well as the Census Bureau's integrity and credibility. To say that you're just proceeding with the addition of the citizenship question because it's merely the decision of the Secretary of Commerce without acknowledging the impact it's going to have is going to undermine your credibility in communities as you try to convince the American public to participate in the 2020 census. We know litigation is pending, And we know that that presents limitations on your ability to provide answers, but the fact is that the public is demanding answers about how the Bureau is going to tabulate the data, what will happen if somebody does not answer this question, leaves it blank, boycotts the census. Your field staff needs support. We work with them day in and day out, and many of them are at a loss at how they actually are going to engage the public. They can't just say, well, this is what we are being told by national, and it's required by law, your responses. That is not going to inspire or motivate the public to participate. You need to do things differently, and you cannot proceed as business as usual. You're professionals, and we respect the work that you do, and we ask that you not compromise your commitment to intellectual honesty and scientific rigor. The efforts that you all undertake over the next 2 years to salvage the best census possible is something that we want to support you to do. But we know that as the census unfolds and the outcome of the 2020 census is determined, there will be profound implications for the future of the agency and for our democracy. Let me reiterate, all of us here stand ready to support the Census Bureau. But the Census Bureau needs to also stand up and indicate when its mission is being undermined for purposes other than the collection of accurate data. History is watching. The 2020 census will be part of this nation's history. How this Census Bureau, how the nation reacts and responds to the challenges of the 2020 census will be recorded by historians. And something that we all will be seeking to see is how much of a commitment there will be to scientific rigor, to research, and to what is fundamental in our democracy and required by the Constitution, an enumeration of all of its residents.
Thank you, Arturo, for very well said. I'd like to take, I want to see if you guys want to respond and also take some questions. We are due for a break, so do you guys think we could take a few questions and then take a break and then come back and resume questions? Is that fair, Arturo? Okay, did you guys want to?
So I'll let Al discuss some of the details. Let me just say there are a couple of things in your comments that I just want to touch on. One is the information that the Census Bureau provided to the Secretary and the recommendation that the Census Bureau provided to the Secretary. So I was involved in all of those meetings as well as other folks at the Census Bureau. And it was a very thorough discussion. The Secretary has released over 1,300 pages that cover all of the information that he reviewed. It was a very thorough discussion that we presented to the Secretary 3 options. Option A was a status quo, which was use the ACS for the citizens' voting age population tabulations. I'll leave it up to the Department of Justice as to their need of the data, but what we told the Secretary was that you could not use the ACS data to get down to the block level for citizen voting age population. The second thing was add the question to the decennial census. We had pros and cons related to doing that. And one of the things that was clear was that there is some difference between the accuracy of the data that an individual could provide. And then the third option was to use administrative records, option C. And that was the option that was in the memorandum that went from the Census Bureau to the Secretary of Commerce. That was the option we had recommended. It was also noted that, and he noted that our administrative records only cover 88% of the population. That leaves 12% of the population where we did not have data for them. So he asked for a recommendation, or he asked for an option that included asking the question and using administrative records. And that's the decision that he made to go in that direction. We support that approach in that it provides the most data available for producing block-level citizen voting age population. So we came at it from a very technical point of view. We were at the table. There were other options, discussions that he held related to the request, the legal side of it, as well as the policy side. That's all in the 1,332 page, or is it 13,032 or whatever, 1,300 pages. So that's where we are. I am clear that he did not ignore the advice of the Census Bureau, and he made a decision. There are also, it's also clear to me that the question that gets asked in the ACS does work with the public that answers it, in the sense that when we test a question for the decennial, for example, in the 2015 National Content Test, it was of 1.5 million households. That's the race question, all of the other questions that we asked. The ACS question has been asked of 42 million households from 2000, over time from 2005 through 2018. So that's a much larger test, and it's a much larger test of any focus group that you could ever do. So, so with that, I'll just leave it at that. I cannot get into the litigation, and I won't get into the litigation aspects. We'll see how that comes out. And, you know, we're committed to doing a full count of the resident population of the United States. I hope that you all will support us in doing that, because what your stakeholders listen to are trusted voices. So I hope that you will be with us in that.
Can I just, a quick response about the collection of the citizenship data on the ACS. The ACS is not a decennial operation. Yes, it may have been asked on 42 million questionnaires, but it is one question of several dozen questions. It is not a question of 9 that is asked of every household and every person. It is a fundamentally different operation. And to equate the two, in my opinion, undermines, again, the intellectual honesty of how this is being carried out. We need to acknowledge that although this is being asked in the ACS, it is not the same thing to add it in a decennial questionnaire where it's only one question of 9. They're two separate things. And to say that we know enough from the ACS experience to proceed by adding it on the decennial, and we know what the outcomes are going to be, I think undermines the credibility of the Census Bureau.
If I may address just a couple of issues, primarily around the 18 end-to-end tests, since I spent most of my presentation talking about the test. The New York Regional Office sent down a staff of partnership specialists to engage the community prior to our commencing operations. the City of Providence set up a complete count committee that had 44 organizations participating in it, 6 universities, 2 foundations, 6 city departments, 15 community organizations, and 15 local cities. They held at least 10 meetings throughout the community. This is more intensity than we would have gotten in Providence in a normal census. The one element that was not there was a mass media, overarching media program. But in terms of outreach to the community, they had active participation in their complete count committee, the city's complete count committee. So I looked at the detail on what we were doing there, and I saw a lot of activities at the ground level. So I don't feel that that primarily hurt our recruiting efforts, because there were signs, notifications hanging in 551 partner organizations throughout the city of Providence. And we had a list of where they had them, from daycare centers to the Department of Labor to the Housing Authority to the farmers markets to faith-based centers that said jobs with census are available. So we really were looking at driving that metric for people's participation, awareness, and jobs at the partnership level in Providence. The second point I wanted to make was in 2010, our update leave operation was 10-to-1 in terms of how we deployed it versus the update enumerate operation. We had about 1.3 million housing units total in the nation in update enumerate in 2010. The ratio in 2020 will be approximately the same ratio. However, the reason we changed had more to do with the more effective operation and conversations we had with residents and constituent organizations about how they would prefer to be enumerated than it did to have budget constraints. A lot of our organizations taking a choice would prefer to be enumerated like the rest of the nation, which means they have an opportunity to respond on the census, on the internet, respond by phone, or respond on paper. When we do an update enumerate operation, they do not have those choices. And so we had actually talked with people, and that drove us to start to try to emphasize the update leave. But when I look at the numbers, we're going to probably still do update enumerate in a lot of places in Alaska, and in some of the tribal lands we will be doing an update enumerate. But update leave is the preferred method to respondents we've talked to. Some of the tribal lands said we'd really prefer to be in that than any update enumerate model. So I just wanted to reference that was more of a experience, better experience for the respondent than it was a budgetary driver on that one. And Joanne wants to just make a brief comment on the budget, please.
I just want to provide a little bit of clarity on the numbers. And first, I do want to say that we understand that you guys work very hard in our funding, and many of you have said that, and we are absolutely humbled by your efforts. But there are a couple numbers thrown out, and I wanted to give some reassurance about them. The 2020 census is requested in one line, but there's 2 pretty important components that are requested in a different budget line in the budget. Both are census enterprise data collection and processing system in FY19. That funding's requested in a different line. If you add that plus our dissemination system, CEDSI, if you add the requests for those up, you get back to that that 3.1 life cycle cost estimate that that Mr. Vargas mentioned in the earlier bullet. I also wanted to make sure that folks were aware that there is a request for $300 million of, nearly $300 million of contingency in FY19. So while the request did not have the 10% extra from the Secretary's contingency, the request did have what the Census Bureau and what our cost estimators had calculated as a robust contingency that would be available to us in FY19. We have both House and Senate marks. They are public now, so folks can look at them. So it's also both not just what we've requested, but what has been funded. The House mark in FY18 is $4.8 billion, and the Senate mark is at our request, that $3.8 billion. Those are for the entire Census Bureau. You also just have to keep in mind when you're thinking about FY19 that there's an anticipation that we will also carry over almost $1 billion of the current appropriation and that sort of money in the bank that we have already. So as far as assurances about the robust nature of our funding in FY18, we are very happy, and we know you've contributed to that, and we thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with Tom, and then Hassan, and then James, but I want to take a break at 11 for sure. Okay, Tom.
So, thank you. First, I understand why you don't, and understand why you don't want to address the litigation. I also understand why you are publicly deferring to the Department of Justice about the justification related to voting rights. But I just wanted to say for the record that I have been a voting rights litigator for 15 or more years, been involved in redistricting in Texas and California, been involved in voting rights enforcement on behalf of the Latino community, where we use CVAP, citizen voting age population data, regularly in that litigation, and there is absolutely no justification for including a citizenship question on the decennial census. Block level data is not necessary to do voting rights enforcement. It is all in service of a political agenda, that one aspect of which involves reducing the population count in the census. And I have to say that. My question is this: recognizing, as Arturo has, that there's a difference between the ACS with dozens of questions and the short decennial census, he also recognized that we're in a different political context. At our last meeting, the Bureau presented some very important information and anecdote about unprecedented levels of non-cooperation, non-completion that the Bureau was facing in its ongoing activities. My question is more specific. Have you seen any change in ACS response activity related to the citizenship question as a result of political context changing, community context changing? Don't even have to define it that way, but have you seen any changes in ACS action in response, non-response related to citizenship question in the last 2 years? And I know you can't give an answer today, but I'm very interested in knowing that. Again, recognizing it is a different context of one question out of dozens versus 1 out of 9, but I think that's important data for us to have.
Hassan and then James.
Yeah, first, Arturo, excellent job. Thank you. Al, thank you for the detailed presentation. I'm co-chair in the Complete Count committee in Michigan, and it's a strange phenomenon because we have a very high level of engagement from community-based organizations, but also very high level of anxiety. I know, I'm not sure exactly how do you test in Rhode Island the partnership, the working of the partnerships, and what are the feedback? What is it that you test? And how we in Michigan and other places can get some input, some feedback on some of these.
Okay, I will be honest, we did not test partnership concepts in Rhode Island. We used them to help facilitate our hiring model, which is a little different than testing partnership operations and concepts. Some of our 43 partnership staff that have been on board since 2017 have been utilizing various concepts and testing them in the communities. I was looking to Tim Olson because I was going to defer to him on some of the activities that have been going on to build preparation for how to most effectively portray that. But I will say this, the Complete Count committees have been a very successful concept through 2 censuses. We are refining them, but they have been proven. I spoke to the U.S. Conference of Mayors and spoke about Complete Count committees, and one of the mayors asked if he could stand up and talk for a minute. He was from a smaller town in Minnesota, and he had mentioned that he was in the bottom 25% of the cities in Minnesota in terms of census participation in 2000. They put in a 2010 complete count committee, and basically they provided education. And the education was, the census means this to our community. It means this, it means roads, it means libraries, it means funding. They put a few signs out. He said he spent $12,000. And then he said he has received, he falls now, after 2010, in the top 25% of the state, and it increased his funding by $1 million a year. And he turned to the rest of the room and asked the mayors who wouldn't want that type of return on investment. So he made my pitch. But it's a concept that we have proven and tested, and it worked through the 2010 census very effectively. And now we're looking to refine it rather than redesign it in terms of the partnership program and the complete count committees. One of the things that is a nuance, a new nuance that we're doing in partnership is attempting to get states to engage at the state level with the complete count commission or committee at the state level. Right now, 48 states have either started one, expressed an interest in starting one, or put plans in place already to start one. We have 2 states that have not quite gotten there. Actually, one declined, and that was South Dakota, I believe, and they declined because the state's having some problem with the number of committees and commissions and non-governmental things. There was an article on it, and they're waiting till the end of their gubernatorial election to make their decision. But we're seeing the states embrace that as the top of a roll-down strategy. They would endorse it, set it up. Counties and cities would then endorse it and set it up. But there are other kinds of complete count committees that are extremely effective that are non-governmental unit-sponsored complete count committees because everyone doesn't trust the government. And some people would prefer that their complete count committee is driven by their faith-based organization or by local community organizations who they trust. And we have employed all of those models in 2010. And it's almost a touch and feel in that community as to what works best with that community and those people. I kept going, but I meant to turn it over to Tim. Tim, why don't you?
Thank you, Al. So I want to give a perspective on partnership in 2020 and compare it to where we were at this moment in 2010, so in 2008. At this moment in 2008, we were just starting to bring in some field folks, some field partnership folks, just starting. And at the peak of the 2010 experience, we had not quite 800 professional partnership staff. Actually, my data says it's 789. That was our real number of professional partnership staff in the 2010 cycle. And that was at the peak period in middle of 2009 to slightly after the end of non-response follow-up. And then we started downscaling and offloading staff. This time, we started the genesis of the regional partnership program 2 years earlier. It was in, let me get the dates right, January of '06 is when our first partnership staff came on for 2020, small number, and that was to initially assist with our tribal consultations that began 2 years earlier than they did in the 2010 cycle. Slightly less than a year later, we went up to 43 partnership specialists throughout the nation. Again, a small number, but a year and a half prior to what we hired at for 2010. Our plan is to have well over 1,000 partnership specialists, professional partnership specialists on the ground for 2020. Right now, if you go to USA Jobs and just do the search partnership specialists, you will see the beginnings of those positions scattered throughout the nation that are being in the hiring process right now with expecting of onboarding August or so. as soon as we can complete that process. That will continue to expand and grow and grow and grow as the summer goes on, as the fall goes on, and through the winter months and the spring months, where we will end up with well over, I won't give you an exact number, but well over 1,000 professional partnership staff. That's a significant increase over our resourced local partnership program. The other thing I wanted to mention, and this is coming from a meeting that I was in Friday afternoon, and I'm going to mangle the name of the organization. I apologize to them up front, but it's the National Coalition of Nonprofit Organizations. I believe they have a slightly different name. But in this meeting, it was a national meeting. Each state was represented. Puerto Rico was represented. The District of Columbia was represented. Alaska 4-Acre Group was there, speaking very powerfully about what's happening in Alaska. In that meeting, there was extreme, that's a correct word, a very strong statement from the executive director of this association. And the statement was, you know, with all of the stuff going on with the citizenship question, we cannot, and this is what this person said to the membership, we cannot afford to be sidetracked by it or distracted by it. Our job as partners, as nonprofits, is to ensure that every person, every breathing person on Census Day has the opportunity and the motivation to be counted in 2020. And so that was the message that was sent out from a very senior person right down to state level leadership, and that presumably is going to continue trickling down. So I want to say I have never, and this is my 4th census, I guess it's like Arturo, I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to ask, it's an inappropriate question in a public meeting. I am soon to be 58. I think I'm sure you're younger than me. 2 years, okay, so now we know Arturo's name, but that's PII, so I can't talk about that. This is my 4th census. I have never, ever, I have never seen, and I don't want to exaggerate in this statement, but I want to tell you the truth. I have never seen such a level of engagement in getting ready for 2020 at the grassroots, the state, and the national level, ever. And this was well before the citizenship question came up. Okay, and I'm telling you the truth. California, I have never seen you folks put so many dollars into what's going to happen in California. Alaska, last time, nothing like what's happening this time. This is well before the citizenship question. So within the field directives that I'm responsible for, you know, we do the local partnership stuff. I guess I want to appeal to you as members of the National Advisory Committee, and I guess I want to appeal to you in your roles outside of this committee. We need your support. And Arturo, you said that we've got your support. I want to thank you for that. I also want to ask you to help us in the recruitment of these partnership specialists. There's a lot of professional engagement, community engagement workers that we are going to hire. I think some of them are going to be some of your key employees, I'm guessing. I'm going to ask you that you consider giving them up for a year, year and a half, whoever they are. I'm not thinking of individuals. I'm thinking of really accomplished community organizers. You may need you may be approached by one of your employees saying, I just got a job offer from the Census Bureau for the next year and a half. Are you going to fire me if I leave? I'd ask you to consider giving them a leave of absence with the grace of all great things to say, go and do great things and work with the Census Bureau, because they need you more than I need you for the next year and a half.
I know, Tim, we're going to have a great conversation about recruitment and enumeration at lunch, and I know Tom is going to be weighing in that. I'm going to take Chair's choice here, and I just want to close this out because we've talked about CCCs. California has established their CCC, but I want to say we're saying top down. It's got to come from below, and what we've heard, at least in my convenings, with these trusted messengers, which is something that we used in 2000 in California, and it came up in 2010, and now it's a widely used term about trusted messengers are really the ones that are going to get people to respond. What we've heard from those trusted messengers is absolutely, positively, they cannot put their reputation on the line because they are trusted messengers if the US Census Bureau and the folks here in DC cannot guarantee the confidentiality and that the data will not be used against the people that they are messaging to. So you can set up all your committees, you can reach out, I can grant and contract with community-based organizations across California with my $100 million, but some of them have hesitancy about putting their reputation on the line. So I think that's something that we need to think about here at the national level, and absolutely it's got to be at the grassroots level, but we have to protect our messengers in order to get people to respond. And recruitment's going to be a challenge, particularly in California, where our unemployment keeps going down and down and down, and then the wage rates as well. So I'm going to leave that and ask the NAC that we take a quick break. And can we come back at 11:15, just a 11-minute break? Thank you. Oh, also, NAC members, send recommendations to the NAC chair Gmail. Don't forget.
I'd like to encourage everyone to go ahead and take your seats. We need to pick back up. All right. We'd like to go ahead and continue. We are running quite a bit behind, so I would like to encourage presenters to be as brief as possible while still being able to convey the substance of your material. And of course, we want to have time for committee questions as well. So next up, we'd like to continue with Jennifer Kim, who is sharing an update on the language service operation, followed by John Yang, who's going to give remarks, and then we'll have committee discussion. So, Jennifer?
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I am happy to update you on our language support plans for 2020. And my goal today is simple, is to share with you how the 2020 language support will be a significant expansion from our 2010 efforts. So we'll go on to the next slide. Before I begin to discuss our plans for 2020 language program, let me start with some background on the language support that we provided in 2010 to give you a little bit of context. Just to highlight a few, in 2010 we had our mailing materials and bilingual paper questionnaires provided in Spanish. Our telephone assistance was provided in Spanish and 4 additional languages that are listed on the slide. And through the telephone, respondents can, in these languages, could complete the interview with an agent or make a request that a paper questionnaire be mailed to them, or they could simply go to one of the Be Counted sites and pick up a questionnaire on their own. And we also created language guides in 59 languages. On to the next slide. As we concluded the 2010 operations, there were some key recommendations that we took into planning for 2020, which really enabled us to build the most robust language program we've ever built going into 2020. So first, we made major improvements to the quality of our translation process. In 2016, we created a new branch solely devoted to translation and review work. And we hired highly qualified professionals from the industry. And through their expertise, we began adopting and adhering to industry standards for translation, as well as the way we make language classifications. Second, we made major improvements to research and testing of our translated materials. And in 2015, we established a strong vehicle to pre-test our non-English instruments through expert review, cognitive testing, and focus groups by using participants across the country who are speakers of these languages. We also began monitoring language trends and field testing earlier in the decade. The third thing that I like to point out is the way that we have widened our reach for input into our operations that included establishing the language working group with you, NAC members, in 2015, and also reaching out to the greater linguistic community, such as the American Translators Association, Interagency Language Roundtable, and various federal agencies that are already at the forefront of the language work, such as the State Department. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the 2020 program is going to be a significant expansion of our 2010 efforts, and the next 2 slides will demonstrate this. So let's start first with the language support for our major data collection instruments. On this slide, you'll see that with the introduction of our internet instrument, we are able to provide the internet questionnaire in multiple languages. So unlike in 2010, where respondents had to call and request a questionnaire or pick one up on their own, they no longer need to take these steps in 2020. They are able to toggle within the internet instrument in between English and 12 additional non-English languages. So they get to select a supported language. And there will be a drop-down menu on the top indicating that there are language options, as well as list of the supported languages through a menu at the bottom of the internet instrument as well, to make it very clear that there are language options. As you can see on this slide here, we will be developing the internet instrument in 12 non-English languages for 2020, and this will meet 87 of all language needs in the US. The same languages will be supported for census questionnaire assistance and respondents where they can complete the interview on the phone in these languages. So from A through Z, from start and end of the CQA operation, they're able to call and provide their information, and that will complete their census interview. One of the ways that we are going to make this very clear to the respondents of the availability is one of the mailing inserts that we will have. That is a language assistance sheet that has all of the phone numbers for each of those languages listed, as well as information on going onto our URL, the Internet Instrument, and there are statements written in these languages. Now, directing your attention to the last row on this slide here, we will have the enumerator instrument, which will be a bilingual app where they will be able to toggle between English and Spanish. This is another great expansion for us, as in 2010, our enumerator questionnaire was English only. Okay, if you look at the next slide, in addition to providing the Internet Instrument in 12 non-English languages, we are going to provide respondent materials in additional languages. I'm going to hop a little bit. If you go to the third row on this slide, here is our major endeavor in which we are going to create language guides in 59 non-English languages, and this will be accomplished in 2 different formats. The first format is a video guide, which will be a walkthrough of the Internet Instrument that will be narrated in 59 non-English languages. That includes American Sign Language. The second format will be a paper guide, which will be a walkthrough of the paper questionnaire in the 59 languages, and it will also include Braille and large print. We are going to make these available in different venues. What's especially exciting about our video guide is that we are going to post these on YouTube and also on 2020 Census, a website where people have easy access, and we will also make these videos available for different community events, for our partnership events, and so forth. Okay, so so by providing the assistance in the 59 languages, we will be covering over 99% of all households in the US, or meeting 98% of the language needs in the US. Now, also new for 2020 are our language glossaries that will be provided in the 59 languages as well, that you see in the first row there. And these include key terminology that are used in the 2020 census materials that have been professionally translated, and we will be disseminating these to our bilingual staff for use when communicating with non-English speakers. We will also be enhancing the language identification card, and some of you may remember this from 2010, where our enumerators use this to identify languages spoken of the household when they encounter a language barrier at the door. In 2010, this featured 50 languages. For 2020, we're going to expand this to 59 languages as well. Now, for the languages that go beyond the 59 supported languages, we are going to provide shells and templates of all the materials that are mentioned to help individuals such as community leaders or language experts of those communities to take our materials and develop the products that will best suit their communities. So for example, the video shell, we will provide a package in which this is a silent video showing all of the screenshots of the Internet Instrument with the scripts that follow when they are narrated, and also putting in the scripts that go with the screens and the timing within the video that they can insert these. And we will provide instructions on uploading this on YouTube and creating these videos in their narration, among the other things that I talked about, such as the glossaries and the language guides, the paper guides as well. But last but not least, we will continue to provide bilingual mailing and field enumeration materials in Spanish that you see at the bottom of the slide. Okay, now that you've seen the plans, let's take a look on the next slide how the language needs were determined. I mentioned earlier that this is one of our most robust language programs that we have ever built going into 2020, and it's based on data. So as you can see on this slide, the 2020 language needs were determined using the 2016 ACS 5-year estimates that were released last December. If you look at the progression from the left to the right on the slide, you can see that we first took the ACS language data, and then we created tabulations of languages spoken by limited English-speaking households. So in determining these households, we use the ACS definition where there is no one 14 years or older who speaks English only or speaks English very well. Now, we took these tabulations and had a threshold cutoff at 2,000 households, and this is similar to the threshold that we had in 2010. So in other words, we generated a list of languages where each language had 2,000 or more households that were limited English speaking. We also took this list and compared it with our census regional data and our state level data to ensure that the top language needs for each of the census regions and each of the states were represented. As a final stop, we took this list and assessed the languages for translation feasibility, and then also added American Sign Language to the list. So this then became our final list, which determined the languages for our internet instrument, census questionnaire assistance, language guides, glossaries, and our identification card. Now, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the recommendation that you gave us in looking at the Section 203 Voting Rights Act data. And we did take your recommendation and review this data. And from our review, our outcome was that the language data from the ACS estimates that we are using is more inclusive of the language needs nationwide. So the Section 203 Voting Rights Act languages are determined using a subset of the ACS estimates. And the challenges with this subset of the data that we saw was that this set excludes non-citizens and those who are not of voting age, and only calculated it for Spanish, Asian, and American Indian and Alaska Native languages, and did not include European, Middle Eastern, or African languages, for example. So we took a more of the comprehensive data set with the ACS 5-year estimates and created our list. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, let me first share with you the languages that will be provided for internet and for telephone. In 2010, we determined the top languages using a threshold of 100,000 or more households. And if we were to use the same criteria for 2020, we would yield 5 languages that you see through the blue line there. Now, as we were planning through the decade, it has always been our intention to increase the number of these languages. And we estimated, and I have shared with you in previous NAC meetings, that we had estimated that we would support around 10 for internet and for telephone. And when we received the ACS data, we were fairly close. We saw statistical significance at 60,000 housing units, which yielded 12 non-English languages that you see through the orange line at the bottom. Now, by lowering our threshold from 100,000 that we did in 2010 to 60,000 households, we are able to increase coverage by nearly 10%. And you may be wondering why only 12. What's so difficult about adding more languages to the internet? And so let me explain this in the next slide. Okay, so creating the instrument in the non-English languages involves multiple steps. So let me go through these steps with you. So first, we translate the instrument specification, and these specifications contain not only the question wording and the response categories, but also the help text, instructions, edit messages, frequently asked questions, translating buttons, progress bar at the top, which yields to about 16,000 words that we need to translate per language. And then, so our professional translators must translate and then review all of the fields, the translated fields within that specification, and then have the translation expert reviewed. A lot of times we receive this assumption that this is the only step that happens. This is only step 1 of many. So after this is done, our translation file is then sent to our developers, where they begin programming the instrument using the translated text that we provided, ensuring that the format and the layout are appropriate for each language. Now, once this step is completed, we pre-test the instrument. We conduct cognitive interviews and focus groups using respondents who are speakers of that language. And respondents are recruited from different regions of the country. They differ by age, sex, education levels, household compositions, etc. And what we want to accomplish through pre-testing is to answer this question: do the respondents understand the instrument? Now, once the pre-testing is completed, we update the instrument based on the test results, and the final updates are made to the translation file and then sent back to the developers for final updates. And then in the final stage, our instrument is updated, and then we conduct usability and user acceptance testing to ensure that the software functions as intended. As you can see, this is not a simple task, and these individual steps must take place for each of the languages. So now that you've seen the list of languages for internet and telephone, let's look at the languages for the other materials on this slide here. Here is the list of all 59 languages that will be included in our language guides, glossaries, identification card, and so forth. These languages are listed in descending order from top to bottom and then left to right. So if you look at the leftmost column, the 12 languages that you see are the languages that will be supported for internet and for telephone. Okay, so this brings me to the next slide, which is a summary of our language support for 2020. One thing that I would like to note is to emphasize is our work with field and partnerships with our language operations in 2020. So although our materials meet most of the language needs, we do recognize that there are other diverse small language groups that will need assistance. As I mentioned in the plan, for the languages beyond the 59, we will provide shells and templates of these language materials to help these community members develop products best suited for their needs. And we have always recognized partnership to be the key area in working with these communities and providing additional language support. But in the past, we have simply said partnership will take care of it. But as you sign our plans for 2020, we are taking further steps, looking at ways to provide more effective tools for our partnership specialists and our community partners. We have also been working with our regional offices, especially with the LA and Denver regions, where they're faced with many diverse language considerations. So I'll give you an example. Our work with our Denver region, the Denver region comprises a large portion of the American Indian population living on tribal lands. And our regional office staff have been conducting consultations with the tribal lands and assessing their needs. And we are still early in the stages of working with our regional staff, but based on their input, we will find ways to support their work in addressing the language needs that are further identified. We will also do this by hiring field and partnership staff who speak these languages, which we believe are one of the best ways to support the communities that speak these languages and of the smaller populations. So this is where we are in the process. We have come to the determination of the languages, but still in the process of looking at further details of how we can continue our efforts with our partnerships and communication to continue our support for the other language groups as well. But I do hope that it has been transparent today that it is our intention to work more closely with our field and partnership staff to ensure that language groups are being supported and that there's a greater awareness of the availability of our language materials for 2020, which brings us to the questions that I posed for the NAC members in the next slide. So with respect to creating general awareness of our non-language materials, we'd like to hear about some of your recommendations for generating awareness of that these materials are available in the first place. And then going beyond the languages that we have listed for the 59, in the shells and the templates that we'll be creating, what are your recommendations for communicating the availability of these tools to different community members? So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your discussion.
Thank you, Jenny. So to bring comment is John Yang.
Great, thank you. And let me start at the outset by thanking the Census Bureau, Jenny, for this presentation, but the Census Bureau generally for all that you guys are doing. We recognize that there are many places that there are difficult discussions that we are having, and it's a very unique time that we are in. And certainly, to reiterate what Arturo and Didis were saying, we want to be those trusted partners that are trusted messengers to make sure that we have a fair and accurate count. Along those lines, I think one of the things that you're hearing is that in order for us to be trusted partners, we need to maintain the credibility within our communities. And sometimes that credibility is threatened because we don't have as much information as we would like, especially around confidentiality and privacy. Those are the questions that you're hearing from us are the questions that we're getting from our community. And we need to be in a position to respond very forthrightly, very honestly about it, so that we maintain that trust within our community as well. So I appreciate that. With respect to the language services, let me just highlight a few points, and then let's engage in the discussion. I want to try to get us back on time, so to speak. First is just in terms of looking at the improvements that sort of the current 2020 plan has as compared to the 2010 plan. So there's a number of places that we see very good improvements. First, with respect to sort of the language assistance piece, there are 7 additional languages in which in-language questionnaires are being produced compared to 2010. Obviously, in 2010, there was not the internet self-response, but there were paper questionnaires that were produced, I think, in 5 or 6 languages. And so, right, this time we have 12 languages, so that's wonderful. Likewise, with respect to the questionnaire assistance guides, we have many more additional languages than several more additional languages than we had in 2010. So that's great. The new innovations with respect to the language glossary that is being provided certainly is a helpful tool. And I think in recognition of social media and sort of the media presence, having these video shells is certainly a piece that I think a number of us can deploy in different ways. The last piece, I think, is with respect to American Sign Language. Having that as a tool is great. With respect to concerns, let me highlight a few, which is one is that there's only one American Indian language that is represented. That's the Navajo language. Number two is there's no Alaskan native languages and no native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander languages. And that's a little bit unfortunate because compared with 2010 we actually did have some coverage in those languages. So I think certainly one question to pose both to the group and as well as to the Bureau is whether we are able to maybe get some census question assistance guides in those additional languages, whether it's too late for that or not. And then with respect to paper questionnaires, obviously we have 12 languages that can be covered with respect to internet response. Does that mean that upon request, those 12 languages, we would also be able to have paper questionnaires that are delivered to those populations as needed, and how that will be supported? And then there's more questions that sort of we should want to engage in a discussion with respect to the timeline and the process, with respect to how these non-English language instruments will be developed, the timing of that, what opportunities the NAC will have to engage in that process and make sure that there is a high quality to the products being produced. And then with respect to sort of initial responses to the questions two questions that Jenny posed, certainly I think this is where the partnership and communications campaign is critical to making sure that that information gets out there with respect to the additional languages. And I think that's a question of time, right? Is making sure that all of us have the time to sort of deploy all of our resources and make sure that we could let our community know about these different resources that are available to them. The ability to respond in language in these 12 different languages will be critical, but we need that time to get it out. There's these video shells that are wonderful, so when will they be ready to go? You know, how can we deploy them at these cultural fairs and the like that we're talking about, you know, and how early can we get them out into the field, so to speak? And then I think the additional questions, I alluded to a few of them earlier, is just in terms of additional language that might be supported, what that timeline looks like, and incorporating our input, our feedback into some of these processes. I think that's basically it. You know, I think at this point, really getting more input from everyone. I don't know if Jenny, if you have any initial responses or thoughts about some of these questions presented.
I'd be happy to give some initial responses to your comments, and thank you so much for thoroughly looking at our materials and providing these comments. We always find your comments very, very helpful. Let me go ahead and actually address them first with your addressing of that we have only one American Indian language and there is no Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander language. I'd like to offer some clarity on that. So the way that we have determined the language is based on the language need. And with the threshold that we had to go with the data. And in order for us to determine this, we had to look at how can we get the widest coverage in terms of the language needs. And then this is what drove us to the data. With respect to the American Indian and Alaska Native languages, we looked at in addition to the data that we had from our 2000 cutoff, we did look at the voting rights language data, which listed a lot more of the AIN languages. And when we looked into this, there's for any kind of translation, professional translation feasibility that we do out of the Census Bureau are some questions that we have to ask ourselves. Number one, are there professional translators in these languages that are available? And there are two main sources that we consult, which is the American Translator Association Directory of Professional Translators, as well as Prozy.com, which is an online directory of translators. And we were not able to find professional translators listed in these databases for any of these languages. So there was more of an operational outcome as well, in that it was not feasible for us to professionally translate, and which really leads us to working with our partnership specialists and community members who are experts in these languages. They may not be listed as the professional translators of this list, but we would like to reach out to them, work with them, and gather their input in terms of creating these additional materials using the shells that we had talked about. With respect to the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander languages, there are, you are correct in mentioning mentioning some of the Pacific Islander languages that were included in 2010, I'd like to bring your attention to the other part of the census operation, which is the island area census operation. So this is, I believe Enrique had made a mention of it earlier, that there's a stateside census operation and there's a separate island area census operation in which we partner with each of the governments of the island areas to partner with them. So on state side, while we have the field directorate that conducts the data collection and the field operations, we create a contract agreement with each of the governors of the governments of the island areas, and what they become are, in fact, our field division, field director for the island area censuses. We are still in the formulation stage in terms of getting that contract together, so I can't get into too much of the details of it, but we are going to be working with them to create additional language materials that are suited for the community needs at the island area level as well. We did also look at the language needs of Hawaii, and what we saw was the language needs, we looked at, I believe, about 5 top languages for Hawaii. And the top languages that we saw the need that were, here we go, Japanese, Korean, Ilocano, Chinese, and Tagalog. And those are all of the languages that are represented in our list as well. And as well as the respect to Alaska Native languages, we have been working with our regional office, our LA regional office, and we are still in the early stages, but we also have been participating with the Alexander's group. There is a Alaska census working group that we have begun our participation in, and we are beginning to have conversations about language needs as well. So we are definitely addressing these languages that are outside of our list, just looking at different ways that we can tap into the expertise of the communities to bring in this the assistance as well. Let's see here. You also had, let me just flip through your, you posed a question about whether we will have the paper questionnaires in these 12 languages. We will be supporting assistance in these 12 languages in internet and in, through our telephone. Now, with a telephone operation in 2010, there were different stages in which people were able to provide their information. So there was a phase where, just in general with our telephone operation, there was a certain phase where we were getting calls just for questions. And then later in the stage, people were able to request questionnaires or complete the interview. This time we're making it completely available. So for in the areas where they may not have good connectivity or they prefer not to use the internet, they can call us through our census questionnaire assistance. We will have agents in all these 12 languages, and there will be phone numbers, separate phone numbers dedicated to each of those languages. And also counting for Chinese, Cantonese, and Mandarin, there will be separate lines for them to call directly and give their information. We also looked at, when we were planning earlier for the 2020 census, we looked at the return rate of the paper questionnaires that we had in the languages that we had the paper questionnaires for. So John, you mentioned that there were 5 language paper questionnaires. Yes, there were. There was Spanish, and then there were 4 more, which were Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Russian. And when we looked at Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Russian, the questionnaires that were created in these languages, I differentiate this between this and the Spanish questionnaires because Spanish questionnaires were part of the bilingual mailing, so they were sent. But for these 4 languages, they had to make a certain request, a separate request to have these mailed to them or delivered to them. And when we looked at the return rate of the entire of the households that were in that language need into the categories of Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Russian, only 3% of those households returned the questionnaires in these languages. So we made a decision early in the process that we would really leverage technology that would really enable us to have a wider reach and wider communication in terms of them being able to complete their questionnaire through the internet, but also expanding the same number of languages for telephone assistance as well. In terms of our process of our development, that was one of the lessons learned, is that we need to start the development and the testing of our language materials earlier in the decade. For the 2010 census, we actually began testing our bilingual questionnaire in the 6th year, in 2006. For this operation for 2020 census, we actually did that 2 years earlier. So we started testing our bilingual questionnaire beginning in 2014. And then rest of the language materials began to be tested in the 8th year for the 2010 census. This time we started testing and developing them in 2016, where some of you may remember the 2016 census test included Spanish, Chinese, and Korean. So we are very much into the development phase, and we are well into our transition translation and review process. I'm very confident of the great team that we have assembled throughout the decade to bring in professional translators, as well as a very strong translation production contract vehicle and a pre-testing multilingual research vehicle that we have in place right now. And we are very confident that we are going to have the best quality translation in the products that will be produced for 2020.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. You know, I just had a quick clarification. So basically, the only language that's going to be in print other than English is Spanish, correct?
Yes, it will be English and Spanish. Correct.
So, but I think it's great that you're going to have these video guides if people have access to the video. I think we're assuming that the limited English proficiency have access to the internet to be able to see those, or hope that partners will show them. I just want to mark that as you look at the telephone questionnaire assistance centers, and I want to point that out when they talked about the end-to-end, we'd be really interested in tracking wait times for particular languages. I think that's super helpful, especially on the ground. And then I say this at almost every place I go, which is we'd really like for you guys to have a national partnership with some of the cell phone carriers. Many of the hardest to count folks only have cell phones and do not want to waste their precious minutes calling on wait times, and even though it's an 800 number. We would love it at the national level if you can get them to make their minutes calling to answer the questionnaire minute neutral. So let's start on
Actually,
this.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Oh, sure.
There's one more that I didn't really get to stress as much, is that while we will not have the paper questionnaires for these additional languages, we will have paper guides that will explain how to walk through the paper questionnaire in 59 languages.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I'm going to start over here on this side with Jacob. Jake, you ready?
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to note that while I fully understand the national thresholds in terms of choosing these languages, I think we do also have to acknowledge regional issues in terms of languages that wouldn't make that threshold, and I'm speaking specifically from where I can speak from in terms of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander languages. You know, census says that 1 out of 4 Tongans in the entire United States live in the state of Utah, but that wouldn't be one that would pop up nationally. And the same, the city I represent on the city council in Utah has our state's largest Vietnamese and Samoan populations, which also would not meet that threshold, but locally and definitely to tribal languages as well, where they wouldn't meet the national threshold, they're gonna have a definite and a very significant relevance regionally. And so looking at smaller areas and providing resources and ensuring, guaranteeing that those local partnerships are really going to be able to do that. I think finding qualified professional interpreters in pretty much any of these languages, we can do that. We can identify folks. The census can find those people, make sure those small regions and small populations of language enclaves are also addressed, and not just those that meet the larger national threshold.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. We will definitely be working ahead in terms of really emphasizing the point that you emphasized, working with our local partnerships to identify those resources. I do want to make a comment about the language threshold, the determination. While you saw that our approach was at the national level, we did take this list of languages and ensure that the top languages within each of the census regions, and at least the top language for each of the state was represented.
So Maile, and then Desi, and then Interdeep.
I just want to tie what Jacob said to the fact that in our hard to reach, hard to count groups, we made it very clear that, you know, the whole point of reaching those who are hard to count is that they are small in number. So I think a little bit more effort needs to be made in order to make sure there's inclusion for those of us who are small, hard to count and small in number. And just because colonization has wiped out 90% of our population doesn't mean that we shouldn't be counted accurately. The other comment that I wanted to make is that you talked about partnering with the U.S. jurisdiction, Pacific Islands, in order to get in language and support from those areas. And I just want to mention, using your own data census, 43% of our population is not in the area. So if you think that the Arkansas population of Marshallese are going to get counted accurately by relying on the Arkansas translators for them, I think that you'd be sadly mistaken, that you need to actually reach out to those jurisdictions and ensure that the people in language in all the states are included. And the fact that Tonga is not part of the U.S. jurisdiction is going to make it very difficult to reach out to them to get proper language support for the Tongan population. So you really need to think broadly about how you get your support.
Thank you so much for that comment. And what we intend to do is, as we go further into our planning and our implementation, we intend to come back and give you more status updates on where we have been, especially with respect to this topic. Thank you.
Okay, Desi?
I just want to make a couple comments and thank Jake and Maile. I absolutely agree. You know, American Indians and Alaska Natives, we never meet national thresholds across any really major data set, so I think that needs to be noted. But I want to ask a question. You're relying on partnerships now, and so in addition to the tribal, the tribal representatives that I can't remember the name of the program, but I know that there are tribal partnerships that unfold in the decennial. I was wondering, what's the consideration for minority-owned businesses and 8A status? So those companies, those businesses that are minority-owned, who are throughout the located throughout the country. Typically, those small businesses, minority-owned businesses, have direct local ties to the communities. So I would like to make that suggestion and get some feedback there. And secondly, will there be money then directly given to partnerships, as part of partnerships for developing additional language guides? And will there be a deadline for that? And can we provide input into that?
Can you speak more of the partnership? I think the question is more directed towards, in terms of the qualifications, who would be included within the partnership efforts and what kind of organization we would work with.
Yeah, this is Tim Olson. So in terms of the partnership plan, we are relying upon partners to, as we engage them, to have them use their resources. We'll provide the technical expertise, but there's not like a grant program or a funding mechanism that we use to extend that kind of resource to our partners.
Okay, so to clarify then, it will be up to partners to use their own money to develop guides in new languages to meet the hard to count and hard to reach. Is that correct then?
Yes, so we'll be providing the templates and the shells and putting it into the hands of the community members to create. That's correct.
We're also looking right now, working with our colleagues in the field to explore the best ways to provide the best materials to help move that process along. I mean, we can't, partners will have to do the work of providing the language support in those materials we provide, but we wanted to shape them and tailor them as effectively as possible, and provide whatever else partners and our partnership staff in the field and our colleagues in the field now tell us are going to effectively fit the requirements of the communities we're talking about and working with.
Is there not a significant budget, though, for outreach, marketing? I mean, is there going to be no budget item dedicated to developing new language materials? I'm a bit confused.
Hi, this is Stephen Buckner, Communications. Thanks for the question. So I think the big point here is that we're covering 59 different languages. We've expanded our language program from the 2010 census to this census. We're working closely with our partners. We've had many discussions over the last year with funding organizations, philanthropic organizations, with local and state complete count committees as they are getting formed. They are going to try to supplement what we at a national level as a federal agency can't go down to the very low levels to do, whether it's languages or other pockets, because you do have a unique view into the community. So you may see some things that we're not going to see at a national level. And that's where that partnership really comes forward. And I think working together, we can identify those gaps. If there are some things that we can do, we will certainly look at trying to do them. But we've expanded the program more than it was the last census. And I think we're in a position to be able to work closely with you to provide templated materials that you and or your partners that may have, maybe we are covering the language, but not the dialect of that language that this hard to count group may want. And so you could take those materials and translate them into that dialect. And that was very successful in the 2010 census as well, because we couldn't cover every single small population group that covered some of those languages.
So I have Inderdeep and Alisu and then Barry.
Okay, and Inderdeep had to take a conference call, so I am asking her questions in her stead. She has two questions. One was, she is curious if there have been any testing to determine if there are any differences in how people respond with the non-English census questionnaires. And then, relatedly, are there any challenges for these competing paper forms for non-English speaking questionnaires?
I'll tackle the first question. I believe the question I heard was, were there differences in terms of responses to the online versus other modes? Is that correct? With the testing that we did in 2016 census test, and I don't have all of the data with me, but when we did the testing in Spanish, Chinese, and in Korean, because we had done other bilingual mail out in Spanish, we really focused on the addition of Chinese and Korean. What we saw was that about 5% of the Chinese and the Korean respondents or households completed the questionnaire via paper. What we also found, we saw some data just looking at, and I'll use an Asian community example in that we have the top to the next top 3 languages after Spanish are Asian languages. What we noticed when we conducted the 2015 national content test was that 80% of the Asian respondents responded through the online questionnaire. And then could you repeat the second question?
The second question was, it's related, which is, are there any challenges to sort of competing paper forms in non-English languages?
Challenges with the paper questionnaire in general?
I think that's right. It's like if there's a differential response rate, I'm interpreting here, but I think a differential response rate or sort of how the accuracy of the data that is received in the non-English paper forms as opposed to the English paper forms.
Yeah, I don't think I have that information beyond what I provided in terms of response rates. Thanks.
Okay, Alisu.
Thank you. I was just going to respond to the questions that you posed, Jenny. You asked for recommendations on how to get word out about the availability of those languages. And I mean, it's not too novel, but clearly, you know, the radio programs in those languages, any publications, any, you know, periodicals in those languages. And certainly, you know, if you look at Facebook has now 101 languages. So I'm sure there's a lot of overlap with our languages. And even though the Facebook community is not just US, there's a lot of it that's in the US. And certainly all of the language communities here in the country use Facebook widely in their languages. So,
thank you.
I can assure you that as we continue working with our communications contracting team, they're already committed to working in the 12 languages, and we'll be exploring ways to move as far as we can into those 59, and in supporting people with, you know, living with limited English proficiency in as many ways as possible through the campaign, and will be that's a priority for us.
So we're going to do Barry and then James, Gilberto, and then the other Jerry. Sorry.
Jennifer, I was very excited to see that you've added American Sign Language is one of the languages that you will support. But I'm wondering about what thought you give into providing materials for the blind. So for example, having some materials in Braille, making it easier for persons who are blind, may well use the TTY or some other system to reach the call center, so that they can have materials read to them, or they can perhaps they can fill out the census form online. I'm sorry, on the phone. So that's kinds of things that I'm interested in. What thoughts do you give to that?
Thank you for that question. TTY is available through the questionnaire, census questionnaire assistance. We've had it through all of our testing throughout the decade, and there is clearly a dedicated phone number for that. And in the materials that we send out to the respondents, we make it very clear that this option is available. In addition to our language guides, or the paper guides, this will also include a Braille and large print.
Great. James?
Jennifer, I just want to thank you again also for taking a look at and expanding the languages. I am a little bit disappointed, of course, that we didn't have more Alaska Native and American Indian languages. And one of the things I would point out that for Alaska Native languages in particular, but this is also true for the other languages, that there are two other sources of professional translators that the Census Bureau has not looked at all that are very commonly used. The state court systems have approved translators. Alaska does for at least 3 of the language groups, including Yupik, Inupiat, and I believe Aleut as well. But in addition, because one of the other points that we had tried to raise before in asking the Bureau to look at the jurisdictions that are covered by Section 203 is also to coordinate those translation efforts with the local elections offices, because those elections offices oftentimes have very comprehensive professional translator panels in place. And I'll just use by way of one example what the state of New Mexico has. They have a very comprehensive Native American election information program. They actually have 8 different Native languages in New Mexico covered on staff by full-time state of New Mexico employees. So it's really important to look at those. And then in addition, to the extent that you were also talking about coordinating with groups, we should definitely connect offline, because we have been litigating 203 cases around the country for a long time. We spent 10 years in Alaska doing it, and we've put together very comprehensive translation panels that actually are dialect specific. So I guess those are just kind of my comments on that, and I would certainly commend the Census Bureau to look specifically at Alaska and look at the Yupik language in particular, because there are so many people who speak Yupik who are limited English proficient that really is a language group that should be covered. For those language groups that will not be covered, we're definitely prepared to work with you and provide supplemental information. But what I guess my question for you would be, we have funders in place that are willing to work with us to provide these translations. What time frame do you anticipate that you're going to have templates, perhaps in English, that we can work with our translators to get that information translated into the American Indian and Alaska Native languages that the Bureau will not be covering?
I don't have the precise timeline with me at the moment, but I will definitely follow up with you offline and look at the possibility of that. Jason Kopp is over there. He is our Decennial Translation Office Chief, and I saw him take very good notes as you were recommending these organizations. Would love to connect with you on this. And these are the types of recommendations and the connections that we're looking for from NAC members, so we welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to give back to Jerry Green, and then we're going to end with Carol, and then we need to go get our lunch and come back.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Gilberto Amaya. And besides my concern from this morning about the significant, what we consider significant undercounting of black people in the U.S., I have questions about the number of African languages that I see in your list. I see 2 languages from Nigeria, Igbo and Yoruba. I see Swahili, which is a sub-regional language. Somali, and I think the other one is, yeah. So are we assuming that most Africans speak fluent English or French, or are these populations too small to be considered? Can you expand a little bit on that?
Absolutely. So I don't think I can make an assumption in terms of what they would speak, but when we looked, so the way that the data were derived, so we actually broke down the languages that we are supporting, and of the languages that origin from Africa, there are 7 languages that are included in our list. So what we do is we look at the language needs of those residing in the U.S., and so if there are what we call the limited English-speaking household, in which there is a demonstrated language need, and of those households, we look at what is the primary language that they speak. And that's how we derive at the list that we have. And from the list that we saw from the American Community Survey, these were the 7 language groups that met the threshold.
Jerry?
Thank you. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Thank you for your hard work this entire decade. I can personally attest to how hard your team has worked to develop a robust language program. So I'm sitting on this side, but I know for a fact that you all have worked diligently and very hard. This probably is a segue into the next session, but I think it bears comment now, and that is having multilingual tools and materials is just half of the equation. Having a census workforce of bilingual census enumerators and partnership specialists is a very critical part of the equation. So has the Census Bureau factored into your hiring and recruitment strategy the fear and the reticence prospective census recruits might have going into neighborhoods, talking to their neighbors, their family members, going into their communities with their credentials and their multilingual skills, knowing that there's a fear of the citizenship question, a fear and distrust of the government? How is that going to impact indigenous hiring and getting an accurate count of our populations who have so much fear going into this 2020 census? I look forward to the recruitment discussion because I think that's an issue that will impact your recruitment efforts and certainly the success of your language program. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, Terry, I think we're going to, that's a good segue. I just want to hand it over to Carol, and then she'll ask her question and walk us into lunch.
I'll be brief because I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that have already been made, in particular James' comments. I just want to speak generally about Alaska. If you think about a hard-to-count community, there's only 800,000 people that live in the entire state of Alaska. And the majority of those communities are hard to reach and therefore hard to count. Only 100,000 of that population are Alaska Native. And of that population, they speak a variety of languages. I think the primary language is Yupik, as James mentioned. So I guess my comment is, if we're here to deal with counting everyone, then we have to take that into consideration, because at a regional level, it's often challenging when we don't have the right language tools to reach that population. James mentioned the Division of Elections. There have been lawsuits in Alaska that really mandated the state to translate into certain languages. I hope that you're contacting other state Division of Elections, because I think they're a great resource when it comes to languages. I would also mention the Alaska Federation of Natives, which has statewide impact across all Native populations as a resource, and I would be happy to connect you to both of those. Sorry, I'm tired. Long flight. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you for adding the languages, but express my disappointment that Alaska Natives are not represented at all in any of the translations. Maybe the last thing I would say is I'm a little bit concerned by using the term professional translator. I do understand the context of that, but in many of our communities, there may be only 4 or 5 people that actually know the language. And so I think that comes down to recruitment, which is our next presentation. But I just want to let you know that language matters. And if we're going to count people in these very small communities, we have to know how to reach them. And it's not just through your program, I understand that, but I think comprehensively we need to think about how we're reaching these people and basically come to their grassroots level. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moad is on the phone.
Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for your presentation. I have a quick question, and I realize that you might need to get back to me on this, but for the non-English language for internet and telephone, just curious to know what is the limited English-speaking households for Farsi speakers?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the very last part of your question.
Yeah, the number of limited English-speaking households for Farsi speakers. Just curious to know, to get that figure from you.
I actually have it right in front of me, 37,657 households.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to change up a little bit. We're not going to do the group photo right now because we're running behind, so we'll do that at the break. So we want everybody to go get lunch. The cafeteria is straight out this way and to the left, all the way down at the end. Bring your lunch back here because we need to do a working lunch. We're going to have a demo of the hiring and recruitment. So take about 15 minutes to go get the lunch, but then come right back here if you will. Thank you.
I know. Boy, that time difference just hit me.
All right, members, well, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to grab something in the cafeteria. This time we're going to go ahead and hear from Viola Williams with a demonstration on recruiting and assessment, followed by Tom Sains, who's going to bring comment, and then we'll have member discussion.
Good afternoon. I'm Viola Lewis Willis. I am here from the C-Sharps, or as its acronym stands for, the Census Schedule A Recruiting and Personnel Systems Office. I'm here this afternoon to give you a demonstration on the recruiting and assessment system. I have with me Amy Jackson, who is my Operational Integration Manager in the GPMO office, and she'll actually be doing a demo after I talk a little bit to you about what we're doing here today, okay? So first of all, the Census Schedule A GPMO office was created in order to present really an applicant experience and represent the applicant experience for the 2020 census. And so in our office, we have several applications, software applications that we present. We have the recruiting and assessment system, which you're going to see a demonstration of today. We also have the learning management system, and also we have the fingerprinting vendor. So we have controlled the contracts really for applicants coming on board. So the Census Schedule A system was created for really 3 reasons. The purpose of it is to provide an online job application and testing system for the applicants who will be working in our area census offices and also in the field collecting data. And there were 3 main purposes for the system being created. 1 was to reduce burden on the applicants. 2 was to reduce the paper and the possible loss of personally identifiable information, or PII. And 3, to reduce costs and also to mitigate risks that the Census Bureau was undertaking. So if you know, I'm sure most of you are aware of our past, historically for recruiting applicants for the decennial census, what applicants had to do was they would see a flyer out in public or through some organization, and they would call an 800 number. And if they called the 800 number, they would get assigned to a testing session where the applicant would report, fill out a paper application, and also take a test, which meant that an applicant could spend hours in a testing session to be considered for a census position. Well, what this application does, recruiting and assessment, it allows an applicant to fill out an application 24 hours a day, 7 days a week online. It also allows them to take the assessments online that they would like to take. And so the applicant can take those assessments on their own home computer, on a laptop, on an iPhone. We have developed this application so it's portable across devices. So what we've done is we've done away with that experience of having to go to a specific date and time test session and sit there literally for hours to be considered for a census job. Now, after an applicant filled out the application, what we used to do at the Census Bureau was the recruiting assistant would bundle them all up from the testing session, take them back to a local census office where we hired administrative clerks who would then key in those applications. Can you imagine how many man hours we spent in 2010 when we processed over 3.9 million applications for applicants? And that doesn't count updates. So this particular system alleviates the need for us to have to key in that information, because now the applicants have done it themselves and they can do their own updates online. After the clerks used to key in the information, they used to also store that information in filing cabinets, dozens of filing cabinets in those 494 offices we had back in 2010. So now they're stored online, so we no longer have that data that's sitting around in a storage cabinet. All that information is now contained online. So what we're going to do today for you is we're going to demo the recruiting and assessment system. We'll show you, and this is what I call the kitchen cooking show demonstration. As I like to tell people, you know, the chef on TV, he has some ingredients, he puts them all together, he throws them in the oven, and 5 minutes later you have this beautiful dish. That's what you're going to see, the applicant experience today, okay? We're going to show you the ingredients, we're going to show you this great completed application and how it comes out, and what the user experience is for you, and how we've altered the user experience. So at this time, if there are no questions, Amy's going to take it from here with the demonstration.
Okay, so what you see on the screen is a person has already created a profile, which is they have submitted their username, their email address, and they've created a password. They've verified that that information, they got an email, and they went to that email, and they clicked on a link, and they got back here, and they're starting the application. For the purpose of this demo today, the information in the application is already going to be there, but we'll talk through the screens. And if you have any questions, we can answer what you're looking at. But the first page is basic.
I'm sorry, Enrique. This is dummy data. It is purely testing data.
Yes.
Yes.
So they enter their social security number, they enter their name, their address, zip code, Then they put the nearest cross streets to their house. That helps with our geocoding because we geocode people so that they can work where they live. They provide their phone numbers. We will have the capability to text, so they're asking if they would like to receive texts, and then do we have the permission to text the phone number they provide. And we click next. We're on the next page of their personal information, which is their gender and date of birth, place of birth, citizenship, and if this person was male, it would also include the question for selective service if their birth date was after December 31st of 1959. And we move to the next page. This is their military service. They go ahead and enter the dates that they served and their branch and rank and then their points. And then they have the opportunity to upload any of their documents. They don't have to send those separately to the office. They don't have to fax them. They can go ahead and upload them right here. And then they can also, it will not stop them if they don't have their documents to upload. If they wanted to provide that later, they can. They'll still be their application will still go through without that information. We go ahead and click next. We get to the government employment history page. This is where we ask questions about suitability for, that we don't have a conflict of interest. You'll see that some of these questions are you employed by a law enforcement? Are you a state or local employee? Then there's are you currently employed by a federal agency? And have you received a buyout? So these are the questions we need to ask for suitability for employment. And then if they answer yes to any of these questions, like if you're currently employed by a federal agency, then they can provide the title, the agency, and their hire information so that we have that. When that information is submitted, then somebody in the office can go and look at it and see if there is an issue or see if they're fine to go ahead and be available if a job comes open. So we get all that information, then we go to the next page. And this is where they put their availability when they're willing to work. Is that evenings, weekends, weekdays, and how many hours per week? And this is also used for our selection process so that if we need somebody that works 16 hours a week and the person says they're only available 10, then they're probably not going to show up because we're trying to match people to what they're actually available. The next question is employment history, and I'm not going to go into that because for our updated version for 2020, that information is removed. We will not be asking about previous employment. And the next is the language skills. And I know you just had a discussion about the language, and we have many, well, maybe we don't today. I was going to say, we have many languages. We have the entire list from OPM listed and that they can choose from. And then they also can select whether they speak, read, or write. And they can add multiple languages. And so, go ahead.
We're in the process of actually updating the application for the 2020 census. And so what you're seeing today is this is a little different than our other demos, is because we're in the process of developing the new one. What you're seeing is canned information because in less than 90 days, we go live for 2020. So we're in the middle of our building our integration testing session. So that's why we're not keying today like we would normally key. You're seeing previous information that we've used for testing. So,
all right. Then the next question is the transportation that the person has available. And yes, we do occasionally need an airplane or a boat. Okay. After we get all that information, then they electronically sign the application.
There it is.
Okay. So we've signed, it gives us our date and time that we signed. Then we click the next button, and we are shown the demographic information or voluntary information. This is where we capture their recruiting sources, how they heard about our jobs. Also their race and ethnicity, and then their education. And this is voluntary. They do not have to answer it, but it does help us if they do provide that information. The other question that we ask is their disability. So we're going to let me quickly answer questions here so that we can move on.
This information populates reports that we have inside of the Decennial Applicant Personnel and Payroll System that recruiting does use on the census side to tell where our applicant sources are coming from. So if people fill it, so if our applicants fill this out, that information does populate to reports. We are not just collecting data that is not utilized for purposes.
Okay. So once we have all that information in, we click next. We are right to the assessments. And they can choose to take the assessments in English or Spanish on the state side. And then we get here and they start the instructions and they would go right into the assessments. We're not going to go into that because one of the changes for 2020 is actually the assessments. And so what you would see would not be anything that resembles what it's going to look like for the future. So that's the application. The next part.
So what actually happens after they fill out the application and take an assessment, that information is transferred over into our Decennial Applicant Personnel and Payroll System, or DAPS as we call it for short. And DAPS has really been around since the 2000 census and many reiterations of it, and it is still our system of record. And so the applicant information goes into the DAPS system where it remains until the area census office is ready to make selections. And a clerk from the area census office goes in, runs a job selection certificate. They call the person up, do the interviewing, and one of the biggest changes that we've made also to that system is that now we don't actually have to print out all the interview forms. We now will collect that information, interview information right online. We no longer printing out any of that. We call the person up, it's right online, their phone number is there for them, the clerk calls them up, does the job interview, and indicates whether the person is selected or not selected for a position. And once the individual is selected, the DAP system sends information back to the recruiting and assessment system saying, this is a selected person, and so please open up any background forms the person needs to create, and also notify the applicant that they have been selected for a job and they must now make an appointment to have their fingerprints taken by the fingerprinting vendor. Census is bringing on a fingerprinting, but has brought on a vendor who will be collecting fingerprints. They're standing up a 24/7 online appointment system where a person can go online and schedule their appointment to be fingerprinted, and then the person reports to that site where they've scheduled their application at, and their fingerprints are captured at that point in time. The fingerprinting vendor then sends that information back into, sends the fingerprint and the bio data back into a census employment hiring and employment check system, and the check system sends that information off to the FBI, where then the FBI can send results back in the census so we can make a suitability determination on that applicant. It is all online. So once that person has a favorable background investigation, the applicant receives another message which says, now go online and fill out your onboarding forms. And so all those forms, the person used to go in on the very first day of training, there are 8, 9 of them, and sit there and spend their time filling out. Now they can fill them out online where they're at home, where they have any information that they need. So the persons you'll see from here, you'll see all the forms are listed. You want to pick it up, Amy?
So these are the forms that they're required to fill out prior to attending a training session. This includes their direct deposit information, their emergency contact. Just see if a form will come up.
And so the difference in the color is that if a person has not completed the form, the color is red. When they've completed the form, the color turns to green, so they know exactly where they're at with the status of completing their onboarding forms.
And so they would go in, they just would fill out the form. When they've completed everything, they would say, just click submit, and this form would turn green. The new employee data form is their race and ethnicity that's now required on the hire side. It was voluntary when they were an applicant, but when we hire somebody, we do need that information, so they complete that. And then these next 3 forms, the Census Employment Agreement, Personal Telephone Agreement, and Overtime Policy, are just that. There are policy information. They read it, they sign it, and then it gets submitted along with the rest of the forms. All the forms are submitted as a complete package. So the forms won't go until they're all green and they all get submitted together. So they're kept together for a person instead of one coming as they complete them. Okay? When they complete all their forms, that's when they are scheduled to go to training.
Why don't you go back and show them the forms, yeah, okay?
Show them
the forms, how they look to the person they're completed.
Oh, yep.
And so after an applicant completes all the forms, they are actually, if you saw them at the bottom of the screen, we're going to back up in just a moment and show it to you. But that information is available to the applicant to go back and look at all those forms to see what information they've completed. It's all available to them online now. Their completed application and any forms that they have completed, they can go back in at any given point in time, download them and see exactly what they submitted to the Census Bureau. We no longer have to hand them out paper at the training site.
So that's what this is. This is the person's been hired, and here's their forms. So they have the application that they can download, and then they have those policy agreements that they can go back and look at. The direct deposit information and the emergency contact is not a form that they can download. We figured that was their own private information. They already had that. They didn't need it in a form. But it has been submitted, and we do have that in DAPS. So this is what they would see once they're hired, or once they've submitted those forms, they'll be able to download them and look at them and keep them for their records.
So applicant still does have to report to the first day of training, and report the first day of training. The Census Bureau is there. They go through some of their administrative things that are still left, talk to them about payroll, and then they are also at the same time, they're giving information on how to log on to training. So we have changed from the classroom style, the total classroom style of training, verbatim, that Field Division used to do, and now they're offering a blended training. So a person goes to the very first day, they're hired, they get instructions on how to log into the learning management system, which is also one of the applications presented by my office. They log into the learning management system, and the learning management system has information which has come from recruiting and assessment and from the Senior Applicant and Personnel Payroll System, DAPS, and their training is automatically presented to them based upon the position they've been hired for. This person was hired for the 2018 end-to-end census testing, and you'll see they were hired as an enumerator, so the training they are presented with is non-response follow-up enumerator training. They click on it, it opens up to the training that they need to take. And as they complete the training is marked complete for them in the system, and the person's supervisor can log into this system and determine where they're at in the training process before the end of the actual training class, and they report back and go to the field. So literally, that is the applicant experience that we have presented for the person now coming on board, with more automation than we've ever had before. So we actually can take questions at this point in time. Must be that lunchtime.
So,
like
sorry, had a big bite of apple in my mouth. I think Tom's going to bring remarks. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's quite clear that evaluated from the simplicity and streamlining for the applicant experience, that this means of taking applications and hiring and onboarding is clearly light years ahead of where the Bureau was previously. So thank you for that presentation. Like all good presentations, it raises more questions, and most of what I have to present are questions, and they are presented with 3 evaluative criteria in mind for recruitment and hiring, and I want to be transparent about that. I think that any successful recruitment and hiring process should be evaluated first for its efficacy. Does it get the right applicants hired? Does it first get them recruited and hired, both from the respect of having enough people doing the different tasks, having people who have the special skills, including language skills that you need, and are they the people who are best able to do the job from the standpoint of integrity, efficiency, commitment? Second evaluative criterion is fairness, and that's not just because we have in this country obviously legal obligations with respect to fairness, but because fairness is so important to what the Census Bureau does in making sure that you have credibility in the community. And third, and obviously all 3 of these overlap one another, is confidence. Does the process build confidence in the public that's so necessary, particularly in this day and age, to ensure success in getting everyone counted? So from those 3 evaluative criteria, I had a number of questions, and all of them are based on 2 additional propositions, that those criteria are served by 2 things. First, maximum transparency about what the Bureau has done in developing these processes and putting them in place. And second, by ongoing evaluation and commitment to make changes if the evaluation dictates that. Okay. So maximum transparency and ongoing evaluation. So my first set of questions had to do with the 2018 end-to-end and what evaluation has occurred or will occur with respect to the use of this hiring process. I actually need to go back. But there. So, and I know that some of these questions may not be answered today, but I think they're questions that we should pose. You use this system during the end-to-end, so first of all, from the standpoint of recruitment, did it succeed in the total numbers of applicants that you needed or wanted to see? Have you evaluated in that respect? Did it produce the employees that you needed in terms of special skills, language, and the like to fulfill your needs in doing the Rhode Island test? And third, did the applicant pool that you got and hired reflect the diversity of the workforce in the area where you were doing the work? I think those are important questions. Next, on the hiring process, will you evaluate or have you evaluated the portal format and ordering of questions and how it worked in the end-to-end? For example, I specifically note that the first question, or one of the first questions asked, is Social Security number. Not clear if putting that right up front is going to deter certain folks from completing. That then leads to the next question. Were you able to get data on folks who dropped off in the process, started it and then didn't finish it, and where they dropped off in the process? And finally, were you able to evaluate any cheating? Because of course, when you do online assessments, it does enable other folks to take tests rather than the person who is supposed to be taking the test. It raises questions that don't come up in in-person testing. So were you able to evaluate that, or will you be able to in the end-to-end use? And finally, were you able to assess whether it produced the most efficacious employment force that you needed? Did the assessment relate to the job requirements, the job relatedness, or were you missing skills in the assessment that you used? And finally, did you succeed through the language process that you've used in getting the set of language-skilled employees that you wanted? I note here, and it's my understanding from reviewing your previous presentation to the other committee, that I understand that the Bureau does not test for language competency. So you take self-reported fluency, and that is your only basis for determining if someone fills a particular language skill. And I am interested in knowing whether you were able to or are able to evaluate the success of self-reporting in terms of the end-to-end test.
So Tim, let me lay the groundwork first. Oh, I thought you were
there's
done
more.
with
I'm
that.
sorry.
Go
There's
ahead.
several pages. I'm sorry. That was just about the end-to-end. Then I think there are questions that, in terms of transparency, should be asked about the portal layout. First, about its development. Who developed it? I understand you have a new development, a new assessment coming up. But the portal layout, who developed it? When was it developed? Who was consulted? Who reviewed it? Who validated the portal layout as it is set up, the ordering of questions and the like? Have you reviewed it for disparate impact, including folks who drop off, the disparate impact by gender, race, ethnicity, disability, LGBTQ, and age? Have you reviewed it and ensured that it's completely accessible? Are there accommodations in the hiring process that might be necessary for some folks with disabilities? Questions about the placement of questions. As I said, the Social Security number being up front, a question occurred to me. The citizenship question. What happens if someone doesn't answer that question? What's the stop logic in your hiring process? I know that there have been questions that we had one indication about the hiring of non-citizens and not doing that this coming census. Portal layout, again, a question about the waiver and its placement and the like. And then finally, a question about readability and comprehension, whether that was evaluated, studied, and have you had a chance after putting it in place to look more closely at some of those issues. Obviously, some of the questions are long, but want them to be accessible and readable to everyone. We didn't really talk much about recruitment. I understand that's not within your responsibility, but I did include this because it was presented as a presentation on recruitment and assessment. So questions about the development of the recruitment plan. Obviously, we don't know the details, but what is the plan? Who developed the plan? When was it developed? How has it been updated and when? Who was consulted? Who reviewed and validated the recruitment plan that you will be using to get folks to initially come to the portal that you've presented? Again, has that recruitment plan been evaluated for disparate impact? And finally, have we assessed whether the announcement about hiring only citizens and no waiver of the non-citizen hiring rules has had an effect on the recruitment, potential recruitment, and the disparate impact. The assessments. My understanding, again, is that you're going to be hiring based solely upon the assessment results, although you'll make hires for specific special skills within that. So it does raise questions then about the content of the assessment. I understand you don't have it because it's changing, but I think that's something that the Bureau should be transparent about. Because it is the sole criterion, I would like to know more about how specialized needs are then folded into that process. Do you then decide we're going to hire the first person, highest assessment score person who indicated they're fluent in Tagalog when you need a Tagalog speaker? Is that how that would work? What are the specifics of it? Again, questions about the development of the assessment itself. Who did it? When was it done? Has it been updated, and how has it been reviewed and validated? And finally, of course, I mentioned previously that I've been a voting rights litigator for over 15 years. It's really over 20. But I've been an employment litigator for over 25 years, so I have to ask whether we've determined whether the assessment that we have developed or will be developed is job-related, so that it does not have any discriminatory effects that are not related to what's needed for the job. I include here at the top that these questions about the assessments are not only for the assessment by which you hire, but my understanding also is that when someone chooses to take the assessment in Spanish, there is a separate English proficiency assessment, so the same set of questions about that separate English proficiency assessment that understandably is a necessary part of what you're doing. So I wanted to emphasize that the disparate impact evaluation should be not only on the test itself, but how you use it. So if you're using it where fine distinctions, person got 1 point higher than someone else, determines whether that person gets hired versus the other, you've got to also evaluate whether that use of it has a disparate impact, of course. Also questions about accessibility, again, accommodations in the process. And again, I raised it about the 2018 end-to-end, but what about cheating concerns, and will there be auditing to make sure that when you do an online assessment, there is no cheating that occurs? Finally, a big set of questions, some of them already come up, about language skills. I want to know more about the decision to base a language assessment on self-reporting alone. Is that effective? Does that have disparate impacts? I've been hiring folks for 20 years, and I do think that there are differences in different communities about how they report and assess their own fluency in certain languages. I think certain groups over-report their fluency, and other groups under-report their fluency, and that then has effects if you rely on self-reporting alone to determine who has language skills. I have questions about when it was determined not to use tests. Have we considered alternatives? Has that been validated from an outside expert? And do we have data based on field evaluation and reaction? Are we sending folks out in 2018 end-to-end who say they speak Spanish, for example, but in fact their performance indicates not so much? Are we able to assess that? Do we know that? And even if we decide that we're going to use self-reporting for most languages, has the Bureau considered for American Sign Language, for Spanish, and for other of the more prevalent languages doing something more than relying on self-reporting? So again, a whole bunch of questions, all in the spirit of trying to ensure that we have greater transparency and therefore greater confidence in the efficacy and the fairness of the process, so that we all can go out, as we all are committed to do, to assist the Bureau, first of all, in getting employees to the portal, getting potential employees going through the process and hired, all in the service of the greater goal of getting as complete a count as possible. So thank you again.
Thomas, thank you very much for your very thorough set of questions and assessments. And to be very transparent, we're going to have to get back to you on most of these because, number one,
Totally understand. I totally understand.
A results assessment in terms of people's performance in the test. And some of these questions address an issue that we are actually under court direction to have a team of industrial psychologists develop the assessment based on a 2010 lawsuit, and they have been the foundation of developing those assessments to meet that hiring criteria. I think we will go through your questions one by one and get you thorough answers on a comeback, if that works out okay for you.
I totally understand. Thank you.
Okay. And now, Viola may have some specifics in here that she would like to address, so I would like to let her have that floor.
So Enid, I did tell you 30 minutes, and that's all we would need. Well, it's a little longer than that. If you could go back, if you don't mind going back to your first question so I can answer them in order. And Tim and Al, if you don't mind, I will lay the groundwork apart from what we've developed the system from, and then defer to you guys on what you want to defer for later, okay? So the end-to-end recruitment, so what I presented you, over 5,000 applicants access the system. That really is the number that people actually hit the system itself to begin an application process. I will not go into the format of whether that was what Field Division wanted to recruit, the numbers of those and how they've evaluated that. I think that's something that I don't know if Tim wants to speak to it now or get back to you on it. You want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this was our first experience, using an online portal to recruit and ultimately hire and do the training process for our field staff. And we learned a lot. I mean, I can't tell you how much we've learned. And so many of the things that you're aware of, like the assessment, the actual application, is being modified based on the learning that we had in the end-to-end test. I think what I would propose, and this is the wrong venue for it, but I would propose that we do another discussion, maybe a smaller group or at a later meeting, to really, one, talk about the recruiting plan and the recruiting strategy, because that's not discussed in Viola's presentation. That's just the nuts and bolts of the system. And then we talk about what we learned and what we're modifying based on the learning from the end-to-end.
So just to be clear, I've already sent a recommendation that the NAC create a working group that would permit us to go into greater detail about recruitment and hiring, just because I think it's so critical to obviously what we all want to achieve.
Boy, I don't vote on those things, but if I could, I would.
Okay, so some questions that I can answer for you, okay, about the hiring process and assessments is, let's start with the application. The application, of course, goes through an OMB approval process. Now, the application has also been looked at not only by HRD, but by OPM to make sure that we're asking the right questions of the right applicants. It also considers applicant burden in the whole process. So we submit all this information to the Department of Commerce, through OMB for approval of how we're laying it out. One of your specific questions about the SSN being up front, you need a unique identifier to identify applicants and to distinguish them from another applicant. There is no other unique identifier that actually individually identifies someone that does not separate them from someone else. You can't use name, you can't use email address, because those are things that change on people that do not make them unique identifiers. Typically, in standing up an online system like this, such as this, you need that unique identifier right up front. So one, you don't end up with duplicate applications. And number two, you don't end up with fraud with somebody else using somebody else's social security number. So right up front, it asks that type of information. I will not address the citizenship part because that is something that will come through the working group, because that is something that Census is still considering at this point in time. So I won't go into the citizenship.
Let me just ask you a clarifying question about the social security number.
Yes.
I know that the demonstration sort of started a step in, because I guess somebody has already gone in and set up. Right. Does social security number get asked in that initial process?
No, it does not. It's email address, because that's how we, right.
That's why I assumed you were looking for a unique identifier, but then it confused me a little if you can open up a account, as it were, or whatever it is, and not have a social security number. So I think that's fine. I just would suggest, and again, deeper conversation, but the Bureau might consider some explanation that that's why the social security number is being asked for up front, so that it doesn't scare certain people off, again, irrationally, but don't want to have that happen. Just say that that's why it's being asked.
Right. And, and times are changing. For decades, we've used that. Even on the paper application, it was one of the right up front things that you asked. One of the things it does do is does eliminate the duplication of applications and allows us to uniquely identify an applicant, and it stops people from fraud. And that information carries all the way through to the hire process. So that part of it. For the layout waiver, the application has to be 508 compliant. This particular application not only goes through Census Bureau testing, the vendor themselves has a third-party applicant who does a third-party system which does test against it to make sure it is 508 compliant. One of the beauties of being online is that you can enlarge your own print or make it smaller, so it really makes it now more portable than that page you had that had a very small print on it. But the system does go through 508 compliant testing both by the Census Bureau and by a third-party person. So there is no waiver for that. It has to be 508 compliant. And of course, there's always I'm going to go past this. I won't be addressing the recruitment plan. There is always the accommodation process, which you had asked about for the application, that if someone does not want to do it online, they can contact the local census, the area census office now, and they can make arrangements to do various things to make it for that person, whether it's reading it to someone, or however it has to do to get it completed, or having it completed in paper and then keyed into the system. So the accommodation process has not gone away in any way, shape, or form. The system will accommodate those type of people. As Al indicated, the assessments are being created by an organizational consultant pursuant to legal actions, and so that assessment goes through OPM also. So the questions that you're seeing have been validated based upon job relatedness and what the skill set is that is required that we are presenting, and that can be part of the working group also. But those assessments are created by an organizational consultant in hiring and OPM. That's where those questions are coming from based upon job skill. And they order them, everything is done by them. We literally load them up and become the test loader. They tell us how to score it and the whole 9 yards and how they should be presented. So that's what the assessments are done by.
And that's true for the English proficiency as well?
So the English proficiency test, yes, was originally created by OPM many decades ago. It gets reevaluated each time around. They have looked at it again this time around. So it is one that the Census Bureau has been using. I do want to address cheating concerns. One of the things you will find out in the working group when OPM and also the third-party consultant created this is that this is not the old test that we used to use that was very much there's a correct answer A and a correct answer B. This is more behavioral related. It's like, because the skill set is you're talking to the public, so it's more like, how would you react in this situation? So it takes out that cheating piece of it, because you can't really tell your neighbor, well, answer this question because it's the best answer for you.
I just have to ask, what if my neighbor already successfully did it, and I say, hey, you did it well, so go do it for me?
How would your neighbor know they successfully did it? Because it's based upon your personal experience. I can't tell you what it concerns, but that'll be part of the working group that you can talk to them, and I'm sure they'll invite their consultants in for you. And so based upon that, so that's part of the working group, but all of that has been considered in creating this new assessment. It's not the old assessment that we used for at least 2000 and 2010, and probably 1990 also. It's a very much up-to-date, the same type of test that you would get if you went to a public employer now, where they do behavioral and situational testing. So language, I will not, well, I will say, and then I'll throw it to Tim if he wants to say something. Where we do self-reporting of language has been used decades also. In Spanish, though, when we're doing interviewing for applicants, we do try to have a person who speaks Spanish interview the person in Spanish, but it has been effective for field division in the past. But I'll leave that to Tim in the working group if he wants to say something about languages.
Well, what I would say is when we do the enumerator hiring, and we're trying to hire in a matter of 3 weeks or so, upwards around 500,000 people. The key for us to be successful in that is that and I'll use the phrase neighborhood, in the very localized neighborhood, we're selecting qualified, eligible applicants within that geography. And our assumption, maybe it's been wrong, but our assumption is that if you live in that neighborhood, you report a language capability, and all of the other qualification factors are being met, we're going to be selecting you. We'll put that in as a requirement. The difference being when you're hiring at, say, a county level, which is a huge geography, you certainly could have people like Spanish saying, oh, well, I did 3rd grade elementary Spanish, vocabulary, so I'm fluent. We're hiring at the micro neighborhood level. And do we have people that are not truly fluent in a particular self-reported language? I'm sure, but.
So I appreciate, I should have said that the Bureau's effort at micro local hiring obviously mitigates, to some extent, a lot of the questions that would ordinarily be asked. I don't think it mitigates all of them. I think that's necessary but not sufficient. So I do hope we can have a mechanism to have a deeper conversation.
I would look forward to that, to understand better.
We're going to go to your next slide. Oh, okay, was that the last one? So I did want to address one thing for you about the way that the selection is being programmed. It is very different than in the past. When you mentioned the test, and so you're hiring distinctly upon how a person scored on the test, that part has been changed by OPM also. It's now more of a category ranking, meaning that, yes, there is a score, but then they go into a random order in a section. It's not, if you had 100, you're at the top. If you had 50, you're at the bottom. Now, the way OPM has reordered it is that it's a random, you go into a tier, and then it's just, you're in there by random selection, and you just go down the list and higher. So it's no longer that you got 100, you're first, so OPM has really come in and changed the way we've done selection over many years also.
So I'll just say that of course raises a ton more questions, but
So,
I appreciate
so
it.
great. That's part of that working group. But that's how everything now has been reevaluated based upon on changes in society. It's not the same test. It's not the same hiring process that we've used for the last couple of decades at all. So.
Okay, let's start with some questions. Alisu, and then Terry.
In the last 20 years, survey research organizations have been trying to clean up their bilingual field staff because there was clear recognition that a lot of the people who were presumably speakers of another language and could interview in that language were really not. And we're not talking about balanced bilinguals or equivalent. We're just talking about people who did not have the fluency to have a conversation. They could read the questions as they were worded, pretty much, but they had difficulty sometimes interpreting responses, and they did not have the fluency needed to establish rapport with a household that we know today. Many of the immigrant communities that are language, that are limited English proficiency are going to need, that level of communication with the representative from the Census Bureau. That said, the other concern I wanted to raise is that by limiting the recruitment only to citizens, the pool of bilinguals that are high-quality bilinguals comes down. It's depressed. It is usually, a lot of the immigrants that are not as fully acculturated, even though they speak English well, that are, the greatest candidates. So it is a big loss.
Thank you. Terry Menace. So 2 questions. One, I think I feel like I've heard a couple of different numbers about of how many enumerators you're hoping to hire. So if you could clarify that, and or if you don't know exactly the number, when you guys plan on, nailing that down. And then the other question I had was just more general. I think looking at the online process, it looked pretty streamlined, and I wanted to say I appreciated all of Tom's questions. I thought they were very on point. But I wonder if there was an assessment or an effort to determine whether or not there is a subsection of potential applicants that are not actually being brought into the system because of it being purely online, right? From what I understand, there's no, sort of how the census is being offered, internet, kind of being the preferred option, but there being other options of how to get involved. It seems like there isn't that opportunity with this, and so I fear that particularly for communities where there's low connectivity or for a certain, population groups that they might not be able to, you all might not be able to get the enumerators that would really resonate with them.
I'll take the second part, and then I'll throw the first part to Tim. The second part is that we have the field division. We've been obviously in a lot of discussion with them, and as I mentioned, we have the ability for them to be able to take in paper applications and then enter them still into the system. So no, this is not limited at all to people who can only access it online. So those have been many discussions about how we have that interactive process with people still and the ability to be able to enter those applications. And the first part, Tim, I'll throw to you about the communities, or Al.
Yeah, in terms of the number of hires that we're looking for 2020, that number is going to be informed by a number of things that we're modeling, and some things that are coming out of the 18 end-to-end tests in terms of modeling productivity levels and things like that, that we are learning from the end-to-end test how much does the instrument add in productivity, how much does the optimizer add in productivity. That goes into the model that will determine that number. The next big piece of that model that will determine that number is really what kind of self-response rate we get, because clearly that makes a huge difference in terms of the number of new hires we have. So we're using this range number today because we have not refined that model until we've actually started to take in the results of the test and other things that are going to inform our expected response rates.
And could I ask a quick follow-up? Thank you very much. That is helpful to know. Are there efforts to determine what impact the citizenship question will have on self-response rates? I know that certainly from your own research, there's been an indication that there is, the potential for a significant drop, which would, as you stated, really have an impact on the hiring needs.
Thank you for that question. The estimates that we prepared for the Secretary are in the memos that were released to the public last Friday. Those memos start on page 1,277 of the PDF, so I'll skip you having to search for them. And they're in chronological order after that. So you should read those for that evidence. Thank you.
So Desi, and then we'll go on to this side over here.
Thank you for that. I have a question. I noticed on the electronic application system, when they identify their race, there's no option for tribe. Is that correct? That there's no way for anybody to identify their specific tribal affiliation?
That is not information we are currently collecting on the application, correct? That can be part of the working group discussion that comes through. But no, you're absolutely correct. That is not currently on the application.
Okay, great. I'm happy to sit on that working group. Thank you.
Let's go on over to the side. I noticed Hassan had his card up, and then we'll just go down the line.
Viola, if you don't mind, a quick clarifications. So the age is 18, and is there any cutoff age?
Absolutely not. I think last census we had the article, how old was he, like 94, 98? There is no cutoff age. Come on, right. Come on.
The second question is returned citizens, are they disqualified?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. I apologize.
People back from prison or with records, are they disqualified?
Tim's going to field that.
Yeah, so that we do have a process of suitability that is applied to each applicant. When they do the fingerprint process, if somebody is flagged that they've got, say, a felony in their past, there's another office here independent of field that uses criteria that's been pre-established to determine how long ago was the instance, what was it, and uses that to adjudicate people that are in that experience. And it's actually it's a process that once somebody is considered eligible, then they would appear as available to field to consider for offering a job. Prior to that time, they would be considered ineligible, but it's a very detailed process.
Okay, thank you. I noticed in your presentation you listed mode of transportation. You didn't list public transportation. Do applicants have to have a vehicle to be qualified?
No, not at all.
And why not list in public transportation?
That's a good question. I guess in the past, we've never listed that as one of our selective criteria for, go ahead, Tim.
I was just going to say that if, let's say you're in a rural area, typically you would need, some kind of vehicle transportation because it's long distances. If we are hiring, let's say in in the middle of Brooklyn, as an example, many people don't have cars, and we would not put in the requirement of a vehicle with the assumption that if they're in that area, they use public transit.
So in essence, it's used when you absolutely have to have that skill set. That's what that is used for on a job selection certificate. It's just like with a boat. We don't select boat if we don't need a boat. It's just if that is what you need in that area, then you select it. Otherwise, then it's not used as a criteria on the selection certificate.
I guess, Timothy, if, in a way, not listing public transportation may discourage someone from applying. So take this into consideration. I know we still want to talk about recruitment strategy, but I'm really hoping that when you do that, consider the fact that we may want to create one more partnership connections. The local workforce development agencies have access to job applicants, and they have probably assessment of the pool of applicants. So it makes sense to create one more dimension of partnerships with local workforce agencies.
Thank you very much. In my view, our partnership staff that are engaging at the local level, you know, they've got the self-respond message and the open your door to the enumerator message, but before we even get there, it's there are going to be temporary census jobs. And to our partners, a major message to them is, please help us get the word out about these jobs. Here's the link. Push that out through your social media, on your Facebook page, all of the different methods that you use to communicate with your constituents. Push that out so that your constituents that believe and trust in you will apply for these jobs. So it's a major component.
So I'm just going to add something really quick, Ann. We're working with some partners in California to help assist people. Some of the feedback, Viola, that we did get was the part that you didn't show was creating a profile. A couple of the people that called me were like, oh my God, it took me 45 minutes just to create the profile. So I was just kind of interested of the 5,000 people that stopped, did they fall off before they actually got in? You can answer that. And the other thing is, we're trying to figure out with some of the foundations on the ground, how do we develop sort of a feeder portal? So not only can we capture and recruit, but for the folks that they don't hire, we can actually use them to staff up our community-based organizations, you know, by assessing their talents.
So the profile, let me address the profile. I know none of you have been on USA Jobs lately, but the profile content, the way we create the profiles is exactly what in USA Jobs enacted after us. It is a authentication method which also ensures that someone is not able to get to your privacy information. And so it does mean that you have to validate your email address so that we know that only the information that we're sharing is shared with you. It is one of those things that has come into employment applications that are being fielded by everyone. It's just one of those processes that does happen. So the number I gave you, the 5,000, includes everyone who ever touched that portal. And so yes, there was a drop-off between creating that profile and actually applicants who came all the way through the system, even people who created accounts twice because they couldn't remember their password. So you're absolutely right, and that was looked at again, but that is the way, that is the future and the current now of how, if you're doing online applications, that is the industry standard now, is that you create that profile first, get that authentication that that person you're communicating with, it's their email address before you allow them to go on and create an account in your system. So.
I have a question really about the timeline of all this hiring. I think you said that the basically the site will be up and running for 2020 enumerators in 3 weeks, I think you said?
Don't say 3 weeks. Everybody on my staff will quit. Don't say that.
I'm verifying. I may have misheard.
Pardon me? September the 4th, yes.
Oh, okay, September. Okay.
If I could just add to that, we consider that we have got two major phases of recruiting. And the first phase as Viola said, September 4th, the site goes live, and that is for the beginning of the first phase for address canvassing, which the physical field operation occurs in August and September of 19. And we need to hire approximately between 80 and 90,000 people. And they're scattered throughout the country. They're not concentrated in one location. So that's why we're opening the site in September 4th. The site will stay live all the way till the end of the census. Our peak recruiting will really kick off after address canvassing is completed. All of those applicants will still be considered for peak jobs, of course. They don't go away. But it's roughly in September, October of 19 when we really kick off with advertising and lots of recruiting assistance and the full complement that we would describe in the recruiting strategy discussion. How are we going to generate, between 2 and 2.5 million applicants? Because they need to be in place by roughly in the month of January, early February, so that we can select them for the enumeration period of non-response. So that gives you a rough timeline.
That's very helpful, and if I can maybe just ask a follow-up to just get a little more specific about their training. So let's say then people start submitting, going online in September, October of 2019. It sounds like in January or so, January, February, you're going to be making selections. And I'm now just talking about the non-response follow-up enumerators that you'll need. I'm just curious, when will those folks get trained, roughly? Because I'm just wondering how fresh, in a sense, the training is going to be for them before you send them out in April, May.
So selections occur, starting in January, February. Then there's that, as Viola described, the onboarding process, filling out the pre-employment stuff, the FBI fingerprint process. That all takes 4 to 6, 8 weeks. We're trying to reduce it down as much as we can, but currently that's the timing. Once the selection is done and bona fide, let's say the field operation, non-response follow-up, actually begins 3rd and 4th week of April. The training for those enumerators will begin approximately 1 to 1.5 weeks prior to the field operation. We can get you, we've got very specific dates. I don't have them in my head at the moment, but they do exist. And we can provide that, at any point to you. But basically think mid-April, a little bit early mid-April is when the training process begins. With that many people that you're training, the online component plus the in-person training, it's a big job.
And I might just supplement that by saying there are levels that have to be hired before that. So the field supervisor has to be hired before that because they're trained and they help train the enumerator. The field manager has to be hired before that. So we have these multiple levels that when the site goes up, we're not just posting for enumerators. And to talk about, we also are looking at recruiting assistants. They're starting even earlier in the process. So all those things are part of our hiring flow. So just the start of operations doesn't dictate when we start having to recruit the earlier jobs, because those jobs should be up and operating several months prior to the beginning of the operation.
I've got a few recommendations, but also a question. I just wanted to follow up on what Desi said, and I think it's very important that the individuals applying are asked whether or not they are a member of tribe or affiliate with more than one tribe. And part of that is also, the other thing I think that should be included on it is a question whether or not someone has recommended that individual to be an enumerator. And the reason is because one of the feedback that we got from the field hearings that we did throughout Indian country is when we asked issues of census, the folks that testified made it very clear that they want to have someone who is a trusted enumerator, and if it's in a community where they need bilingual translations, that person is also fluent. And what we anticipate is that many of those recommendations are going to come from the tribes themselves, in some cases maybe from regional Native organizations. And if there's some kind of question on there that you can actually ask that as well, have you been recommended by someone or an organization? I think it's really important. The other piece, just to highlight what Desi had said though, in terms of why asking the tribe is so important, the feedback we got is that people are not going to be as open if you are taking someone merely because they're an American Indian, but they have to be an American Indian from their tribe that they know and they trust before they respond. And the example we got was in Washington State. If you take some from Colville down to Yakima, they're not going to tell them anything. And so I think adding a question like that would be really important. The question I have is on the criminal background checks. I'm going to do what Thomas did, and I'm going to put on my employment lawyer hat for a moment. In the event that there is a positive hit on a criminal background check, is that information going to be communicated to the individual who's applied so they have an opportunity to determine whether or not it's a false positive? Because one of the things that we found is very, very common in criminal background checks is that you have common names, and this problem actually happens all the time. Thank you.
Yes, on the criminal background check, one of the things that has been built in which extends our hiring cycle, and it was built in somewhat as a result of settlement of the lawsuit from 2010, is that we have to give the individual time to get back and respond and challenge an invalid positive hit in time for them to start working during that operation. What would happen in 2010 and what caused some of the lawsuit was people would check, they would get cleared, but the operation would already be over, so they would never have an opportunity to do the job. So we have built in time in that space. That's part of our 60-day built-in cushion that that person has an opportunity. But we've also cut down the window and said to them, you need to respond back within so many days. If you're challenging it, let us know that you're challenging it so that we can give you a chance to validate whether you're that person or this is an invalid hit. So yes, we are very aware of that, and that's also under our settlement agreement, how we actually manage that. So I spent a lot of time with the lawyers in terms of the number of days and how that works, yes.
So, and I just wanted to add, we fully support that, you know, I mean, obviously following the terms of the settlement. From an operational perspective, you know, if you require people to apply for a job 6, 8, many months before the job occurs, you're going to have a much larger dropout by the time you're actually offering a job, and then by the time the job actually starts and they would start getting paid. So we have been working with the Settlement Authority group, you know, how do we legitimately bring that time close to the time of work and yet still have the legitimate time for people to respond if there's a false positive. So we're working with them right now at 60 days. It might be a little bit lower, you know, anyway, it's been a very dynamic conversation.
Well, I'm sorry you had to spend a lot of time with lawyers on behalf of my profession. I apologize, but I appreciate that. And
we have grown to love lawyers. Yeah, somehow I think this is our future.
So I'm going to go Arturo and Jerry, and then we're going to cut off questions so we can move on to the next.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a question for Tim or for the presenter. Do you have any data on what kind of device people use to apply for jobs, and if that had any relationship to their background, their ethnicity, their age? And I'm just curious if having the online process is perhaps self-selecting out some of the folks that you actually need to bring in for census jobs.
We don't have any data on the type of device that they use at all, no. That's not one of the questions that we asked them, what type of device are you using? So, no, we don't have that data, so.
I did want to add, though, I mean, it could be that our old method of paper was self-selecting out a large group of people as well, you know? I mean, because in the old system, you had to call an 800 number that got routed to a local office, and then they had to take a piece of paper and schedule you for a church basement or a public library for a 3-hour session to fill out the paper application and take the 30-minute test and all of the onboarding forms. It's a great question.
So some of the feedback I got was that it took 24 screens on a mobile phone and about 18 minutes to fill out. So I had a bunch of people in California sort of testing it and teaching us, telling us, how difficult it was. That's on, I think, the USA Jobs part of it, but she didn't get to even apply, so.
I was just trying to see if I could apply for a job right now, and it was taking me a long time.
I don't know if we have Wi-Fi in the building.
Okay,
Go ahead,
quick.
Jerry.
Hi, it's Jerry Green with the National Urban League. The online recruitment and application process does kind of give me some nervousness with respect to the impact on indigenous hiring. And it's great that things seem to work out well, much credit given to local stakeholders and partnerships, that you had there, but it still is concerning. I recently did a presentation that was on From Rhode Island to Reality. And I want to kind of ask you, how would this play out, for instance, in Miami, where you have close proximity of different, diverse groups? You have a large Haitian population. You have Caribbeans. You have a large Latino population. You have a large gated community of rich folk. So as you're drilling down for to hire indigenously, how really is that going to take place when you have, communities that are living in close connection with each other, but are very, very different, with different values, different languages, and so forth? You're not going to send some groups to some neighborhoods, and they may not be separated by much geographic area. Can you accommodate that? And finally, I just want to emphasize the importance of public libraries, how they are probably the most trusted governmental institution in historically undercounted communities, and how they're going to play and are ready to play, because the National Urban League has partnered with the Rhode Island Association of Libraries most recently, how important their role will be in low internet access and low internet literacy communities. So just want to encourage that going forward. Thank you.
So Jerry, on that, we had an idea to take the mobile libraries and either make them cows, which are cell on wheels, to actually make them internet enabled so they could go out into the communities. And of course in California, they want them zero emissions. So thank you for your, libraries are super important.
I wanted to add to, yesterday we had a meeting with the National Library Association and actually the senior people from that organization. And so the discussions of them, they've already agreed to be a national partner. I mean, they're really on board. But there's a lot of discussions about what that will or shall entail in terms of what kind of activities through their national network. So we're really excited about that.
And they're very concerned they're going to be overwhelmed in whether or not they have the resources. That's a real concern. But on the other issue of indigenous hiring, if you would.
In the indigenous hiring, it really is, if you've got a neighborhood, and the best way I can answer that is through a description. You have a neighborhood, and let's say that there are 3 or 4 unique population groups living in that neighborhood. We do advanced research using census data, and let's say that there are 3 non-English languages that are predominant: Haitian, Spanish, and another language. So when we do the selection for that geography, we require those languages in that neighborhood. And so the selection process itself selects out if you don't have those capabilities. When we actually do the assignments, that's where it's more complex, because you don't know until you're necessarily at the door what the language is there, right? I mean, there's not lines where Haitians live on one side and Spanish on the other side. But we can move cases around based on language requirement. And that's the beauty of the new system, being it's basically an iPhone. Electronically, we can move a case from Tim, who speaks only English, to another person who speaks Haitian who's on our trained team, and literally in the transmission it can be moved over quickly. So that's the beauty. In the old paper world, it was very difficult.
All right, thank you very much. It's a great discussion, and thank you, Viola, for presenting. One quick thing I need to do, a reminder that tonight there is a dinner at Restaurant La Perla, which is very close to the hotel where you're staying. Seating is at 7, and the reservation is under the Census Bureau, but we need to get a count of people who are going because apparently the restaurant is calling us. So can you raise your hand if you're planning to join us tonight? All right, terrific, thank you. Okay, so we are running a bit behind, and I've kind of been talking with Didas, and we're okay with that. We're gonna just let it cut into the committee discussion this afternoon. So at this time, there's a little bit of a change. If you had an older agenda, we have flipped the last presenter and the next to last. So we're now gonna have Kevin Smith, who's going to talk about cybersecurity in the 2020 census.
All right, thank you, everyone. So I'm Kevin Smith, the CIO of the Census Bureau. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the council or the committee. I know I'm skipping into break, so I'll do my best to make sure we have one. I won't go on and on, but this is an overview of what we were doing for cybersecurity, specifically to the 2020 census. It's at a high level to frame what our challenge is that we're facing from cybersecurity. It's to show and demonstrate what the approach we're following is, and then it's also to allow you to see what the landscape we're facing is and why there's certain approaches for certain problems we see within the security realm. So the first thing that I want to present and talk about is that cybersecurity is very, very important to the Census Bureau. We completely realize and know that a cyber attack can impact our data and it could compromise our mission. We trust everyone to give us data to help us produce what we have to from a mission standpoint. And it is up to us technically to protect that, as well as we've talked earlier about policy and legal protections as well. It is a very high priority for us. What we're going to do is we're evolving our cybersecurity to meet new threats. And based on that, we have to leverage the best resources, not just in industry, but within the federal government. They offer two different things, and being within the federal government, it's a benefit that we can engage with the federal government and the experience they have to help match with what the industry can provide to help us protect against security issues. So the focus areas, key components. The job is to continually look at improving public perception and trust. By doing that, our approach is going to proactively make sure we're addressing things, identifying issues, and through our design, we're able to contain issues when they happen, respond immediately, and make sure we have the ability with partnerships in industry, private sector, as well as within the federal government, get the assistance we need if something does happen. Part of this is a complement of the solutions the industry can provide to help see what the problems are in security, as well as the knowledge that the federal government can provide about where we need to focus our energy. So, how do we go through? The biggest challenge we'd have in security is how are we going to go through and ensure public perception and trust? Well, our focus are just two top priorities. It's basically data security first. We have to focus on protecting the data we get from respondents and demonstrate we can do that. But secondarily, there's another impact of having a system very, very secure, a design very secure, and the impact is the user experience could suffer. So user experience, how does the site perform? How many pages do they have to go through to click through to fill out the census, as well as how fast or slow the website is, all plays into making sure that there's a balance between how we approach securing the site to make sure that the security doesn't overwhelm the user experience and the site's too slow or doesn't perform well. The nice part of this is that the cloud, by moving our data collection of the internet, our enumeration tools, to the cloud, actually allows us to do a very nice balance of how we're going to secure the data and give the right user experience at the same time. And by doing that from data security, we're able to layer the way someone comes into the application, comes into the internet self-response, and fills out the system, the data. We're also able to, within user experience, create something that we can rapidly and repeatedly continue to deploy. So if we have an issue, we can isolate it, and we can continually allow people to reply. There's a balance that the cloud just offers us the ability to do that much more effectively based on those solutions than we could in our own data center at a much more cost-effective nature. So our design, as I mentioned just briefly, there's a layering and isolation type approach, and it's getting back to the same things you would do in physical security as you would isolate certain pieces of a bank and layer the way someone would walk into a bank to work with a teller and deposit or take money. There's a balance that you have to do that. And what we've done in these layers is we've created a funnel effect, and we've applied a very low level of need at the beginning for someone to come in and apply to basically log into the internet, to basically authenticate themselves with an ID. But we have very high levels of security at that layer. And then once you come into the site, we've balanced the right level of security with the way you've come into the site to make sure we're protecting people who are responding and able to have the website react appropriately and effectively when they try to respond. So that was just a high level of design. I want to talk about the threat landscape that we face. So there are basically 7 threat areas we face. There are many, many, many different things that could happen in security, but they all kind of go into these 7 areas of possible threats. And the point of this is that just putting the system in the cloud and just designing things in the cloud, as I just described, doesn't solve everything. We have to focus our energy on how are we going to look at things that are external threats to us, as well as things that are more directly within our control. And external, we're going to have to rely on industry and other federal agencies to help us figure out what these threats are and help us resolve them. We have some insight and visibility, but not all insight and visibility into some of these threats. And I'll go into in a next slide what some of those threats are and why. But internally, we have much more direct control of what's happening, and we can see more. And by seeing more, we can monitor what's happening, and we can respond more directly and more immediately to fix these and resolve these issues if they come up. So let me go into what some of these are. So from the external threat area, we have 4 categories identified. As I said, there's many things that could go in here, but at the end of the day, coming from the top of the chart down, this is from the respondent coming into the census. So at some point, there could be a threat of someone trying to, a bad actor is what we call them in security, trying to compromise a respondent device. So every one of us responding to the census, as well as myself, will have a computer at home. We'll have a cell phone I want to use. These are the same threats that every one of us on a daily basis face when we connect our device to the internet. So this is external to the census. What we have done in this case, when you do connect to the website of the census, it is completely encrypted in a secure channel. So once you get to our website, we're protecting the communication of what you're giving us as answers all the way through the chain of network companies you go through, your cable provider who you've gotten your internet through. We've secured that through to the website. So compromising external network access, it's a fact that at some point you in your home may want to connect to the census response site. But if the network provider you've chosen, AT&T or Verizon or Comcast, all the people you would buy an internet connection from, aren't routing you to the right website because someone has actually gotten into their network, this is something we have to look at and say this could be an issue. It's external to the census, but we have to work with our industry providers to come up with solutions of how are we going to detect and respond to these. Another key thing that could happen is that someone could try to impersonate the U.S. Census Bureau. They could try to come up with their own website somewhere else and try to direct you as a respondent to that website. They could try to send you emails. These are things called phishing, trying to get you to go to their website to then fill out your information. There are ways we can go through and detect these websites exist. There are federal processes we go through to then try to turn off these websites. But a lot of this is outside the control of the census to directly fix as quickly as possible. But it's something we can monitor and resolve through communications. And the other one is an invalid response. So someone may want to insert an invalid response to the census. From a security aspect, we're making sure they're using the right technology, they're coming through our systems as we think they should. And this is a lot where within fraud detection systems, we're going to look at some of these responses, tag that they've happened, and through processes operationally within the census, determine which responses are valid or which ones are not. But we have an ability to go through and tag those. To the right from the risk mitigation strategy, what I want to demonstrate is that there is a combination of the federal government. There are federal partnerships so they can help us and assist in detecting what some of these threats are. They have a wider view of many things across the world that we do not necessarily gather from working with industry partners. So they will help us in those areas look at people in areas attempting to impersonate the census. Industry solutions will help us protect and detect, but they can't do everything in this area. We're going to work with the industry partners, and we have been getting them to focus on these external threats. But a lot of it relies on a communications plan. We will be blending into our communications plan education of things and confidence levels of how our website is working, as well as things about the typical things you face on a daily basis. You face phishing every day as a person using the internet. We acknowledge that that exists, and through communications we'll help blend in how these are things we're aware of and help you move through those as you work with the census. So internal threats, this is where a lot more focus and energy can be applied. So internally, we have not only the ability to just detect these, as I said, in external, we can detect a lot of them. We can actually do something with these because they're directly within side of our control. So these, we proactively monitor the known threats, and we actually work with partners to help us monitor what we call the unknown threats. I'll get to a description of that briefly. But in here we have 3 areas we've defined to help simplify the communication. Someone from a cyber threat may go through and try to disrupt their website. So these are things you hear about: distributed denial of service. They may just try to throw as much fake automated traffic at us as possible to try to see if we can have the website stay up. These are known factors. They may try to fiddle a little bit with how the website is presented to you, as far as like, are you being directed to the right address from the internet address? All these things are being taken care of and have solutions in place with industry of the known things we work through. Data breaches is something we look at as well, and data breaches from an aspect is extremely important. This is really the crown jewel of what we have to do for protecting and improving the public trust. We cannot have data leave our system. And we've been collecting data electronically for a long time within other surveys. It's not new to us. We have procedures there, but we realize the focus of the 2020 being collected this way has a higher level of focus. But I want to describe here also that data breaches from our standpoint are not just data leaving our system. There are things we have to look at and detect to make sure that data is not coming into our system through some bad actor coming through a technical way to get in and not using the system and responding to it. The best way I can describe data coming into our system technically is if they don't give us an invalid response using the system we expected them to use, and data gets into the system and it's not supposed to be there, they're doing it in a technical means. They're logging into the server a different way and coming through a different side or a back door. These are things we have to look at. A lot of our energy is focused in the data breach and disruption to the website area. The other thing to acknowledge is that someone could come through to compromise employee devices. So not just the census full-time employees here, which we do a battery of tests on. We send them fake emails, and the federal government does as well, to see what they're going to do and react to them. We continually educate our workforce. But it's also the hundreds of thousands of electronic devices, handhelds, we're going to give to the remote workforce. What are we going to do in that case to make sure those aren't compromised or minimize the effects? I will say a good summary on this. From the security aspect, we talked about disconnected devices. The website, and at the same time as the enumerator using the handheld, operates in a fashion of no data is stored on that device. It is immediately moved off that device when it can be. From the internet self-response standpoint, you fill it out on the internet, you're connected, the data is completely inside of our systems as soon as you hit typing keyboards and hit the submit key. From the employee device for the handhelds, there could be an opportunity, as described earlier, where there may not be network connectivity. The solution is designed to protect the data on the phone and get it off of the phone as soon as a network connection is available. And that's the mitigation from the data standpoint. Many other security things in place there. Something I want to talk about and just say, because I talked about known and unknown threats, and this is just trying to frame The benefit here in the federal government is the unknown area. So in industry, they like to say in security a lot, there's the 95% of the things out there that are security threats are already known. And the industry already found out, someone's trying to fiddle with the devices this way, they're trying to do this. Let's incorporate that technique into our solutions that we sold from the industry standpoint, and they'll automatically look for those 95% of the things. Those are usually the things that are covered. Those are usually the things when you hear about data breaches in the private industry, they just didn't patch something. We forgot to patch something we already knew about. The industry knows about it, they detect it and monitor it. You just have to go and patch those things, update the technology. We have systems in place that do that. We detect all of the industry known, 95% known things, and immediately patch and correct things that is identified in the industry as a known threat. The one thing I want to hit on is the benefit of the federal government is in the top of that right picture, is that there's a visibility the federal government has in their security resources of those unknown threats. And I'm letting the group here know, and I'll know in another slide, we are engaging the federal government, engaging them to get a better visibility into these unknown threats, to be more proactive in the things that aren't identified by the industry, to address something before it happens instead of be able to react to it after it happens. And there's a lot of focus in this area and the benefit of the census, and it's great being part of the federal government to be able to tap into that resource. And at the bottom, at the end, so I talked about the difference here from external threats to some degree from internal threats, is that there's an incident response process. If something does happen, it may not be that it's monumentally dangerous. It may just mean we detected something has to be patched, let's patch it quickly, and maybe there's not an issue, but there's a large focus on an incident response process that we go through to make sure if something happens, we better take action. So on the next slide, at a very high level, there's a framework the federal government follows. And this framework is to help address continual looks at security, continually improve your security posture, and continually look for events, and continually test that you're responding and recovering the right way. So the main typical words in security are, you're able to identify an issue exists. Are you able to put in place things that are protecting your technology and the way people come in? Are you able to detect on a technical level something's happening? Are you able to immediately after you detect something's happening, work into responding to that? Do something, either patch a system, inform someone, work through communications. And at the end of the day, the blend of all those things in that response also could be engaging the federal government as well if it's a big issue. All of that allows us to recover effectively, ensure public trust. People know that we have processes in place, we've taken care of issues, we've communicated appropriately when something does or does not impact them. But ultimately, we've recovered from the system issue. We've made sure the systems are on and they work, and we haven't had any impact to data leaving the system. So the census overall has to take care of all these just to make it coherent and consistent. But there are plays of where we have to coordinate. There's multiple different contractors helping us develop and support systems. And they really, this chart is just to show that it doesn't just take one group to do everything. Everyone plays their part. But from the contractor world, they're going to help us protect and detect and respond to the systems they support and the things that they're taking care of. The federal intelligence community, just in general, the federal government, is going to help us assist in protecting and detecting what our cyber threats are. We're actually working with them as well, and the recovery aspect of it does include something that requires their assistance in how do we recover from this. But ultimately, communications coordination is the utmost thing important in this, to make sure from the trust aspect, we ensure people know what's happening and what it impacts them. And so communications plays a large role as well. If we just fix something or we just do something and don't communicate it appropriately, we may have issues. So in general, these are the three key areas and partners. This is kind of like a status thing to just provide a little bit more context. I just gave some high-level statements. The key areas we're focusing on to make this work is we need to secure the federal network connectivity for the 2020 respondents. And what that means is we need to make sure, working with industry and the federal government, that we have the right visibility of the federal government seeing what the issues are with us, because they're the key in that extra 5% visibility of things that you don't typically see with industry. Helping us see that securely, and it scales at the load and the level we think and we see of people wanting to apply to the internet self-response, including enumeration tools and all those things. So there's a large focus in this area working to ensure this is happening. But the other thing is to strengthen our incident response capabilities. So when we see something, how are we going to make sure we're responding quickly? I'll say that a lot of this has to do with improving the visibility of our issues with tools from private industry and federal government. So they're going to help us really, as I said earlier, detect and protect against what the issues are. We are also engaging the federal government. We are not, as the census, looking at this as we will take care of all response ourselves and do things. With the level of visibility of the 2020 and the potential impacts of bad actors, not just within the United States, but outside of the United States, we are not thinking that won't be an issue. So we're working on engaging the federal government now to figure out if we find something, how do we collectively respond, not independently respond. And ultimately, the bottom, from the posture aspect, improving the cybersecurity posture, this is something we do on a continual basis. But what are we doing to make sure we have the right knowledge and processes and procedures? And at the end, the right technology to try to do the best we can to protect against issues. I'll say from the knowledge aspect, we do have regular briefings with the intelligence community. We have specific briefings that are going to be focused on the census-specific impacts, not just what they see overall across the federal government, but what do they see specifically for us. We've gotten the focus of that a few years in advance of the census happening, and we're going to continue that drumbeat through the census and through operations. But we're also going to test our response procedures, not just ourselves, but with the federal government. So we are doing those regularly, and we'll continue to do those to make sure we're collectively ready to respond if something happens. The other thing is the testing of the technology. So something we do is go through and make sure we've tried to test it. And so we have actually, and this slide hasn't been updated for everything, but we have, from the internet self-response tool, tested it with private industry last year, tested it with private industry this year, and with the federal government this year. They did something called a penetration test, where they looked at the website and tried to break in the best they could. 2 to 3 weeks of just really trying to go in and do what they can. This year as well, though, we also had the federal government test our enumeration devices, our listing and mapping. So everything we're using from an aspect of technology to collect data from the respondents, we've tested from a security aspect to see what the tool itself, vulnerabilities may exist, and had an independent party look at that and validate it. And we take action when things are discovered. The other thing we're also going to be doing is engaging industry and the federal government to simulate cybersecurity attacks. And that's what I said before. That will just help us improve our posture, continually look through what tools and technologies do we need in place to do that. And I know it's a little confusing between posture and response, but response is kind of like what do we do together to work through the issue? And in posture, there's a lot of testing, there's a lot of the same words, but that's a lot of what are we doing to improve the technology in place and the process in place to update things, patch things, where response is completely dedicated to all hands on deck, work through the issue, report it the right way, correct it, resolve it. It's just a little different. So that is my overall summary of security. And I did say I'm between you guys on a break, I think, right? But I am open to questions that I can attempt to address here in the room.
Yes, we're going to go with Luke right here.
Hi, Kevin. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know earlier today we mentioned about the Title 13 protections, et cetera. And what's unique in this discussion is acknowledging that we have federal partners who are helping with cyber threats. So can you tell us about the matching of data from the responses to IP addresses and what security is in place so that that information is not leaked? So if I'm on my tablet responding to the census survey and there may be a threat on this tablet, you're able to possibly match that. It's my IP address and my responses, but how do we know that the federal partners who are working to posture and respond are not privy to that information as well?
Okay, I appreciate the question. So I want to clarify, and I may have misread the second part of the question, but we're not able to see if something's going bad on your device necessarily. So that's something that's external to us. We are able to, when you log into the website, collect the responses that come through. From the federal government intelligence aspect, we are engaged on exchanging technical information. So they're looking at simple things like you said, IPs. They're looking at simple things of that nature, just like your network provider would be looking at. This is just the way the internet works, to identify if something bad is occurring. But through the encryption of the data, when you send it through to the website and through agreements with the federal government, they're not looking at what you're responding to. It's hard to. They're actually just looking at the technical data to correlate, ooh, this may be a problem. Let's figure out what to do with it. And I don't know if that's deep enough to answer the question.
Well, I would recommend that, as you're rolling out the communication plan to, the layman, that that's something to really reassure. Because oftentimes, folks are cautious on doing anything online because you could track it to an IP address, and so that's why I posed the question. Thank you.
So Arturo, and Tom had this up too, and then state your name.
Arturo Vargas Naleo. I really do think that the external threats are going to be the biggest issue to be dealing with, because we saw it when there was just a paper census and people trying to impersonate enumerators or asking for social security numbers. So what steps are you taking so that when somebody actually is interfacing with the census questionnaire, they can verify that they're actually working with the Census Bureaus directly, and they're not at some, fishing expedition where they've landed on another website? And what strategies is the Bureau doing for its communications program to educate the public on how to make sure that they are going to the right location and it's legitimate?
Okay, I'll try again. Now I will. I'll address the question from the technology aspect, and then Steve Buckner can help address from the communication standpoint. So from the technology aspect, part of what we're going to do is make sure that we're detecting if there is a site that's impersonating us. But at the end of the day, you at home connecting to the website is totally a communications, and it's a knowledge of what you can do. We can look at the website we have to customize and make sure that you can see and uniquely identify yourself with the response, but there's a communication thing that has to happen for you to go to that right site. There's nothing technically I can do from a technical aspect to get you to the right site, but it's a blend of how communications is going to help communicate that with everyone as they go into responding. So I'm going to pass it to Stephen.
Thanks, Arturo. So probably some high-level comments on this. So census.gov is fairly well known. We get over 50 million visits to it every single year. So with the 2020 approaching, we'll look to capture sort of that brand recognition. We'll emphasize the .gov side of the URL that we'll be pointing people to in all of the communications materials. We'll also be working with all of our authorities in the area, consumer affair people, where you get a lot of questions. We'll make sure we have all the information up on our website, on social media, through our partner networks, to make sure that everybody understands where they're going and what to look for. And then based on how we're monitoring things from both a digital standpoint and a security standpoint, we'll be able to adapt based on what we're seeing. So it'll be somewhat of a fluid process, but we're already looking at ways that we can make sure and reassure the public that they're going to the right site to get a response.
Are you at all monitoring the purchase of domains?
Yes, we have been for over 3 years looking at domain names and have secured several of them to protect against different people trying to do different things. And we'll continue to work with IT to look at those. The big thing is that the .gov is protected within the federal space. So that is where we'll really be going. We're not going to set up a separate .com site like a lot of marketing companies do for big advertising pushes. Yes.
If I could add something that's important, which is that everything, once it gets onto a Census Bureau item, a phone or a website, it's going to be encrypted on our site, it's going to be encrypted in transportation, and it's going to be encrypted once it comes in at rest. So once we get the data, it will be secure from that perspective. The big question is what you do when you try to get to a Census Bureau site. We've been buying up different domains that are .com or misspelling of census or any of those things. But in the end, it's going to be a lot about the communications information that we provide out to the respondent. But, you know, that's a threat.
So we'll go with Tom, Kirsten, and then Kathleen.
So thank you for the presentation, and it was reassuring, particularly the both past and planned testing and validation. But the problem from a communication standpoint, which you recognize is critical, is that it was long and complicated. And so I'm looking for the sort of soundbite way to respond to someone who has anxieties about responding because of concerns about cybersecurity. So my question is whether the Bureau has considered identifying outside validators who are trusted in the public, who could essentially look at what you've presented and say, this is as state-of-the-art as it gets. So that there's a soundbite that says, X person or entity or entities has validated, looked at what the Bureau is doing, and it's as good as it gets, recognizing that nothing's perfect. Because that's the one-sentence answer that we need for those who may have fears about responding because of cybersecurity. That, I think, is something that I hope the Bureau will consider.
I appreciate that, because that's, so I can say from the aspect of this is good and this is as good as it gets, we've had the experts of the federal government look at it, we've had industry look at it, but I will say and acknowledge, have we created a message and a communication about that specifically? Not yet. And so that needs to be done, and I completely agree with you and the reasons and why. And maybe there are suggestions of other validations we need to have, which we're open to.
I would just suggest that maybe the federal government isn't really going to be the one that's going to get the trust out there.
I got you.
I'm thinking of somebody else or entities that may be more respected to do that. And then the other question is, I think a lot of the anxiety about data breaches has been lack of communication, right? When there's a data breach and it doesn't get reported for 6 months or a year, that's what creates anxiety. Has the Bureau considered whether it would commit publicly to reveal any data breaches or significant data threats in a timely manner? Because I think saying that up front can actually assuage some of the anxiety that exists in some folks' heads.
Well, I was waiting to see if you were going to tackle
that.
I
don't want to.
But I'll just say that there are strict protocols in terms of notifications the federal government has to do when it comes to data breaches that perhaps private sector companies do not have to do as quickly. So I think those are pretty good policies that we have in place, and certainly the Census Bureau is committed to doing that. As it relates to people's...
And I just think you should make that public. I mean,
Sure.
it just would do a lot to assuage people's unspoken fears.
So probably 2 points. One, the message development side of things. So obviously, we have standard messaging right now that we talk about how we secure your data when it comes into the Census Bureau and how we protect it to keep it confidential. As Y&R builds up its messaging, so we have all the research that we're pouring through right now. As we start going through the message and creative development process, we will be doing extensive testing of that messaging to see how it resonates with the population. Some of that will be on data security and protections on the internet. Additionally, if people are hesitant about perhaps doing things online, probably the online is not going to be the message we're going to send to you. It's going to be actually the other options, both mail and telephone. So it's not the one-size-fits-all approach. We're excited about it from a communication standpoint because now you can respond anywhere rather than having to wait to go home, find your ID, and type it in. So there's a lot of enhancements to that. I think that's why we're seeing some of the high response rates by mode for internet, but it's not for everybody. And I think that's where the traditional method of questionnaire as well as the telephone really will help with that messaging, and we will be stressing all three modes in the communications.
Kirsten, and then Kathleen.
Thank you very much. I had a couple questions, but I'll just, in the interest of time, I was wondering if you thought about, I was thinking about during voting, so during national voting for a presidential election, in major law enforcement agencies, they stand up a unit for temporarily just around voting, just to make sure if something happens, there's someone at the ready, that they're on call. And I realize that that might be helpful, especially if you have to be, you don't have to give me the answer to this, but in the similar vein, there might be 2 months where census is more vulnerable and they need quick action, and it would be worth not only getting the advice of federal law enforcement or intelligence communities, but have units at the ready for takedown orders, or, you know, like to be able to proactively go after certain threats that wouldn't necessarily be then publicized, you know what I mean? Like, but anyway, so that would be something that I was just thinking it was similar to voting in that there's a very definitive point of time. It's longer than voting, but it's a point in time where we're vulnerable to certain external threats, and that they'll be concentrated, and you might need something quick acting.
Appreciate it, and I can give assurances that we have been working on for the past few years and have the federal government having a focus group to go after the focus of this event. It's a big event, so in similar connections to something else big, they're not going to wait for me to identify an issue. We're having them proactively involved during the operations of 2020 to help us along the way. So that level of focus will be there. And we've gotten this support from the federal government and the federal CIO as well to help us move through that.
Kirsten, if I can perhaps maybe jump in here too. There are other things beyond the security standpoint that we have to be concerned about more so now than ever before, which is content that is not factual. In fact, the content is meant to not be truthful, but to persuade people not to do something. We've seen it in various elections. We are anticipating that very heavily and are working with the contractors as well as tech companies and social media companies to keep this from happening on a constitutionally mandated function the government takes. And so we've had some good headway there. We are already well into discussions on how do we monitor things that may not be visible to us on the internet, but to others, and how do we normalize some of that content and identify it. And it's going to take every single partner we have as we see things for them to activate their communications channels to knock that stuff down to where people don't get persuaded by it. And it could be as simple as an event in a particular community that might try to strike fear from people participating that didn't actually happen. So we need to be prepared for that, and we have to have a lot of discussions with our partners and stakeholders as we go through this.
I don't know the exact, I mean, because it's different in some ways. You actually have more leverage, it would seem to me. I'm not a prosecutor, obviously, I just know one very well, but that because it's the government, so there can be fraud. I mean, you can immediately go after someone for impersonating a government agency or something along those lines. And so those are the people that I was thinking about, not the CIOs. No offense to CIOs, but they're not going to know how to do a search warrant or get a takedown order. But in the FBI or in the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. or in Maryland, if we're out here, they would have people that specialize in fraud, and they could. So that's what I was thinking about. So it is great that you're thinking about Facebook or being online, because I hadn't thought about that. But you're right; they could suppress people coming out and responding to the census, just like they can suppress the vote. I mean, it's the same type of idea. In fact, it's easier because the censuses work.
Yeah, the other item here that at least we have a lot more tools to combat these things. So in 2010, we didn't have much from a digital advertising standpoint. So by the time we saw something, it would take 2 or 3 days to get an ad into rotation or to try to get it out there through our networks. But with the explosion of digital media and the different channels and search marketing and things like that, we can in real time track these things, see them, and put out counter content that will help keep things from perhaps getting bigger.
Kathleen?
Thanks for the presentation. It's very interesting. I had 2 quick questions. I may not have understood, but you said that that census isn't vulnerable to external threats any different than an individual. So, but I guess I was thinking that with the visibility of the census, that a bad actor, there may be selective bad actors who would be much more interested in being able to hack into the census or get on the wire and grab somebody's data than they would when I'm paying my insurance bill or whatever. And so that, I guess that part I didn't understand, and I know the data are encrypted. And it may not be so much, especially for this type of bad actor, to get the data as much as to say that he or she was able to. It seems like that would be much more damaging even than, you know, grabbing somebody's data. So that was one question. And then the second question was, I wondered whether or not just to be short, the enumerators had their handheld devices, if that got into the hands of a bad actor or, you know, something went, if Census had the ability, I can't imagine you do, but to, you know, to control that, like, you know, do you have the destroy button to blow up the, yeah, kill it?
So I'll answer the questions in reverse. I got one word for each one of them, so it was good. It's fine. Yeah, no. So handhelds, absolutely. So handhelds are going to go out there. There's protection on the handhelds themselves, where there's 2 different levels of how you have to log into it. So it's 2-factor to even get in. But as soon as we're aware that a device is gone, it has all the technology on it to wipe it immediately. It's gone. You try to log in too many times, bad. It'll clean itself out. So we've done everything we can to mitigate ourselves away from that being an issue. And point being said too, if the phone is taken, as I said, the data's off of it as soon as it's on a network. So I can't sit there and say that there's not one case where maybe something may happen, but we have the mitigations in place to the data's not on it, that we can wipe it immediately. It takes two different little methods to log in. So we put those protections in place that with paper didn't exist, right? So this is kind of different setup. And the phone's still physical. You still have to get something physical from somebody. Compromising that physical thing is much harder now. So the first one, what I meant was we are vulnerable to external threats. I guess I want to clarify. There's nothing, and this is part 2 where you can see Stephen down there on the side. There's a very tight connection between the way we're going to communicate and handle things and the way technically we're going to secure them. We go hand in hand walking back and forth with this. But so from the standpoint of external systems, I am not going to, from a technical aspect, a CIO aspect of the census, I can't protect your laptop and all the data on your laptop. I can set up a website that you can get to me, right? But I can't necessarily go protect all of the laptops and desktops and phones in the entire US. But what I can do is assure when you connect to us for the right site, we can secure your data and everything through the connection you have to us. But it does come up into, and it's kind of a compliment to Stephen's conversation, I could let him go on, what is the threat if someone does take data off your device? And is it directly connected to the census or not? And what's the messaging of those things? It's something we're going to have to impact from a social aspect, because I just argue that, and this is something that a lot of industry experts have said as well, the value of the data in the census is not necessarily the questions we're asking for each one of you specifically. It's when all of that data is collected and we process it and we look at it, when we have it behind all the walls of protection, that's where the vulnerability exists. But from the response aspect, there could be an impact of someone trying to get device data out there. And so I'd like to see if there's any addition that Steve would like to add.
I think we've covered quite a bit. I don't know if I'm going to add any more on that, but we will be working not only with you from an advisory committee standpoint, but we're going to continue to work with national partners in the tech space, social media space, in the IT security space to ensure that we can look the American public in the eye and say that their responses are going to be protected when they come online. So thank you.
So I know Kevin has to leave, but I just wanted to make a quick comment. You talked about balance between security and performance. And for me, that's key because that's about speed. And as you guys go out and think about getting people to respond, it's always been 10 questions, 10 minutes. So as we're looking at how fast is that's per person, by the way, so if you have a large household, it's a lot longer. And as I'm doing stuff in California, we may have events where we're going to have thousands of people come and do it right there. So I'm concerned about performance. I'm concerned about net neutrality and latency, because when does people just go, oh, forget it, it's taking too long. And same with the phone. If we have a big call center, like we do Staples Center, like Arturo and his friends did, and we bring all those folks in there, and in California you're all calling at the same time, how is that going to affect the system?
So what's interesting is, so from a slowness aspect, when you talk to the technology geeks, it's like we're talking like half a second. So we're on the realm of like, what things can we do to mitigate the web page maybe being half a second slower when people hit the button? Is it something that people would know or complain about? Sometimes, not necessarily. But from a design aspect, the real thing of performance is that as much as if we put too many security parameters in place and it takes you 3 minutes to get to the first page, you're not going to get to the first page. So I'm just assuring you from this aspect, we're actually talking about seconds and half a second kind of delays, because they add up after a while. So when you look at a 10-minute question, and if it takes you a half a second longer or a second longer to get to each page, it's not necessarily going to break the bank. It could if too many people are logged in at the same time. That's where you see these impacts. So it's almost like at complete peak load, these kind of things add up. And we're trying to balance that ability to handle peak load and not have the slowness aspect get too much. And we're talking at seconds, not minutes, is the conversation.
So that's what we're concerned about, is peak load, and then if there are external actors, which would be out of your control, that are taking up the highway because they paid to take up the freeway, right? In terms of net neutrality, that might cause some slowing, but I know you won't have control over that. So, are there any other questions? We are due for a photo and a quick break. So thank you, Kevin, for your presentation.
Okay. So Tara, what are the instructions? Are we just going to take the picture here?
Tara Dunlop Jackson. We're going to be taking the photo right here in front of this green plant. So if you leave your name tags at your seats, come take the photo. For members that are exiting the committee, if you'd like to take a photo with your certificate, your plaque, and Enrique, we are prepared to do that. We'd love that. Thank you. put, I have the instructions. I'll bring the instructions over to you. We have the taxi information. The taxi information for tonight. If you want to bring her, we have one extra seat left. If she's welcome to come as well. Okay? I'll bring it over to you. Thank you.
in charge. Somebody, they're coming. Do you need to? What's it? Okay. Let me know. Okay.
going to dinner tonight? Are you going to dinner tonight? What's going on? All right, I'd like to encourage everyone to go ahead and take your seats, and we'll commence with the last presentation before the committee members break for committee deliberations.
I'll check.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Before I announce our last speaker, I've been reminded that we need NAC members to be sure and state your name every time you make a comment, even if you've talked before. This is to keep our transcripts straight. Otherwise, it ends up as being, you know, male number 5 said this or female number 2 said that. So we want to give everybody the right credit. Okay, so our last presentation today, we are going to hear from Maria Malagon and Kendall Johnson with something I know you guys have been eager to hear about, and that's an update on the Integrated Communications Program. And then after they speak, Megan Mari has been kind enough to offer remarks, and then we'll open it up for committee discussion. So I turn it over to Maria and Kendall.
Good afternoon, I'm Maria Malagon. I'm the Assistant Division Chief over the Partnerships and Communications Operation at the Decennial Directorate. Today, Kendall and I will be teaming to talk to you about the operation. I will be talking about partnerships and a little bit about the contract at the beginning, and then Kendall will take over to discuss the contract more deeply. So pretty much as you see there, we will be talking about national partnerships and community partnerships, and then we will go through the integrated communications contract and some current challenges that the committee brought to us and had questions about. So a reminder, the Integrated Partnerships and Communications Operation is part of the 35 decennial census operations. The goal of the IPC, as we call it, is to engage and motivate people to self-respond, preferably via the internet, and to raise awareness to encourage response through the entire 2020 census, including the non-response follow-up phase. The IPC is composed of several components that you can see over there. All of them are linked mostly with the partnership program. We are giving this time a lot of focus to the website, advertising, media relations, statistics in school, and social media, but pretty much we'll have a very strong component on all the communications area that you see over there. As part of the operation, we like to say it as an integration of four different parts in my mind. The National Partnerships Program, the Community Partnerships Engagement Program, the Integrated Communications Contract, and the work that the Census Bureau staff does internally in support of all these areas. We have people from mostly, I would think, all the directories, or most of them, working on the operation. It's a team effort, and I feel that's the strength of the integration of our program. It's the fact that we have so many people from different backgrounds working in support of the operation. For the integrated, for the first update that I have today is about the National Partnerships Program. We have been working very hard to engage national organizations that we call our keynote partners, the partners that at the national level that we really think that we need to bring on board first. So our staff have been working very hard over the last couple of months, and they have had several accomplishments. The first one is the 12-week account manager program. This is a reflection of the integration that I just described. We have folks from the economic field, decennial, and communications directorate work together as account managers, recruiting and bringing on board keystone partners from the business and nonprofit sectors. The program concluded at the end of May. I'm happy to report that they are not only working on lessons learned and an actual plan to implement the account managers in the near future, but they also brought on board over 200 organizations. They contact them, and they are in the process to formalize partnerships with them, so that's very exciting for us. They also conducted a webinar on May 24, in which they described the 2020 census, and they pretty much sold to prospective partners the idea of joining us. Also, they have been working on the census solution workshops, which I will be getting more deeper in a minute. They have been completing a partnership plan, which is on clearance at the moment, and they have introduced the census.gov/partners website that is currently live, and it's currently can be used to bring for partners to join us in this monumental effort. I wanted to go deeper on the census solutions workshops because from all the updates that we have on national partnerships, I think it's my favorite. This is definitely an area when we can see how national and community partnerships can come together. The team has been conducting workshops around the states and has other workshops coming up. We have one in Dallas on the map. However, that one has been just moved this morning to September because the city of Dallas would like more time for planning purposes. But pretty much the objectives of the workshops are to build connections and seek collaborations between organizations and individuals committed to a successful 2020 census, develop ideas that can lead to a stronger awareness and outreach census approach locally and nationally, build momentum towards main ideas come to life by generating commitments and developing them through the 2020, and showcase a model that other cities and towns can use to generate collaborative relationships with stakeholders and ideas to reach their own hard-to-count communities. These are some pictures from the one in Providence, Rhode Island, that we had in April. This was a workshop with 54 organizations participating, among them the National Urban League, the Annie A. Casey Foundation, the American Library Association, the Children's Leadership Council, and the City of Providence. In these particular workshops, participants were given 4 ideas or 4 questions that they had to work. First one, how may we amplify collaborative partnerships and resources to ensure young children between the ages 0 and 5 are accurately counted? How may we improve the undercount of hard-to-count populations, particularly among African-American men ages 16 and 20 to 24? How may we develop outreach strategies to address the digital divide in communities of colors and other hard-to-count communities? And how may libraries serve as community hubs for census education's awareness participation, especially on hard-to-count communities? So they were given this list of challenges, and participants came with the following examples. They suggested put the census in the agenda for the National Kids Count Conference, plan a race to raise awareness on the importance of census, hold webinars to state and local advocates, and my personal favorite, provide tablets or iPads to local barber shops to reach African American males ages 18 to 24 to complete the questionnaire. So in terms of the Community Partnerships and Engagement Program, as you know, it focused on engaging the community at the very grassroots level. Pretty much we call it the goals of the CPEP, the 3 E's: educate people about the 2020 census and foster cooperations with enumerators, encourage community partners to motivate people to self-respond, and engage grassroots organizations to reach out hard-to-count groups and those who aren't motivated to respond at the national level. CPEP have had several accomplishments. They have been working with 44 partnership specialists, which is it's a big deal because they start earlier than they start for 2010, but at the same time, it's not such a big group. Even with that, they have completed their regional plans, they have completed the Complete Count Committee guidelines, they have conducted program development, conducted train-the-trainer sessions, and work in coordination with the Communications Directorate on tribal consultations. Since January 2017, the staff has engaged over 1,500 organizations and have participated in over 1,800 events. And upcoming milestones for them, they will be bringing more staff on board this summer so that we will have much more partnership specialists starting this month. And they are working on completing the Tribal Government Liaison Handbook and also in conducting the federally recognized one-on-one meetings that they agree during the tribal consultations. On the next slide, we see that the green states and territories are the ones who are in the who have already established state complete count commissions or complete count committees, and the 25 that are in yellow are the ones who are already in the are interested in forming one pretty soon. Again, between this map and the fact that we have had over 1,800 events and 1,500 organizations touched, I must say that we have to commend the work of those 44 partnership specialists because they have been doing an amazing job at the local level. And now on the Integrated Communications Contract. So on the last couple of months, Census Bureau staff and Team Y&R, who is here with us this afternoon, have been working very hard with the Department of Commerce in close cooperation with them to start implementing key activities that we need for fiscal year 2018. We have been working on particularly on any activities moving forward with the creative and media planning, statistics in school, a lot of our research, modeling and segmentation, and future campaign optimization. The benefits to the ICC on focusing on this have been providing time for Census at Y&R to hold discussions in a, I would say, in a better pace instead of being rushing through this discussion, and also has been reducing the schedule risk to condense planning and concurrent work. I'm going to leave you now with Kendall Johnson, the program manager over the contract. Kendall will be talking about the creative process, research, and a lot of the advancement that we have done with recruitment advertising.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So in September of this year, the Census Bureau and Team Y&R, we're going to work together during a strategy workshop that will include 2 days of presentations from research, the research team, from Census SMEs, from Team Y&R members, including the multicultural agencies. And during that time, we'll collaborate to develop a creative brief that will inform the creative workshop we will have in October. Following that, we'll host a week-long creative workshop that we'll use that time to collaborate and come up with multiple creative platforms that we will decide of those multiple platforms which ones will actually go into testing. These options will be tested to ensure that the single strongest platform is selected based on research and direct feedback from audiences, including representation from the hard-to-count audiences. In terms of paid media planning, the governance process for this will be established at the end of this year, with the media plan being developed over the course of a good amount of time, between November of 2018 through March of 2019. Research findings, audience segmentation, and insights from Team Y&R and the multicultural agencies, the census, SMEs, and the regional offices will be used to inform the development of the overall media strategy. Due to the work that we're starting and completing this summer, including all of the research results, we'll be able to inform other components from the campaign, which will result in the Bureau and Team Y&R working together to start conducting early education actions in 2019. All of this work will result in more comprehensive communication plans that will, or a more comprehensive communications plan that will be released in late September of next year. That would be the communications plan version 2.0. So this timeline will help visualize a little bit of what I just discussed. Key milestones that I'd like to bring your attention to. We're actively recruiting partnership specialists to bring them on this summer, and that ramp up will continue into fiscal year 19. The job applicant website for recruitment is scheduled to go live the end of fiscal year 18. The final report from CBAMS is expected by the end of October, or I'm sorry, the end of quarter one, FY19. We're going to conduct partnership training in January of 2019. The segmentation report will be available during the second quarter of 19. We're looking at a partner toolkit also during the second quarter of 19. And version 2.0 of the communications plan, as I said a few minutes ago, will be available the middle of quarter 4 of FY19. One area where the Integrated Communications Contract has been working very actively is field recruitment, advertising, and communications. The goal of this component is to leverage various media channels, deploy hyperlocal and national campaigns, and develop one centralized recruiting resource. A 2020 Census Jobs website. That's where we can hire the right people for the right geographic locations. This means providing tools and support necessary for the regional and local recruiting staff to be successful in recruiting millions of applicants to fill hundreds of thousands of jobs or temporary field positions and thousands of temporary office positions necessary for us to conduct the 2020 census. A kickoff conference or recruiting conference was held in March of this year with regional leadership and staff to discuss regional needs and strategies for the 2020 recruitment, and the recruitment team provided status and release dates for recruitment materials. We also had the 2020 Field Recruitment Advertising Communications team held an industry day on March the 15th of 2018 to refine requirements for the 2020 media planning and buys to support recruiting. The contract will provide the Census Bureau regional census centers with a vehicle to allow them to purchase recruitment advertisements in local media. Also, the 2020 recruitment website will leverage online job application and online employment assessment. You may remember this was demonstrated during the last PMR by Viola Lewis, who spoke to you earlier today. So we wrapped up the focus groups for the Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators study in April of this year. The study combined qualitative focus groups and a quantitative survey that together will provide us with the hypotheses for which messages resonate and don't resonate with each audience, as well as where these audiences are located. These hypotheses will be tested during creative development, which will rely on pre-testing to refine the messaging. So let's talk about the 2020 survey. This survey was conducted with a mail and internet option in 2 languages, English and Spanish. The study oversampled difficult low response score tracts and tracts with a high percentage of Hispanic, Black, and Asian populations. This is a similar sampling strategy to the 2015 National Content Test. 50,000 households were sampled, and we expected a response rate of 30%. The survey tested messaging frames that will be used to shape the campaign platform rather than the actual messages themselves. The following topics were covered: census familiarity, importance, and likelihood to participate, internet and addressable media use, basic demographics, other civic participation such as voting, and attitudes towards state, local, and federal government, data confidentiality, and basic messaging frames. The CBAM's focus groups provided better reach for small and hard-to-count communities. They will provide deeper insights that will further inform message development and creation. We did 42 focus groups, and they were comprised of 6 to 8 participants per group. We conducted the following English language focus groups with rural, economically disadvantaged individuals, with low internet proficiency individuals, with Black African Americans with a hard-to-count focus, with American Indian and Alaska Natives, with Middle East North African individuals, with Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander individuals, and with young single mobile individuals with mixed race ethnicity. We also conducted the following non-English focus groups with Spanish-speaking individuals who live on the U.S. mainland, with Spanish-speaking individuals in Puerto Rico, with Chinese-speaking individuals in both Cantonese and Mandarin, and with Vietnamese-speaking individuals. As I mentioned before, we were expecting a response rate of 30% for the survey. I'm happy to report that as of April 20th, we had a response rate of 36.6%. Here's the breakdown of the data. The response rate for the 2020 CBAM survey as of the end of day April 17 was 36.610% unweighted. Web receipts equaled 11,117, mail receipts equaled 7,401, duplicate receipts equaled 213, and unique receipts equaled 18,305. April 17th was the last day of survey collection for both the paper form and the internet form. Here you can see the participation we received in the focus groups. I want to take a moment to thank Hassan, who was very helpful in helping us recruit participants in Detroit for the MENA population, so thank you. This chart shows the group, the group of people who were recruited for each audience or each group, the number who showed up, and the number we actually seated for each group. Because we were in the midst of the focus groups when the inclusion of the citizenship question was announced, we were able to add a question about attitudes and reactions about the inclusion of this topic, beginning with the focus groups on April 2nd in Los Angeles. While the complete analysis for the focus groups won't be complete until later this year, I'd like to share some preliminary observations from across the focus groups. Across several of the groups, the length of the form was extensively discussed. It's clear that some participants are confusing the census form with ACS or other census surveys. We also heard that a prime motivation to completing the census is simply knowing and truly understanding its importance to and impact on communities. So we'll have to be diligent in communicating the importance of and ease of filling out the 2020 census form. Here you can see the steps that we will take to form this critical foundational research needed to develop the communications campaign. I just talked to you about CBAMs, which is the first step in our process. From there, we will use predictive models to estimate a household's self-response propensity, the likely response mode, and the timing of response. We'll group those households into segments based on their propensity to self-respond, their demographic characteristics, and our understanding of their attitudes based on responses to the CBAM survey. We will plan how to reach each audience based on the segmentation data. We'll design ads and materials to specifically reach each audience. We will deliver the advertising. As households complete the census questionnaire, we will revise our models and gain efficiencies by shifting resources to areas predicted to have the highest amount of remaining households who have not yet responded, and limiting resources expended on geographies with high response rates. Data will inform us about what the best messages and modes to reach each segment are. And finally, the rapid response team will address real-time issues. I I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and we, like everyone else, came to you with some questions. We'd like your help in helping us answer these questions. So how has the IPC, oh, I'm sorry, these are questions from you.
These are the ones that they sent us.
I apologize.
Yes.
So how has the IPC changed to accommodate the new timeline with the early education phase starting in 2019? So the strategic early awareness phase the purpose of it was to build trust of the Census Bureau by educating key audiences about the Census Bureau, the decennial census, and why it's important for everyone to participate, which is especially important amongst our hard-to-count audiences. This phase always relied on the National Partnership Program, the Community Partnership and Engagement Program, and the Statistics in Schools program to reach and engage audiences and markets that require early education. We're actually doing this right now. And these efforts will continue as we ramp up furthermore for 2020. So while on the timeline, it looks like it's changed, the reality is we are doing this and we will continue to do that. And we've started earlier than was actually on the timeline to begin with. You also asked, how will the information on the citizenship question be communicated? Confidentiality and privacy messaging will be used throughout everything that we do. It will be interwoven through all of our communications, whether it be paid media, whether it be earned media, public relations, statistics in schools, all of our partnership efforts. We will always talk about confidentiality and privacy. And you also asked, how does the IPC plan to bridge the communication silos between racial and ethnic demographic segments and more attitudinal segments? The bottom line is research will help define this, as well as the segmentation, strategy, and media. So I'm going to stop there, because it looks like you all have questions, but I'm also going to turn it over to Megan. I think that's how it goes.
Thank you so much. And thanks to all of my colleagues on the NAC, who I can tell are a little sleepy after lunch, but are still totally engaged for our conversation about partnerships and communications. But thanks so much, too, to Maria and Kendall for sharing all this information with us. I know you both are doing an amazing amount of phenomenal work, and we really appreciate all of what you're doing. You know, when I first got a chance to look at this slideshow, a few things really jumped out at me as exciting. So there's some really exciting work that you're doing. I think a lot of the work that you're doing around partnerships is really exciting. And in fact, there's a new partnerships website that I think is actually going to be phenomenal and really helpful to people. I think that I'm just going to pull up my presentation for myself so that I know what I'm talking about while we figure out how to get it onto the screens. Just kidding. Oh, everything is going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, you do? Because you're so efficient. I have it right here. It's all good. Yeah. You've really done what you can with the resources you have. So you've pulled a lot of that planning work into this year while you wait for funding to be available. I think that's phenomenal. I think the work you're doing to engage complete count committees is really wonderful, and we've heard from folks like Didas about how effective those complete count committees can be. But I just want to come back, really. I can't possibly be as eloquent as Arturo was this morning when talking about the political moment that we're in. And it's not simply the political moment that you talked about this morning about adding a citizenship question to the census and politicizing this thing that we're all working so hard on. It's also the political moment of increased deportations and increased policing and state violence and increased use of religious exemptions to discriminate against LGBTQ people and increased use of work requirements and other legal frames to make it more difficult for people to access public benefits. People have a lack of trust in our government right now like they never have before. And I think that another thing that you spoke about this morning, that we can't look at this and pretend everything is just proceeding according to normal, and the adjustments that we have to make because of funding aren't going to have a hugely significant impact. So while we figure out how to get to my presentation, I would love if folks would go back to that piece in their presentation on your magical iPads that has the timeline on it, because that's what I wanted to talk about anyway, and it'll be probably more useful for you to look at the timeline on here than to look at my silly little slide that has like 2 words on it. However, I am going to look at my slide. So initially, a year ago, when we looked at the original Partnerships and Communications Plan, it talked a lot about the research that the Census Bureau was doing and how the first phase of the research was to look back at 2010 and figure out what lessons were learned that they could apply to the communications and partnerships work for 2020. And one of the big lessons that they learned was that they needed to start earlier and work harder to connect to historically undercounted populations, right? So in the IPC plan for 2020, they said, let's start strategic early education for historically undercounted folks in January of 2019. That, even to us, we were like, great, you're starting earlier. It probably even needs to start earlier than that, but we're really psyched you're doing it for a full year of focused communications to hard-to-count communities. That shows a meaningful investment in making sure that our folks get counted. When I heard that the strategic early education phase, which is that phase about focusing on communicating to historically undercounted folks, wasn't going to start until November 2019, I got scared, right? Because we weren't just shrinking it down by a few months because we lacked funding. We're shrinking it down to 2 months, right, of focused communications to hard-to-count communities. And I understand that you're trying to fill that gap with partnerships work, with statistics in schools, with the other work that you're doing. But the fact is that the research from CBAMS won't be out. The final report from CBAMS won't be out till the end of this year. You're not starting message testing. If folks look at their little magical timeline here from the Bureau, the message testing, the creative, that's not happening until during 2019. So all of that amazing information that we learned from CBAMS and all of the message testing that we do that is informed by hard-to-count communities won't be available to the Bureau until later in 2019. So we're not going to be able to invest the kind of energy that we were hoping would be invested in historically undercounted communities unless that timeline can really get pushed out. So you can see now on the screen, one of the biggest concerns for me is what this timeline actually does to our ability to communicate to historically undercounted folks. I know that trusted messengers will do their best to fill in some of that space too, but we don't have funding for that, right? The Census Bureau has literally hundreds of millions of dollars to do communications, and it's going to make choices about whether it invests that money in the general population or in historically undercounted populations. And I would like to see the vast majority of it go to historically undercounted populations. Those are the folks who are hardest to count, and those are the folks who need the investment in communications. And that investment in communications can't be a last-minute, shoehorned-in communication strategy. So these are some of the dates that really jumped out at me as concerning, and that is one of the biggest things I just wanted to flag for the Bureau, for the NAC, because I know it's difficult when you're looking at that timeline in front of you to see those dates and numbers unless you're really looking hard. It's a complicated chart. The second piece I really wanted to lift up for folks is this segmentation question. Even before the events of the last 6 months to a year, when we looked at the Communications and Partnerships Plan, it really addresses primarily the racial and ethnic segmentation pieces really, really clearly and directly. Like it says, here's how we're going to contact AAPI folks. Here's the subcontractor we're working with who's going to focus on AAPI folks. It's great. It does a wonderful job. It really does a good job of speaking to those particular communities. What it doesn't do is talk at all about the other communities of hard-to-count folks that we focus on as a NAC. It doesn't talk about the undercount of young children. It doesn't talk about particularly about young and mobile folks. It doesn't talk particularly about people experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. All these other segments, all these other groups that we know are historically deeply undercounted are not particularly mentioned in the Communications and Partnerships campaign, which says to me that I know that the Census Bureau is going to work hard to communicate to those folks, but if they're not the priority and we're working with limited resources, my guess is that they're going to, those pieces of the population are going to fall behind in our communications efforts. So I wanted to just lift that up for folks. And I think because of the addition of the citizenship question, the fact that there's not a specific particular plan for how to communicate to immigrant communities is hugely problematic. So then the third concern I wanted to lift up was just generally that there are not plans for how to build trust, or there probably are plans that we haven't heard about and we would love to hear more about how you're working to build trust relationships with immigrant communities, with communities of color, with other hard-to-count communities, so that they're willing to bring those messages to their communities. Folks have alluded to it all day, but I can say, even as a national organization that sits on the National Advisory Committee, that spends like probably 80% of my time doing census work, I'm really struggling personally with the decision of whether I'm going to put my reputation on the line to advocate for strong participation in the census, right? It's a hard choice for people right now, and we're missing that in the information that we have from the Bureau of how you're going to work with partners to build those trust relationships. I understand the strategies that you have right now in place that are awesome, but those strategies involve an assumption that partners want to come to the table. So how are you going to work past that assumption that partners want to come to the table? Because right now it's a really hard choice for us to make. So that's really all I wanted to lift up. And then I wanted to give as much time as possible for folks to talk about this today, but also remember that we have time tomorrow to talk about partnerships and communications as well. So thanks so much.
Any questions? Oh, and they're going up. Let's start over here with Desi. Please say your name.
Desi Rodriguez Lombear. Thank you, Megan, and thank you to the team. I have just two questions. It's my understanding that the tribal partnership specialists have already been identified for the regions, that there are 6 of those partnership specialists. Can we get a list of those individuals so that we know who to work with? And then secondly, what Megan was saying, how we know that there are already subcontractors who are responsible for targeting specific populations. Those have already been awarded, is my understanding. I believe for the American Indian population, it's the same firm that did the 2010 G&G advertising. I'm not saying that they did a bad job. I'm just asking if there's opportunity for additional subcontracting. We know in our communities, American Indian, Alaska Native, we're very diverse. Is there opportunity to do additional subcontracting to reach our diverse populations beyond just the one agency that's tasked to do all of it?
So, thank you. Great questions. Yes, we can get you a list of the tribal partnership specialists. In terms of opportunities for additional subcontractors, I'm never going to say no. As we identify new audiences and as we review all of the research and we get deeper into what we're doing, these opportunities may arise. What we can do is provide you with a contact name and number at Team Y&R for any interested or company or organization to reach out to them directly, because it would be through Y&R, it would not be through the Census Bureau.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that. So YNR then is responsible for all of the advertising. So they're the ones responsible for the subcontracts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Acquisitions regulations prevent us as Census Bureau employees to direct YNR on additional subcontracting or any types of specific subcontractors. So that's done directly with them, and then we work directly with the contractor, which is YNR. So yes, like subcontractors are managed by the contractor.
Interdeep, and then Terry.
So I'm in the deep, by the way. You asked us to say our name. So I have a question, but before then, I want to formally recognize Tara for all of her help, whether it's responding to questions after a briefing and finding the right person to offer her response in a really timely manner. And also, last semester, she was very helpful in connecting one of our graduate students in public policy at Duke, who was doing research and work in natural disasters and the U.S. Census Bureau. And once the report is graded and submitted, I will certainly share it with the group. And it's like a 65-page report. And so, but really, in connecting to the right people in a timely way and offering the support, I truly appreciate it. Thank you. So the question I have is, it's a general question. You know, all morning, all day, we've raised several concerns and cautions in terms of going into 2020 census. So I was wondering if the Bureau has any projections in terms of how the census may turn out, given what we have now in terms of the citizenship question and other concerns that have been pointed out. And if so, if you have any projections and a plan B in terms of sort of accommodating some of those outcomes.
I was waiting for Al. I guess the projections would be the self-response rates and what we're doing there. Al, do you want to elaborate on that? Or?
Currently, our projected self-response rates are 61.5%. We have not changed that since the citizenship question was introduced. The evidence we're getting in a very small market in Providence, for a test, we're getting a expected or higher than expected level of response rate. And that, the question came out right as we started that operation. We don't have enough data to be able to make further projections at this time. We're hearing activities that we need, let me restate that. We are developing activities that we feel we need to do to shore up and ensure a high response, and that includes not only the things we're doing in field, but the money we're spending in partnership and in the media plan. Whether that offsets the negative drag out there or not, we don't have that data yet.
Hi, Terry Minnis. First, I just want to say kudos to Megan. She always stays on top of all of the IPC work and the reports that are hundreds and hundreds of pages long. So I just wanted to appreciate her and really say I agreed with a lot of what she said and the concerns that she raised. In particular, I just wanted to lift up two things that she said that I just really wanted to highlight. One, and Arturo said this earlier today too, with respect to not making assumptions or not being able to base what we've learned in past censuses as a baseline necessarily for what we do this time around, right? And I think that it's an easy kind of, pitfall to fall into because you all are professionals and have done this for many, many, many decades. But we're just, as Megan so eloquently pointed out, in very unique times. And I think we just have to recognize that and work from where we are, not from where we were or where we wish we were, wish we are. So that was the first thing. And the other thing I just really wanted to highlight was just the timing of everything. And I think definitely, respecting, as Megan said, that you all have been doing the best you can with what you have and what you've been given, recognizing that there's only so much, you have, control over. Just wanting to say that there are certain concerns about, whether or not things are being done in a timely fashion, particularly as, Megan had raised up with the immigrant community, if you were doing things in language, taking the time to make sure and check in with communities to make sure that what's being done is done in a culturally appropriate way, which we've seen problems and concerns with in the past. That all takes time to get it done right. And then trying to cram it all in at the last minute when you already have populations that are distrustful. I think we just need to work together and try to figure out what's the best way to really right-size this so that we can try to get to who we need to get to in the right way.
If I could supplement my last answer for a moment. One of the things that we have in reserve to allow us to do quick reaction, Joanne talked about the $300 million in contingency against things that may come up that we are not currently accounting for. That plus the ability in the media program when we're going non-traditional media, meaning social media and digital media, which you can turn on and focus and point much faster than you could traditional media, and being able to tap into that additional resource dollars to do quick reactions if necessary. We're going to be monitoring from day one all of the response rates in our self-response to know where we need to emphasize more focus, where we need to have offices in the field focus their effort when we get to non-response follow-up. So we believe that being able to pull those levers will enable us to be responsive to changes. One of the challenges in 2020, if we didn't have the question, it's an election year. And in an election year, you're going to have a lot of divisive politics going on, a lot of conversations going on, so we have to be prepared to react quickly and turn on a dime and make changes as we need, as the situation in the country dictates those changes. So I feel confident that the $300 million in contingency does give us some resources to be able to put in that direction if it becomes necessary or as it becomes necessary.
And I appreciate that. This is Terry. Just wanted to follow up. I think I also wanted to highlight one more thing that Megan said that I think is important, and that is centering the efforts around the hard-to-count communities. And I think if you do that, plus the contingency funds or, the rapid response, that is something that could potentially put us on the right path to being able to, address things as they come up. But if you don't have the proper focus, if you're focused on the easier to count, it's not a real phrase, but the easier to count communities, then it's more likely that you'll let the hard to count communities fall through the crack just by virtue of design. So.
Hi, Terry. This is Stephen. Let me step in and try to walk through a couple things too. So, I think there's a misconception each time we do a communications campaign during a census that our advertising is not intended to reach everyone, right? So, something we call diverse mass is supposed to reach all the English-speaking people living within the United States, and in 2010 that was about 50% of the budget. The rest of that budget was dedicated to those that speak other languages and are traditionally harder to count. The goals of the campaign is to maximize self-response and to create awareness among the entire population that a census is going on. It is unfair to think a communications advertising program is going to reach every single person in that hard-to-count category. And in fact, that's why we weave in our operations in tight synergy with the communications campaign to ensure we don't miss anyone. So I just don't want any illusion that an advertising campaign is going to get this hardest to count person that doesn't want the government anywhere near them. It's going to take somebody knocking on their door, and that's the hard job that Tim Olson and the regional offices have to go out and do that follow-up. All we can do is try to prime the pump to alleviate as many barriers they may have, preconceptions, as much as possible through our partners, through advertising channels and everything else. But ultimately, it's the census operations that are going to get those hardest to count that will not respond regardless of what we tell them. So I just want to be clear there because it is a monumental task, But an advertising program can only do so much. It's really the partners in the community that rally to get people to respond that will make that difference to get those that have historically been missed. So just wanted to take a quick little detour there. But
And if I
thank
can
you.
clarify that point, if you don't mind, what I meant more, I didn't actually mean that I think the Census Bureau can reach every single person in the country. It's that I, as a 40, yeah, I'm almost 40, year old, I know, white woman who lives in a city who is doing pretty fine for money, I don't need half your outreach. I don't need it. If you contact me twice, I'm going to fill out the census. Probably if you contact me half of once, I'm going to fill out the census because I care about it, right? And because it's easy for me. There are no barriers to me filling out the census. So my point is not, I want to make sure the Census Bureau reaches every single person in this country with a hands-on touch, because I know that we're going to need to do some of that work too. My point is that if the focus of the communications campaign centers people who are historically undercounted and hard to count, it will be a shift in the way that the Bureau does communications. And you just explained why, right? Like, we were spending half our money on people who aren't particularly difficult to count.
I did not say that.
Sure.
What I said
You
is
said
we
50% of our
spent
money.
half the budget
Reverse
on
math.
people that consumed
Yeah.
English media.
Great.
In fact,
Yes.
a one message might get
Sure.
you to actually respond, Megan.
No, right.
Right? So we know
Yes.
that. The messages and the ads and the things we're doing is not intended to really reach you. It's to reach the people that are undecided.
Sure.
That's where we move the needle. We know that
Right.
portions of the Midwest have high compliance in terms of responding to things, right? So it may just take the censuses here, and that can be done through local partnership, through national advertising. We're not trying to do that. In previous censuses, we haven't had digital media that could then actually go and specifically go out to groups that don't respond right away. And so
Right.
we are going to be much more prescriptive, and Al alluded to this real-time, looking at the data. We're going to be doing campaign optimization on the fly that was unimaginable 8 years ago,
Totally.
that Y&R has expertise in doing. So I'm kind of excited about how we're going to see the data and not waste money on people that have already responded. In fact, we'd like to stop the advertising to those households and go to those households and communities that haven't. So we are going to be working with you, walk you through that campaign optimization as we formulate those plans, but we are going to be very sensitive to the way we're spending taxpayer dollars, and we don't want to throw money at people that have already responded. So I feel you.
Glad to
I
hear that.
totally agree with you. I just want to be very clear there.
Thanks.
So I just wanted a quick clarification, and you can do it a little bit later. Al, you said your projected 61.5% self-response rate, and of course you do that for projections for enumeration, and that you don't yet have the data yet. One, when you have the data, will you be updating that projection? And then two, do you have it by state? Because that would certainly help me in my other job.
When we have the data, we will be providing updates if necessary. I'm going to call on one of my staff, actually, Burton. Am I calling the right person, Burton? Are you the right person? We want to talk about data but response by state projections and what our timing is on that and thinking.
Because I think that'll help as you guys are pushing out to get statewide commissions to get together. It helps them to understand what they're facing.
Yeah, I don't know that we have the data to get down to that level. I know that our projections right now are based on ACS response as well as all the test responses and the 2010 census and everything we know that we put into the model. I can follow up with our statistical staff and get back to you about what the possibilities might be. I appreciate the benefit that would be. And I know that there's, not just within states, but within specific population groups too. It would be good if we could think about, and we need to think about what we can do in that regard, but I can't answer outright on that right now.
Well, I appreciate if you could, like I said, really help us.
No, I appreciate that. I get it.
So I wanted to just take a quick comment in terms of, I hear the conversations of how we're looking at, if I could share what we're looking at in California. We're looking at air game with our dollars, but we're also looking at ground game. The ground game is really where we think it's going to be most effective, and the air game is to provide that surround sound in language, ethnic media, micro-targeted, and in all the right places. So it's got to go together. And so, but we are funding, at least the push has been to fund more of the ground game than the air game. We're yet to see how that's going to graph out. So in terms of looking at your $400 and some odd million of that budget, I don't know if we ever got a split of what's going to be spent on ground game versus air game. And it also needs to be technical and personal. So yes, you can do a lot of quick stuff in terms of social media. And I know that the contractor is really good about like, oh, we're having response rates, right? Here, we can pull back our advertising in that area. Well, I challenge you to think about, we in California want to do it down to the ground game. Oh, look, we're getting response rates here in this census block group level, but down here it's low. So we already have partners that we've activated over here. Say it's the Korean minister we've been cultivating over in 2019, and he's got a 19%, but everybody else is at 40. Boom, we should be able to send out to that ground game. So not just manipulating the air game, because you have, can quickly pull that digital, but how do you connect, through a hub, those activated partners that are trusted messengers on a real-time basis that can turn around as we slice April, the weeks in April, May, June, to provide that messaging with response rates.
You referenced the ground game, and the ground game is not just the ground game during self-response. It also is the ground game during non-response. And that same type of sensitivity to making changes as we need that we talked about from our media campaigns, we plan to be able to do by shifting resources on the ground game during non-response, flooding areas, putting more people in areas, and each one of the local census offices will be reporting that data down to the track level. So we will know where we need help to get the response up, where the non-response is continuing. And then tying that together with the partnership game on the ground, working with our local partners, be they faith-based organizations, community organizations, but people in those track areas that we're having difficulty getting responses, will tie those two efforts together in parts of our ground game.
I also want to mention that we have a tool available on our website, and I'm looking at Nancy because I know she knows a lot more about this than I do, but the ROAM database, the Research Outreach Area Mapper, that will be updating and refreshing and as we get closer to the census as a way of looking at the propensity to respond at very low levels of geography. And I think that that's another tool, another thing that's available to us as we work on this. But I know Deb right now is contacting our math stats, Mike Bentley and others who can start thinking about this, or I'm sure they're thinking about it, but we can
just a
come
comment
back to
on
you
Rome,
with
and I
more.
commented in November, we're taking Rome in California with Esri. We're creating our own sort of California-based Rome. It's going to be called SWORD. It's statewide outreach and rapid deployment. And so Rome is kind of static, where not static, but you can use it to do your planning, right? So you have your planning. This is where our community-based groups are going to target their work, where they're going to do the outreach. But we're going around the state doing our readiness assessment, and we're plugging in all the partners we're meeting right now, right? We're meeting at all these convenings, thousands of people, and then we've got them geocoded, so they're already, it's almost like an army, right? A war that you got to know where your people are on the front. And so real time, not just for planning, you can activate them, and it can be clearly seen in terms of response rates when you get your rapid response up. And we can measure if we have people on the ground in this census tract and we're deploying, April 15th, how effective were they as the rates go up or down? Or not down, but up. Alisu?
So, it's clear that as far as cost is concerned, every new household, every address that self-responds allows money to be available for follow-up for those who don't. And that's certainly great, and that's why there has to be money going into, publicizing and encouraging self-response by the consumers of English media. At the same time, that's one thing that we know is there. The trusted messengers, I think, as someone on the NAC who is not representing a group of stakeholders, I hear those of you who are, and I hear that the trust issue is not between us NAC members and census. I think we trust census, but I think that also census is embedded in a larger context, and that the concerns we have to be trusted messengers out there is not because of fear of our reputation being, damaged because of what census might do, but because of what government at large might do. And that's something that is the issue out there. Now, in terms of messages, in other decennial censuses, there have been messages distancing the census from other agencies. I've seen posters that in Spanish that say no FBI, no INS, censo. So things like that, that try to drive the point that we census are to be trusted. Might be the direction, but again, one doesn't know if in this environment, those are messages that census will be able to have out there. In just talking with immigrant communities, the fears of, I'm not going to open the door for anyone, certainly not from the government because you don't know. The messaging will have to also percolate into field in what messages the reps are going to have with them, what kind of materials, printed materials that they can put under the door, because as we know, that's the general message that has gone in the media to immigrant communities. Do not open the door, see what they put under your door. So it all has to be clearly integrated, and the getting the confidence to the trusted messengers is not going to be just by word of saying trust us. There's going to be a need for more than that. What is that more than that? I am not sure, but I think that that's one of the problems around the table through the day so far.
So Maile and then Arturo. Aloha, Maile Tawali'i. I just, for the sake of time, instead of wording things as questions, I'm just simply going to ask for some considerations for the communities that I'm trying to help represent. One, I've heard you talk about disasters. I'm hoping that you all take into consideration that we have a number of families that are under lava. So take into consideration hard to reach, literally hard to reach, houses that are now buried. Two, when speaking to the communication leads that are part of this communication effort, very few of them seemed aware of efforts of the NAC. None had seen the Hard to Count report, and I feel that there seems to be a lack of communication between the work that we're doing as a group and those who are on the receiving end of trying to get this work done. So I really hope that the work that the undercount of young children, the Hard to Count reports, all the efforts that we've done here are actually getting into the hands of the people who are supposed to be reaching our hard to count populations. So please make an effort to try to share the work. And then finally, probably the harder sort of request is that I was fortunate enough, thanks to Tara, able to participate and watch the focus groups that were done. CBAMs, I guess you guys are acronyming that one. I just have to say, it was horrible. The representation around the table, the 7 people that were there were a number that were actually not Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. They also were not representative of positions that our community faces. So the effort to try to reach the hard to count, who was participating were the easy to count, don't really care, or have any idea about what the census is. And so if you're trying to find the attitudes of people who really are not wanting to come to the table, then the conversation should have been with them, not with people who actually are there to collect the whatever $10 that was issued as a, compensation for your time. So my request on that is that the findings of the focus groups be shared with those of us who are on the NAC to be able to determine if the focus groups actually represented anything that we've talked about as those who are hard to count. I'd like to ask for more transparency between the effort of the communications group and the NAC so that we can at least see if the work that's being done to try to reach those who are hard to count is actually representative of those of us who are hard to count. Arturo?
Arturo Vargas Naleo. It really is unfortunate that the CBAM survey was concluded before the citizenship question was announced, and at least you have some data based on the focus groups. I did observe one focus group in Los Angeles, and we ourselves held 4 additional focus groups post the addition of the citizenship question, 2 in the Rio Grande Valley, 2 in North Carolina. We also conducted our own survey. We soon will have our own report coming out. We're one of several organizations doing independent research, messaging research to determine how we speak to our stakeholders and our constituencies. Terry Al's organization is also conducting focus of this kind of research as this color of change in the African American community. I understand National Congress of American Indians, and I believe the Arab American Anti-Discrimination League was also recently provided with resources to do some research in that community. And we're actually digging deep into how do we deal specifically with the citizenship question and not glossing over it. And I know that we want to share our findings with the Census Bureau so that you have the benefit of what we're learning as well. 2 questions for the team here. One is, what is the distinct, particular, separate communications effort that you will do with trusted messengers? Because they are not going to, many that I know, and it was Alisua referred to this, are not going to want to play the role they played in previous censuses unless they get convincing messages from the Census Bureau on that. So you need a specific strategy on that. And I forgot my second one. It'll come back to me. But the trusted messengers, don't take it for granted that they're going to be there for you, for the Census Bureau this time around. And Al, the 2000 census was held during an election year, and it was a very politically divisive period where the Census Bureau the census itself was very partisan, in the middle of a partisan debate over statistical sampling. So you've been here before, but not on the level that you are today. And I'll reiterate one of my recommendations for this morning. You cannot continue as if it's business as usual.
Jerry, and then James.
Jerry Daniel. At our fall meeting, I and my work group were promised that we would not hear another integrated partnership communications report that did not have some specificity around the undercount of young children. And it has just happened again. And I can't find that priority in anything that has been said here today. And, so tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there was in these focus groups, you brought up that question, and you know something about how parents of young children are going to respond. Are they going to count? What do we need? What can you tell us to pull out a good count of young children? What kind of communications have you been hearing from, strategies have you been hearing from these focus groups or from your partners out there in the world? We have nothing.
I apologize for not having a specific entry on the undercount of young children because we don't have the data yet. But I can assure you, I personally included questions on specifically directed to that issue, both on the survey and on the focus groups. We have our focus groups expert here from the Center of Survey Measurement. So we included both. And also, if you see, I make sure to include it on the national partnership side, slide, because we actually have been including the undercount of young children and ideas on discussion points with potential partners. We are discussing the undercount of young children, so it's mentioned over there. I cannot bring data today because we don't have the CBAM's data available, but definitely was included in both the quantitative and qualitative efforts in CBAMS, and I would like Anna to go further if she can.
Good afternoon. I am Ana Sandoval Giron from the Center for Survey Methodology here at the Census Bureau. So in terms of the undercount of young children, there's two pieces to the response. One is we did include probes on the undercount of children. What often happens in the situations is, and some of that happen, is people will tell us, of course I'll include all my kids once we ask them because they remember. So it doesn't provide us with the information that we need. The other part of it is the challenge of actually recruiting people. When we ask them, will you count kids, which is what I was just saying, will you count small children, they will be triggered to think, oh, I'm supposed to be counting those kids, so we're not getting the people that are likely not to count children. So we did ask who they would include, and again, we'll have those results once we have the full report, but we have some data on it. And we were very aware that this was something that had come up, and we wanted to address it for you.
And I would
Okay,
like
and
to.
so the reason you didn't, I'm sorry, I don't see it. You said you mentioned it somewhere here, but it wasn't,
It's
where is
actually,
it?
it's not on the slide, but I mentioned it on the slide that I described the Census Solutions workshops. That was slide number 5. That was one of the discussion points, one of the questions that we gave to participants on slides 5 and slide 6. So specifically in the Census Solution workshop in Providence, we invited several organizations working with kids, and one of the discussion points of the days was the undercount of young children.
And so, and what you asked then, so it was part of the solutions workshops, but it seems what you asked was,
so it's
will you count kids?
Two different entries. We did it we discussed it on the solutions workshops, and we are also including it on the CBAMS discussions.
Okay, I guess all I want to say to you is that it feels like in addition to, I keep missing it, right? And some of that could be on me. I'll own whatever is my piece of that. But then it also feels like there is not a level of sophistication and rigor around this topic being brought to your work. And so if you say to me in the focus group, we ask, will you count kids? Oh my gosh, where's the subtlety? Where's the nuance? Where's the, I don't get it.
And
Jerry, this doesn't answer that question, but I think I'd like to throw something in on that subject. We have looked at the way we ask questions in the questionnaire and on the internet. We've changed the language in our plan for 2020. Instead of saying everyone who's staying at this address, we've changed that language to read all adults, children, and babies living or staying at this address. We've changed language in probes. Instead of saying everyone, to say be sure to be counting grandchildren or unrelated children staying at this address. So we are addressing some of the tools we're using to lift the level of focus on children staying at homes, especially children in complex and mixed relationship homes. So we're focusing on grandchildren in the way we ask the questions, or unrelated children in the way we ask the questions. Now that doesn't necessarily address CBAMS, but we're just addressing the design of the questions. We've also incorporated in the training for our enumerators who are going to be out in the field asking questions, an additional probe about other children, children that may be grandchildren in the home or unrelated children in the home, both for our enumerators and for our CQA telephone respondents. They are adding probes on asking about young children in their questions when people call CQA and they take an interview. So that's just some other activities we're doing, because the Bureau is, like you are, very concerned about the undercount of young children. And so I just wanted to throw that little piece in.
Can I just want to clarify about the CBAMS focus groups. When I mentioned that we asked if people would count children. That was the general topic within the focus group. We did add probes that were much more subtle. I just don't have them in front of me, but you did receive, I believe, the protocol. So we were very aware, and we designed this so that we could get that information. And again, the specific questions, I do not recall them, but they were not just, would you count children at your household?
I would like to add, this is Maria Malagon. At some point, when we actually decided to touch also the topics of disasters, and we included questions in the focus groups related to disasters both in Puerto Rico and Houston, we actually retrained the moderators to ask questions such like, if someone say, yes, I brought my sister and their kids to live with me because the hurricane, the follow-up was like, okay, so if you have your own kids and you have your sister kids in your house, are you counting all the kids in the house? So those were specific examples that we retrained the moderators on site to follow up on not only their own kids, but the fact that they could be grandchildren or children from a friend. And we actually had those examples. Like, I observed most of the focus groups, and I was present in some of them, including the Puerto Rico ones, where we went in deep on disasters and how people were managing and responding to the disaster. And we asked specific questions about children and how to fill the census if it will be at that specific moment after a hurricane.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. But let me ask, and I'll stop because I know you got to keep going. But all right, so so one of the issues is, and I'm glad to hear grandparents all, kind of being more specific and direct about what you mean by, how to count children. But one of the issues also related to the count of children is, children often spend their time, sometime at mom's house, sometimes at dad's house, sometimes at grandma's house. And so that whole timing thing comes into play. And do you have a probe around that? So for example, if Arturo and I have a kid, all right, and he spends some of his time over there, and he spends some of his time over here, but the person you're talking to, you don't get to my house for whatever reason, you get to his, and he says he doesn't include him because it's not his 6 months or whatever. You understand what I'm asking you? How are you helping families get the timing thing straight?
So I wanted to reiterate, one of the things that Al talked about is how important this is to the Bureau, and it really is. It's at the top of all that we do. For the communications campaign, that message counting everyone in the household, including small children, whether they're there with you temporarily or, for the weekend here, weekend there, we're encouraging you to count everyone in the household. And that is a message, like the confidentiality and privacy messages, that will be interwoven in everything that we do. When the creative teams go to ideate on creative executions, the undercount of young children is one of the data points they've got in front of them, one of those messaging points that we need them to touch on. So while there may not be data points right now at this particular moment, you will see this interwoven through the campaign as it's developed.
I want to also mention that we have probe questions on the form that ask, and through the prompts that enumerators will use that say, is there anyone who stays elsewhere that also stays here much of the time? And we will fold children into that too. I think that it would be helpful, and maybe this is a future session or maybe it's an interim, we need to pull all of our materials together and walk through them together and look at these places where we are doing that and we are sensitive to these, to the fact that, the point you make about, kids living in with multiple different adults much of the time is something we take very seriously, and we're trying to find ways to get at that through the way we're asking the questions and the way we're asking the follow-up questions, both at the door and through the response instruments.
And I appreciate the work you're doing. I wanted to follow up because my questions are really a follow-up to Jerlene Daniels, Charlie Bruner, because I think that it's going to be useful to get what you have been able to glean from both the focus groups and the surveys around this issue. But of the 42 focus groups, there was none that was a focus group of complex families, or there was none that was a focus group of families with young children in highly mobile and low-income neighborhoods that would be able to drill down on their experiences and their experiences with others in the community with young children, what could be the barriers as far as getting account of young children, which is what I think a focus group ideally would do at getting this undercount. It would go specifically to those populations which we know at a minimum are the most likely to have the undercount and do that. And it may not be possible for you to do additional focus groups, but it may be possible for someone to do some of that type of drilling down focus groups. And I can tell you it's not, I mean, if you go to federally qualified health centers or WIC programs, they're going to be able to find families which are those complex households, the grandparents with grandkids, the families which are homeless or moving around, the families with young children that could be secured for that type of drilling down information. So really want to see what you do come out as far as your understanding, but my sense is that there's probably more to be gathered if there's a specific focus upon these populations that we know have a high rate of not reporting and finding out why they do that and for what reasons. And there may be some good and legitimate reasons and fears that we know we have to contend with or barriers that we can begin to address. So I'm glad you did the 42 focus groups, but you did one on young and mobiles, and I assume that was probably more young single mobiles. But there wasn't one done or a couple done or several done around this population that we know is subject to the high undercount, and that's really the complex families and highly mobile and low-income communities. And so hopefully we can get that type of information to inform you as you go forward. And I really do think a lot of what you spoke to in terms of adding the prompts is going to be very important in terms of getting more of a count. Also the relational and ability of the enumerators to connect up with families and know where they may be coming from, or that person who is filling out the questionnaire, but it's not even their kids, it's somebody else's kid who's residing in the household, to be able to develop that type of relationship to know this is the way we're going to be able to make it most sure that we're going to be able to count those kids and get an accurate understanding of their age as well.
So just to mention one more thing about families, one of the pieces that we did was in our recruitment criteria for respondents, we asked people about the presence of small children and the composition of their household. And we gave different categories of hard to count a point. It was a point system. So people who had small children were more likely or less likely to be in the focus groups. So we were very aware of this. There are people with small children in many of our focus groups. And we just want to make sure that that is there.
And of course, if you really want
Your microphone, Charles.
you would want to have a focus group which would include multiple people and really the focus group of that target population, because they're going to build upon each other's ideas and are going to be able to counter it. If you have them even in groups where there are 1 or 2 or 3 out of 8 or 9, it's only going to get that partial coverage. So I think that that's great that you did that, and be interested, really interested to know of the 340, how many of those had young children and did fit one of the criteria of being a hard-to-reach group.
Charles, Jerry, thank you for your comments. Charles, let me take us back up a higher level just briefly, so and sort of walk through this timeline again. So CBAMS is intended to give us some data on how we might be able to group like-minded mindsets and individuals into segments, like-minded segments. Out of the 50,000 households that we sent and the response rate we had, 13.5% of those were with families with children under 5. So we do have a lot of data here coming from the quantitative piece. The focus groups probed a little bit further, but these focus groups aren't really getting at the messaging and the other stuff. It's just to probe on some of these mindsets. It's really from here on out on the messaging and the creative development, of which we will then put into additional testing, where I think we can get some of these things that we're all suggesting here is what resonates with somebody that's living in these different circumstances that may forget a child under 1 or under 5, right? So it's through this process that we will continue to iterate and test different messaging and creative to fix this problem of undercounting children. And in my 2 previous censuses, and everybody has said it here, I think, at the census, we have never dedicated as much time or research over the last decade to fix this historical problem. And so Y&R knows that. We've been talking to them about that. Their process up to this point has been research. We're really starting to move into that messaging and creative, and I think through multiple conversations with Megan and the working group, as well as coming back and presenting on this, we'll answer some of those questions, and we'll certainly take some ideas that you're going to bring to the table. So thank you very much for everybody talking about this issue.
And I approach these kind of from the doer perspective. One of the things I wanted to just let you know from a communication standpoint was the concern about the undercount of children goes all the way to the top of the Department of Commerce. The Undersecretary of Commerce, the now nominee Deputy Secretary's husband's a pediatrician. This is a passion that she has with us. She has worked with us to link up with pediatricians organizations as partners to work with them to put material in their offices about your baby counts when your baby comes. Some of our team has come up with an idea of working with some partners, and perhaps for every baby that leaves the hospital in March, in January, February, March, and April of census year, something in that packet that goes with them that say, I count, don't forget to count me. That would not only have an impact on that counting the infants, that would have an impact on counting other children in that household. So we're looking at a lot of those kinds of activities and partnering up with people to do something. It would be great if maybe we partnered with someone where the blanket said, I count 2020 census, that they wrapped them in. But we're looking at those ideas of how can we make it happen in a tangible way. Now that doesn't touch on the importance of the research and things that we're doing. But for us, there are things we know we can do that make a difference at a lower level. So I just wanted to bring that out.
So, Jerry, I hear your frustration, and Stephen, thank you for kind of clarifying it. Do we need more research about why we forget children? We know for the last 3 decades. And so I think just this being my last meeting, I'm focusing in on the messaging and the ground game of it. And it, is the research, or do we just obviously know, and I refer to Y&R in this, that you should be segmenting mothers and targeting them. In the Covered California, which is the ACA outreach for insurance, they targeted mothers because they were the decision makers. So I think whether there's researchers that shows that or how you guys come with that with some of these other ideas, I think that they're committed, they're gonna move forward, and they probably would like the working group here to come up with additional ideas that can be both nationally done but also disseminated to local states and counties, because counties do have vital statistics, birth certificate, death certificate, they collect that, so they actually have, those are really key contacts that on the ground can get that out. But I hear your frustration, so James and then Jerry. I think your battery died.
James Tucker. I have 5 quick points, and I will make them quickly. At our last NAC meeting, we had mentioned that the Native American Rights Fund was going to be doing field hearings in Indian country. And some of the key points that we got out of it, we had over 125 witnesses testifying at 7 states, 9 field hearings. And many of the findings specifically touch on, the communications and outreach. And specifically, I'll just make these very quickly. More than 6 program specialists are needed for Indian Country, far more than 6. In New Mexico alone, they have 12 full-time bilingual coordinators who coordinate activities in just 8 counties. And the other piece of this that we got is it's not enough to bring people in and have statewide meetings or even regional meetings in Indian Country. The program specialists have to go to each one of the individual reservations and Alaska Native villages. And given the fact that there are 567 federally recognized tribes, and given how geographically isolated many of these communities are, it's something that's going to take far more than 6 people, and it's going to take a pretty substantial travel budget. The second thing, and this is just reiterating a point that Megan, Terry, and Desi made, the messaging needs to be done much, much earlier because we have to work. I spoke with Jennifer. We're going to be working in terms of doing translations covering areas that perhaps census cannot. But to do that, we have to have the messaging very, very early because we have to work with translators and within the communities to make sure that those messages actually resonate with the communities. The third thing is something that's touched on a lot of people here, and it's touched on in the American Indian and Alaska Native community for a different reason, and that's the citizenship question. So I saw that the focus groups that you did that were in Indian Country all occurred before the citizenship question. So I can actually supplement that because we did cover this at our field hearings, particularly those in March and April. And the feedback we received is that many of the people who were asked specifically, how would you answer the question, are you a U.S. citizen? The American Indian and Alaska Native community, many people have said, I'm going to check no. I don't view myself as a U.S. citizen. I'm a citizen of my tribe. So in some cases, they said that they'll check no and then they'll write the name of the tribe. In many other cases, they said they're just simply going to check no because they don't associate themselves with the federal government. They don't associate themselves with the United States, even though they are obviously the original U.S. citizens, even though they weren't recognized as such until 1924. So one of the things that we're obviously going to be putting forward, and I think it won't just be me, but I understand probably Carol and Desi, we're going to put some specific recommendations asking census, how are you going to address this issue where you have American Indians and Alaska Natives who check no to that question. The other thing that was raised was in terms of messaging. The messaging cannot be monolithic within the American Indian and Alaska Native community. It has to be not only regional, even within regions, it has to be even tribal specific. And again, we understand that census is not going to be able to do that necessarily for all 567 tribes, but we want to work with census to make sure that to the extent that we need to target it, target the message to a specific tribe, that we're able to do that. And then the final point was something that a few people have raised in terms of homelessness and the hard to count, very hard to count population. One of the other things that we encountered in our field hearings was a phenomenon known as couch surfing in the Indian Country. And the problem is that these are people who are not necessarily counted as homeless, but they don't have a full-time home. They're literally moving from couch to couch, from relative to relative. And just to highlight this, how prevalent this is, just in the Navajo Nation, there are over 80,000 people who are estimated as being couch surfers. Within the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, more than 50% of the population does not have full-time permanent housing. So that just highlights the fact that it's going to be a very, very difficult challenge to be able to get the hardest to count in a very hard to count population to begin with. And obviously the concern that we have, and this is where I think working in partnership with you in terms of messaging and outreach is so important. The Alaska Native and American Indian community had the highest undercount rate of any group among those who lived on reservations. It was almost 5% in 2010. And given some of the dynamics of what we're seeing and even the addition of a citizenship question, we're concerned that that undercount could be substantially higher this go around. And certainly we're willing to work with the census to try to close that gap, but it is going to be a significant challenge.
This is Maria Malagon. Thank you for all your points because some of them are really enlightening to me. In terms of the partnership specialists, I want to clarify that right now we will have 6, but we are ramping up in terms of the number of partnership specialists. We're going to reach 1,500. One of the reasons why we are not hiring everybody at the same time is because we don't want to do this in a vacuum. We really want to hire what we need and the type of languages, the type of hard-to-count groups, like very specific to the community. So we are working closely with Field Division to conduct a very organized and very strategic hiring process, but definitely you will be seeing soon enough much more than 6 partnership specialists focused on the tribes.
I guess the only thing that I would just want to emphasize, apparently I'm a mic killer, is that, again, that you really need to do that very, very early. And I know it's not just the American Indian and Alaska Native community, but the fact is that there's so much legwork that they have to do in preparation that even if we're talking about bringing them in early 2019, that's much later than what we would like to see. I agree with Megan that ideally we'd like to see more this year.
Yes, as I mentioned, we're starting the hiring again this month. I don't know how many you plan to bring in the next couple of weeks, but definitely you are going to have hundreds of them very soon.
Yeah, this is Tim Olson in Field. I just want to affirm what has just been said. There will absolutely be more than 6 partnership specialists focused in tribal Indian country, without a doubt. The other thing is, as I said earlier, the number of professional partnership specialists will be much, much, much higher than 2010. And if you overlaid the timing of 2010 staffing numbers, you know, start to finish and how they ramped up, we will actually be earlier and higher in all counts throughout the 2020 cycle. And I think, you know, probably not too far from now, we'll be able to really articulate that so you can see what those levels look like and the numbers, what they look like. We're not quite there yet. We're getting pretty close to it. But right now, you know, people are recruiting for these jobs. So I did want to mention, too, our regions have been, this past winter and this spring, have been intentionally meeting with each individual tribal government, particularly in the lower 48, particularly seeking out the type of enumeration that is preferred in Indian country for their unique land-based reservation, whether it's update enumerate, whether it's update leave, or in some cases they do want a full self-response, you know, with a not even the update leave. Those have been going on. These have been at our regional director level primarily, out of respect with the tribal leadership. Those are going on. In Alaska, because nearly half of the tribal governments in the overall U.S. are in Alaska, we will be doing comparable one-on-one, actually 2 different in-person visits with each village as we ramp up in the year 2019, and similar to what we did in the last census. So that will be occurring. And of course, you know, the very first enumeration conducted anywhere in the United States will be on January 21st of 2020. And thank you to our friends. We've gotten some recommendations on locations where a village would be selected, and Al is now looking at those through his governance process, and you know, at some point we'll be announcing, you know, where that will start.
I guess the 2 tidbits, or 2 bits of advice, and I'm sure Carol would probably join in this, is that with respect to Alaska, to the extent that you're going to visit the 232 Alaska Native villages, you're going to have to avoid, obviously, subsistence hunting and fishing season in the summer, but you're also going to have to plan in a lot of delays and cancellations because of weather. I mean, significant time because it's going to take a long time to get to those 232 villages.
So I was personally involved in this in 90 and 2000. I'm very, very familiar with that. And our region that's responsible is also extremely familiar with the environment. So, but thank you for that point.
So Carol, and then I'll do Desi, and then over to Jerry.
Thank you. It's a great conversation. I have a couple of comments I'm going to make before I ask a couple of questions. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I want to start here. After the 2010 census, there was a report delivered that documented an almost 5% undercount in Indian country. But that report came with an asterisk about Alaska that said, sorry, there wasn't enough money to really look at Alaska to determine what the actual undercount was or might be or is not in Alaska. So I make that statement because I want to ask a question about the National Partnership Program. I would say what we've learned in our experience is national does not necessarily mean anything beyond the lower 48 contiguous states. And my question is whether or not in your qualification or your interviews or your selection of national partners, you're asking them if they have made investments or they have experience with populations outside the lower 48 contiguous states. That's going to matter. In our experience, that doesn't happen. I will give you an example. There is a national financial institution that recently put out a very significant grant to tribes in the country. But not one single tribe or Alaska Native organization in Alaska qualified because of the way the grant was written. And they had no experience whatsoever in Alaska. So that left out 232 tribes. I don't want that to happen to census, and I want to make sure that, at least on your qualification side, you're asking those questions about those national partners. My second question is, your report says that you have developed AI-AN partnership plans. Are those plans available for us to see? And I would like to see them and like to understand how you will recruit those AI-AN partners so that we can be of some support to you in your work. And then lastly, I just want to make a closing comment, which is recently Alaska had a visit from USICH, which is the Interagency Coalition on Homelessness. And this speaks to a comment that James made. That there were several people that came to Alaska, and we were so grateful. They went to the Bering Straits region, which is Nome. And the first day in Nome, we gave them an overview of what they might see the next day in Savunga. And as they listened to us, they said, we've been everywhere. We've been all over the world. We've seen it all. When they went to Savunga, there were 18 homes lined up for them to look at. By home number 6, they said, we don't want to see anymore. We've never seen anything like this. And the last home they visited had 18 people living in a 2-bedroom home that, in their view, was not even habitable. So I say that to really elevate how difficult it's going to be to count people in Alaska that are Alaska Native and also Native Americans throughout the country. Really just rural populations are going to be difficult. But I wanted to make sure that I gave you a story to help you better understand why we're so passionate about this topic and how much it matters to us that you use us as part of your outreach, because we can be helpful if we understand where your areas of focus are. And I think we all want census to be successful, not just in our own communities, but everywhere. So thanks for the opportunity to ask questions and make comments.
The partnership plans, all of the national community and the tribal plans, they will be clear by late this summer. And once they pass clearance, internal clearance in the Bureau, they will be made public, as we did with the the communications contract plan. So you should be getting that, I would say, late this summer. I want to defer the national partnerships questions to Stephen, because I imagine he would like to say some
Thanks,
words about
Mary, I
that.
appreciate it. And Carol, thanks so much. I mean, you've been fantastic working in Alaska over the past censuses, and certainly I want to address your first question. Probably have not done a good filter when we're thinking about national partnership and their reach into a specific state like Alaska with some of the challenges. So I'd like to sit down with you, with the team, and try to figure out what that might look like and how we might be able to incorporate more of that. I also would have another ask for the other members on the committee that as we explore partnerships with different national organizations that you may have good access to, please help bring them to the table to where we can have a discussion around how we might be able to partner between the Census Bureau and that entity to help reach those communities that we're so passionate about trying to reach. So just a quick little plug there that if you do have some organizations, we're happy to sit down and talk about, have we reached out to them? Are we planning to reach out to them? Is there a way you can do an introduction? Because some of these organizations may or may not have heard from us in the last 10 years. And the staff could have turned over. And so it's a cold call. Unless we've been working, which we have this decade, we've had data dissemination staff out across the country doing data presentations, trying to keep relationships alive. So anything you can do to help us and get to market faster with some of these relationships, we would very much be interested in having those conversations.
Desi, did you want to add to this? And then we'll go with Jerry.
Also, Kathleen has a question as well. So,
oh.
Thank you all. I've got a comment and then a question. The comment is that I just returned from the National Congress of American Indians, their mid-year conference, which was last week, and they passed a resolution. It's resolution number KAN 18012, and I'd like it to go on record. The National Congress of American Indians opposes the insertion of a citizenship question in the 2020 census, as it could result in increased undercounts in tribal communities, and NCAI calls on Congress to conduct nonpartisan oversight over this issue and the potential impacts that could arise from the addition of a citizenship question. So I'd like for that to go on record. That was passed last week by tribal leaders in the United States. And secondly, I'd like to make Megan had brought up a question, and I don't think it was sufficiently answered. She was talking about the 50% of the budget in 2010 that was specifically allocated for English-speaking communication. And so my question is, okay, so 50% of the budget was directed towards English-speaking outreach, material, communication. Is there a proportion, what are the proportions within that 50% that are directed towards the hard to count and hard to reach English-speaking populations? So like, for example, within that 50%, you know, how much of that is directed towards American Indian populations who speak English? How much of that is directed towards people who experience homelessness who speak English? How much of that is directed towards young children? I mean, so is there a proportion that you can, you know, some sort of, you know, data that you can provide based on the 2010, and is that going to be the same for 2020?
So thank you for your question. I believe that we did some after-action reports for previous committees around the media allocation that we had in the 2010 census, and I believe, Kendall, we can make that available to the committee that looks at the total dollars that were spent across various population groups and how that went through. We have not made any determinations of what that budget and how the spread might look. It's too early in the process to look at the total spend dollars by audience group at this point. But we will be, and as we come through that process, we will be coming back to the committee to walk through not only some of the creative, but also what our plans are.
I guess I just want it to be on record that I'm very concerned that you're thinking it's too early to do that. I think it's actually late. And I think I'd like to echo my colleagues' comments that, you know, the urgency is now. But I also want to ask, so in terms of that, will you provide that to us at the next NAC meeting, or what will be the process by which that will be, we'll get that information? And then secondly, I mean, Y&R has the contract, right? So there's an amount of money that has been allocated. So I don't understand why that can't be, there's not further information.
So I'll try to tackle that. Yes, we will be coming back. We are working up a timeline based on the new calendar that we have, based on our current allocation. As you've heard, with the contract is a little over 462?
461.
461, I threw an extra million in. So 461, and based on that, again, up until now, we've been doing the research in this fiscal year. We're trying to move some funds forward from FY19 into 18 now that we have an approved budget for FY18. So the budget cycle has had a lot to do with this in terms of when we get the money available to get Y&R up and running on the contract. So we've been funded to do research this past fiscal year, and now we're trying to bring money forward to get them started on strategic planning across many of the areas you're asking about. So I understand a concern that you may have that, you know, we should already have figures, but I can assure you that is an early figure to be able to expect media allocations this far out from a campaign based on the previous censuses that we've managed in terms of purchasing media. This census right now, I think we've said we will have more partnership specialists on board sooner than we did in 2010, and the communications contract was awarded before it was in 2010, a full year in advance. So we are trying to get some critical momentum here, and we're going to continue to work with the committee to try to make sure that we're transparent throughout that process so that you can have an insight into that and provide recommendations based on those presentations in subsequent working groups with Megan, who's been very helpful on several fronts already with her group, as well as with the full committee during subsequent sessions. So I'm not going to say it's the next session based on where we're at in the process. We'll have to align timelines, but we will share that timeline as soon as we finalize it. But I will commit that I know there's no way that we're coming to a next NAC and not talking about communications and partnership. So I think it'll be heavily a big topic item for the next session.
So Jerry and then Kathleen.
Thank you very much, Tiz. I'll make this very quick. It has to do with CBAMs, quantitative and qualitative. Last April, the National Urban League launched its 2020 Census Black Roundtable to mobilize the Black population in support of a fair and accurate and complete count. You know, we're getting our ducks in order and hoping to be of support and help to the Census Bureau as we move forward. The participants of the 2020 Census Black Roundtable include Black immigrant populations in their communities. We have the Haitian Roundtable as a member, we have the Institute for Caribbean Studies, we have African organizations as well. So my question is, to what extent did your CBAMS work in Detroit and Mobile, Alabama include populations that reflected the diversity of the Black population? I recall in 2010, I actually participated, well, I didn't participate, but observed focus groups that included Caribbean and African populations. These are folks who do not, a part of the Black population who don't see themselves as African Americans, may not speak English, who may not respond to the same messaging and motivations as African Americans. These, indeed, in fact, especially now, these are potential respondents who are afraid, even more so, and distrustful. So did your CBAMS work include and incorporate a look at that population in particular? And if not, I don't know if it was an oversight or just, you know, neglect. Will there be an opportunity to do so in the future?
This is Ana Sandoval again. So there's a couple of things for the CBAMS qualitative.
Yes.
I believe we had a few participants, but because the population is so small, we can't disclose the details of that population, but you'll see it in the report. For the survey, we did ask questions, and we do have respondents that were both foreign-born and African-American. So I do not know how much of that data we have, and because the number, we may not be able to do like a full disclosure of where they were born, if they're Haitian, if they're Nigerian, but we do have a few respondents.
Okay, and of course, Mobile, Alabama, and Detroit might not be the best geographic location. So I don't know what type of consideration for those populations went into play when you chose your two focus group locations. I hope that there's an opportunity. I don't know what kind of messaging you'll be able to develop for those populations, given the scant quantitative and qualitative look that the Census Bureau has provided.
Kendra, let me address, again, I want to go back to my previous comment, Jerry, and I appreciate your thoughts on this. Again, the CBAMS is not the foundational to develop messaging that then we'll put in. There's steps to this, right? So we're trying to group people into segments of the audience that have like-minded attitudes towards participating in the census, looking at a huge swath of the population, right, representing the great diversity that we have in this country. From that, then we'll do some high-level messaging and start really doing deeper dives into sort of smaller population groups to see how that messaging might resonate with them and their diverse background. So, you know, whether it was, you know, the 50,000 household sample, which, you know, again, in 2010, we had 4,000 completed interviews. That's what guided the research from CBAMS in 2010, 4,000. We had over 17,000, almost 18,000 interviews this time around. So we have 4 times the amount of data to pour through. And you know what we can do with data. So we're going to dive into that. The focus groups, again, was just an extra step to try to mine through some of these things that we're thinking and hearing. But it won't end there. The creative testing will be not only from survey work, but also doing some focus group work. And I think we'll be able to address some of that information. And then I think it's also key working with National Urban League and other groups. This is not a one-time engagement. Throughout the process, we will be talking to our partners and stakeholders to find out what their thoughts are around the messaging, around some of the creative, so that we get all the input. And we have some of the best experts in the industry working as part of Team Y&R and our subs and our multicultural firms that I think will reflect the great diversity that we have in this country and how to reach these different populations. And so we just would ask to continue to work with you and the rest of the committee to understand those challenges.
We'll be there to the end, Stephen, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
This actually is a question I had earlier during Al's presentation, but it seems like it's increasingly important with the other topics we've been discussing about language and the children undercount, and that's about mode effects. You're using 4 modes: mail, web, telephone, and then in the non-response follow-up in person. And I wondered if you had any plans to, you know, analyze what mode effects might look like in the end-to-end data when that comes out. I mean, I can see that, I mean, what I'm talking about is people may answer a question differently depending on the mode, and the you know, the self-reports might not differ, but I would think the in-person might differ, especially with regard to the citizenship question, and also the undercount of children. And you could also have mode effects, I imagine, in terms of the different language administration. So I wondered if you have any plans for that, what they are. I mean, you know, I mean, it'd be nice if you could prepare so that you can minimize mode effects. So you'd have to understand them now, but then also afterward adjustments would probably be important. And you also have the ACS, which you could analyze as well for mode effects.
Kathleen, thank you for your question. I was looking around for some of my survey methodologists on staff to perhaps be able to answer that, some of our modeling.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to come back to you on that. We don't have the right people in the room. I apologize. I do know that, particularly with respect to citizenship, that's not on the instrument, so we wouldn't be able to speak to that. But I know that there are people in our team, in our whole staff that assess this all the time, but they're not here right now. But we'll come back to you on that.
Okay, and you could analyze this. You could look at it in the ACS in terms of the citizenship question.
That's true.
So
that's true.
That's a suggestion.
Yep.
And I mean, just one other thing that, you know, since that will have to be addressed later, is that the choice option when you do the web push and also send out the mail. One thing that we have found is that that can confuse people, and they sometimes will fill out both, and which is an interesting experiment in and of itself. But if in cases where you don't have the census ID, just really want to make sure that you catch those duplicates.
Our post-processing activity will be able to pull out that duplication when that happens. But like I said, on the broader question, we're going to get back to you on that if we could.
Didas, I did want to mention that we will have state-level estimates in the fall, and quite likely before that, but we are working on them, and we did exchange on that. So
excellent. That'll definitely help us in our efforts. Well, we've had, like I said, a lively, vigorous discussion. We didn't even get to our recommendations, which we usually do that at the end of day one and bleeding into the day two. So we've got 5 minutes left, but we are committed to ending on time. What I want to do is reinforce that we've already got to the NAC chair Gmail quite a few recommendations that will be discussed. I know Tara and her team is going to be compiling them like they usually do, and then we'll do kind of our lightning round tomorrow and how we review, edit, and vote on them so that they can be submitted in a public FACA compliant fashion. But with the 4 minutes we have left, does anyone have any burning messages or things that they really wanted to make sure were heard today, or wrap up? I think you guys have a huge road ahead of you, and I'm going to retire to the west here. But if there's anything, Arturo, do you have anything you want to add? Always look to him.
Well, just an observation, and again, it goes to how important it is for the Census Bureau to understand how it asks questions and which questions it asks, and I deeply appreciate Al's and Burton's response to Jarlene about asking about babies and children, and I assume that was based not just on hunches of how to ask a question, but it was based on research that goes into the design of every single question on a decennial questionnaire. And I'll just reiterate what's been said all day long, that the addition of questions that are untested in that regard undermines the ability of the Census Bureau to actually carry out Census 2020.
Arturo, I just wanted to stress that the probes and the questions that I was talking about have been extensively tested. So that's not an afterthought. That's been developed throughout the decade.
I think we've talked so much the mic's dead. To underscore, I think what Enrique talked about this morning, today's proceedings are incredibly important, and your insights are very vital, and I think in some respect you sort of say the things that maybe we can't. So we appreciate that. Tomorrow we're going to begin at 8:30 a.m. The bus is going to pick you up 7:30 in front of the hotel. Reminder tonight about dinner at the restaurant La Perla, which is at 2600 Pennsylvania Avenue. My understanding is very close to the hotel that you're staying at. Again, the reservation is under the Census Bureau. The bus today is waiting for you at gate 7 and scheduled to depart in about 15 minutes. So have a good evening. For those of you we won't see later tonight, and for those we will, we'll see you at 7. Thank you. We're adjourned.